Not just you, Sweet Myths. I got my hair done yesterday, so it looks extra pretty today. Hello, everybody. Hello, I'm Idaho. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Neuron. Hello, The Mana King. Hello, Irked. How we all doing? How we all doing? How we all doing? Hey, KBS. Hello, Ashley. Tired but good? Yeah. I know the feeling. Today was a hard one to wake up to. Snuggle Kitten, hello! Oh, Gamer G, big mood. Big mood. How we doing, folks? Audio scratchy? Wait, is the audio scratchy? Is there something wrong with my audio? No? I mean, the music I was playing had like a scratchiness to it. You too? Well, now I'm concerned. A little bit? I mean, okay. Here we go. How's that? Hello? Hello? There we go. Got it back. Maybe it's Twitch. It's fixed. Good. Yeah, the interface, I got the interface used, and the connection on the back is a little bit wiggly, I think, from time to time. Yeah, that fixed it? Excellent. Gamer G, is that true? Is that fucking true? Can you send me some receipts on that? Because that's just so good. Oh, is somebody gonna get fired? Stoudman, let's go. Heard it from an activist on the grapevine. Well, I don't know how much reliability I can put into that, but if that's true, that's fucking amazing. Let me find info? Yes, please. But folks, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? I bring to you something that I am an ungodly level of excited for. I've been literally waiting for this for like 10 years. Okay, or maybe 9 years. All right. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, guys, they're finally doing it. They're remaking Metal Gear Solid 3. They're doing it, everybody. Finally, they're doing it. They're doing the thing, and I'm so excited about it. It's so good. Yeah, they just announced it like a couple hours ago, Sweet Myths. We're gonna watch the trailer together. I haven't seen it yet. Here we go, baby. Kept you waiting, huh?
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you.
Put a fear in my heart, 'cause you reign supreme. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Nah, you know what? I disagree, Catalina Gearbox. It's really hard to fuck up a remake. It's really hard. I know Konami could fuck that up. I know they're capable of it. But you know what? I've been waiting for this remake for like 10 goddamn years. And I am gonna play it. Metal Gear Solid Triangle. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Delta. Get it? Because the three... One side, two side, three side, three. Yeah. I'll never understand why Konami got as pissy as they did with Hideo Kojima. Well, so here's the inside scoop, okay? Here's what happened. Konami got a new president, okay? And that president was like, the future of making money is not in video games. Oh, no. You see, the future of making money is in pachinko machines. So Konami basically pivoted their entire business model away from making video games and instead into making pachinko machines. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys why I've been waiting for this for so long. I've been waiting for this for so long because, like, 10 years ago, I saw a trailer. I saw a magical trailer for a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. And I gotta be honest with you guys, It made me fucking angry beyond all belief. And now I'm gonna subject it all to you too, because I need to subject you all to my obsessions. They literally remade Metal Gear Solid 3 already in 2016. They just did it for goddamn gambling machines. The rage I feel that they made this for pachinko instead of for consoles is very hard for me to actually convey to you. Fuck you, Konami. Fuck you. But now, oh yeah, for those of you who don't know what pachinko is, it's literally like the equivalent of like a slot machine. That it is like basically a machine that skirts the gambling laws in Japan. So you have like pachinko parlors that are essentially gambling halls. Anyway, I'm really excited that we're getting a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. I'm really sad that it's not being made while Hideo Kojima is working on it. Can I show you I just showed you the trailer for the pachinko machine. Is this,
we got some new images.
No, not this. Like a pachinko machine? Yeah, here you go. You've probably seen a pachinko machine before. But like basically here. Okay? I'll show you like a basic retro pachinko machine. So this is what it is. Basically, you pull a lever, it knocks a ball up, and it bounces around on all these pegs. And wherever it lands determines like what you win. It's basically a slot machine, just instead of with the roulette wheels, it's a falling metal ball. Yeah, it's basically glorified Plinko from Price is Right. Yeah, 100%. Except that then you get to like fancier and fancier machines, and it winds up being like, you know, kind of what you have with slot machines now, where they're like electronic and yeah, it's wild, it's crazy, you know, it evolves into just random nonsense. It's not good. Bad. Played those in Germany back in the 70s? Yeah. Basically, there was a giant pachinko boom in Japan, and Konami pivoted into that, and their entire video game enterprise died. But during the pivot into pachinko, Hideo Kojima kept demanding more and more resources for Metal Gear Solid 5, and they eventually let him go because, like, he was just, you know, demanding too much of them, you know, in terms of money and such. You know, he's only one of the most, like, accomplished video game developers games in the world, and all of his games sell like fucking hotcakes, and they let him go because they needed to make their dumbass gambling machines. Oh, God. Anyway, I'm very excited about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, if you can't tell. I hope they don't fuck it up. It's Konami. There's like probably a 30% chance that they do. But like the blueprint is already there. Just like slap a new layer of paint on Metal Gear Solid 3 and I'll be happy. Or better yet, make it like an open world game. Remake it as like an open world where you're like going around and exploring the jungle and shit. That'd be cool as fuck. There are so many ways you could do this. I hope they don't fuck it up. We have Death Stranding 2 on the way. I still need to play Death Stranding 1. I have it. I just haven't had time to play it. There's so many games I do not have time to play because I'm so busy talking about politics on this show. Okay. Wait, is this... Yeah, here's an example of like the pachinko machine, by the way, in operation.
In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you.
This is just someone like recording the pachinko machine. Anyway, we're not gonna watch 40 minutes of that. We are, however, gonna watch a trailer for a little game some of you might not have ever played. Okay, it's called Alan Wake. Now you might ask, why am I making you watch the trailer for Alan Wake Remastered? It came out last year. Because they just announced Alan Wake 2, and I want you all to understand just how amazing that is. Okay? This is by the same studio that made Control, by the way.
The sheriff's department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident. If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff.
It began with a dream.
Alan Wake? Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife.
It's crazy to me that Captain Janeway got so many voice acting roles in video games. It's so uncanny every time I hear her. It's amazing.
Alice? Oh, hell. It happened. Just the way it was on that page. It'll come back for me. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. No!
Wake up.
10-letter name, thank you for the tier 2 sub! Okay, yeah, so what's really cool, by the way, is that all of the Remedy games are connected in, like, kind of a cinematics universe, kind of like the, Quentin Tarantino movies. And, Alan Wake, it was revealed, exists in the same universe as the, as the video game Control. Which is cool as fuck. If you haven't played Control, by the way, it has one of my favorite scenes in any video game. That just absolutely clicks on every level. It's a good game. I need to go back and finish the DLC for it. Partway through it. Hell yeah. Catalina Gearbox.
Give Jack subs.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Very generous of you. And 10-letter name. Again, thank you for the tier 2 sub. And for budgeting. Specifically for little old me. Thank you very, very much. Hey, you got that green star. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. And now we get to watch Alan Wake 2, baby. I'm very excited to see this.
I'm trapped here. In this nightmare. I write to escape. Every word is a step forward. Into darkness.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. It's right up your alley.
The victim was one of their own. FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale.
So you knew Al Victim?
Only the rumors. He was chasing a writer.
Someone knew they were here. Was playing a game with them.
Killer left a message.
It's for us. The text is about us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead.
Oh, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna be scared shit.
There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
Easy now. First things first. What's your name?
Did Alan Wake forget that he can control reality? Is that a Wendigo? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I need to play Alan Wake on stream, huh? Please stay alive and keep streaming. That's my goal. Interesting. Okay. There we go. But that's not all, folks. We've got another really big announcement, okay? We got another really big announcement that I'm also very excited for. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? One of my favorite games, like low-key, like not high-key favorite game, but like a low-key favorite game, is a little cult classic game where you just play as an adventurer who gets their heart stolen by a dragon, literally, and then you have to go out and adventure in the wilderness and like climb all over monsters and kill them, okay? And it's finally getting a sequel like 10 years later. Let's go, baby!
You do not remember? Then have you forgotten that you protected me from the dragon's flames?
You need only believe in your own destiny, Arisen.
Of course, that begs the question. If he's a mere mummer, then where might our true Arisen? Empress Nadinia's life is in your hands, Sir Arisen.
Praise be, for only the Sovereign's guidance can lead us true. Long live the Sovereign of Vermont!
Him back!
That is most unfortunate, but it doth not release thee from thy fate.
Yo. So, yeah, it was a video game. Oh god, when did the first one release? The first one released in 2012. So it's been literally almost 12 years. They released the first game in 2012. And then it had some DLC or an expansion that released in 2013 called Dark Arisen. And then there was an anime that was released recently called... I think it was on Netflix. I think it was just called Dragon's Dogma. But now we got a sequel, baby! Let's go! Yeah, the anime came out in 2020, so just 3 years ago. Yeah, honestly, you can buy the first game for like $5. Very much worth it. Hiccups. And then I just wanted to, we got a couple movie trailers because why not at this point? Why not? I found this one, which I'm 100% gonna see. This looks amazing. Has J.K. Simmons in it, which basically, if I know that, I'm basically down for any movie that has J.K. Simmons because he's just, he's good. He's good in everything.
Hi, it's Brenda. I'll call you back.
Hey, Brenda, it's Wes calling you again. I just needed to hear your voice.
I love you very much.
You know, some things may seem broken. Usually just means you stop trying.
Everything all right over there, my friend?
I'm not much of a bathroom talker.
You're not in the least bit curious as to what I have to say.
I'm just not into conversations with random dudes hiding out in bathroom stalls.
No one is coming to help you, friend.
Anybody! So you're a god living in a rest stop bathroom in a
Yeah, that is
stall
Ryan
that's
Quanten,
glory
yeah.
hole adjacent.
I am he. I am that god. The universe has a favor to ask. You need to satisfy my physical form. There's only one part of you that can do that.
I'm not doing it. I don't care how many people it saves. Total annihilation of all life in the universe.
Your feelings tear you up inside, pure and raw. That's what I need from you.
What did you do, Wes?
Makes me wish I'd driven the extra 40 miles to the next rest stop.
That wouldn't have helped.
Why? Is there a troll living in that one?
So yeah, basically J.K. Simmons plays a god who needs a guy to stick his dick in a glory hole to save the universe. Oh my god. It's real! It's a real movie! Amazing! That would not have helped. I am present in every rest-stop bathroom. I'm just hoping that it's revealed that J.K. Simmons is like the god of all bathroom rest stops and is the only god interested in saving the universe because he really likes glory holes. Oh god. Did you see it dripping? I did. It's gross. Oh god. What a wonderfully weird idea. Bless whoever approved that script for production. I've never understood glory holes, and this reinforces my dad's. I feel like glory holes are a terrible idea, just in general. So I'm right there with you, KBS. But I think the fact that they are terrible makes them perfect for this movie concept. God. They are terrifying. This is what I mean when I say stop remaking movies, get new material. Right? There are so many cool and weird concepts out there to make movies about. Closeted 22-year-old me attended the odd glory hole. Hell yeah, more power to you. I'm not judging anyone who's using the glory holes, mind you. The concept of them freaks me out a little. Use your imagination if you have one. Yeah. All right. Chat, we're coming up on the hour mark of stream already. Time has flown by. Okay. All right. A lot of you are talking about glory holes now. And on that note, have you guys heard about this particular glory hole? Its name is known far and wide across the state of Florida, called Ron DeSantis, and he announced that he is running for president today. In the worst way imaginable.
Our border is a disaster.
On Twitter.
Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the...
But by the way, I'm not... Like, any glitch you see in this is just Twitter being glitchy as fuck.
President flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for. Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to our community.
This is real, by the way. His announcement for President of the United States really does sound this boring and lifeless.
Communities and integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
I just have to say a couple of things about what we just watched there. Number one, they didn't have to go with the first take, okay? We all know Ron DeSantis is not charismatic. They didn't have to go with the first take they got out of him. Now, I don't know that for sure that was the first take they got out of him, but it was lifeless and wooden as hell. This is to run for president of the United States. Number two, who edited this? Why did they give it a horror movie soundtrack? Did any of you pick that up? Did any of you hear that? Because it sounds like they were trying to edit a horror movie. Let's listen to this again, just real quick, okay?
Righting the ship requires restoring sanity to our society, normalcy to our communities, and integrity to our institutions. Truth must be our foundation, and common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. In Florida, we proved that it can be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. We showed that we can and must revitalize America. We need the courage to lead and the strength to win. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
Incredible. Okay, now I might not be remembering this correctly, but just in case.
We're just heading up for the weekend.
Can I see your license, please?
He wasn't driving.
I didn't ask who was driving.
How about... Oh, wait. What about... Can I find an example of this? Here. Oh god, doing that made me think of the do any of you I know I've shown one of these. I know I've shown you guys these before. That just just reminded me. Brain blast.
Hi. Thanks for the pizza. Come to the kitchen. Quickly! We don't have much time. Help me! Motherboard. Brain. That was close. Banana. Patch him up. We did it. Thanks again for the pizza. Here's a tip. Run. Hi.
God, like just that. These are the vibes I get from Ron DeSantis. Okay, these are 10,000% the vibes that Ron DeSantis gives off.
Do you really love meat?
Jesus Christ.
That's great, because you're really here to meet my sister. She loves meat, and she's really hungry.
Meet people that love meat. Meat date. God, those are the vibes Ron DeSantis gives off, okay? As he's running for president. Holly Hoomst, we'll take a look at the buns later. We got some stuff to get to, okay? Because not only did Ron DeSantis announce that he was running for president with that horrible horror movie ad, wait, I need to look at something real quick. So, basically, it appears that in the lead up to announcing his run for president, Ron DeSantis had a super PAC that put $80 million into his state level PAC, which cannot legally use that money to help him to run for president. This is coming courtesy of Open Secrets. And yeah, it appears that Never Back Down, a pro-DeSantis super PAC, told the New York Times that more than $80 million of its $200 million budget would be transferred from DeSantis' old state-level PAC. Which, I don't know if you guys know this, that doesn't appear to be something that is technically legal. It appears that what is happening is that DeSantis is trying to claim that he has cut levels with the state, he has cut ties with the state level PAC. And he has no connection to it whatsoever, despite the fact that when he cut ties with it, he made sure it was chaired by a Ron DeSantis ally, who will now be transferring that money to the national PAC. It really does seem that this is just a horrible, huge, colossal campaign finance violation. Yeah. That's just money laundering? It does seem so. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening from this, but that's pretty insane. And now maybe it could be, I don't know the ins and outs of like campaign finance law. This does seem like it's a pretty big whoopsie daisy. So I guess the GOP only has Trump. Whoa, 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 Neuron. It's a little bit premature to say that the GOP only has Trump. I mean, surely we owe it to ourselves to listen to Ron DeSantis announce his candidacy for President of the United States. Surely we have that responsibility. And, well, we can do that thanks to the fact that Ron DeSantis decided that it would be a good idea to announce his candidacy for President of the United States on Twitter. On Twitter Conversations, specifically, with Elon Musk. He decided that it would be a good idea to introduce the world to his candidacy with no in-person events, just talking on the shittiest version of Discord you can imagine. And we're gonna listen to it. Because I don't know, I feel like we owe it to posterity, okay? We
plans.
Oh God. By the way, it opened up with about 30 minutes of just, like, flailing around and technical, like, kerfuffles.
There's been a lot of speculation over the last couple of months about your plans. I understand that you may have an announcement to make. We've got, I think, a record audience assembled here.
Yeah, you know, just the most boring people you can get, the least charismatic people you can get. Get them all on one call together, folks. Let's go!
You know, probably the biggest room that's probably ever been assembled online. What would you like to tell them?
Not true.
Well, I am running for President of the United States to lead our great American comeback. Look, we know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes, and we feel it in our bones. Our southern borders collapse. Drugs are pouring into the country. Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking crime. The federal government's making it harder for the average family to make ends meet and to attain and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our president...
Oh, also, TYT. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Vox and Socks. Hello, Astro Series. Yes, for those of you wondering, the chat on screen here is over on riverboat.gg. If you want to be on the on-screen chat, head on over there. And also, there are no ads over on riverboat.gg, so consider coming on over. And your support goes directly to me to help me, you know, buy food and stuff. Anyway, we're gonna listen to this charismatic-less meatball declare that he will be president of the United States.
Well, he lacks vigor, flounders in the face of our nation's challenges, and he takes his cue.
But you can't chat without a sub? You can chat without a sub over on riverboat.gg. You just have to, like, you have to have an account. You have to log in. But that's just to verify that you're not, like, a bot. It wouldn't let me last time. You just gotta like link your Twitter account or something. Link your Twitch account. You don't have to pay any money to chat. I promise.
From the woke mob. I don't think it has to be this way. American decline is not inevitable. It is a choice. And we should choose a new direction, a path that will lead to American...
Oh yeah, you can't use a VPN because if anyone posts like sussy comments or uses like slurs or whatever, we want to have the ability to IP ban them. So.
This also means replacing the woke mind.
By the way, this just kept crashing. So there are many, many different like jumps and cuts because of that here.
Virus with reality, facts, and enduring principles. Merit must trump identity politics. We must return normalcy to our communities. America's a sovereign country. Our borders must be respected. We cannot have foreigners pouring into our country illegally by the millions. We cannot allow drug cartels to poison our population with fentanyl. Public deserves safe communities, and law and order must be maintained in American cities. We can't have inmates running the asylum, and we must reject attacks.
Oh, a VPN is a service that allows you to bounce your internet traffic to a different location to make it look like you're in Canada or something. It basically helps you defend your online presence, I guess.
Attacks on the men and women of law enforcement. We also must reestablish integrity in our institutions. This includes the military.
Drew in
I'm proud
Georgia.
to be a Navy veteran and a
Much love to
veteran,
you, okay?
and I revere our services, but when revered institutions like those in our military are more concerned with matters not central to the mission,
Hey, Merry
like
Animal, how you
global
doing?
warming or gender ideology and pronouns,
Hey, Brooke Marks.
morale declines and recruiting suffers. And you need to eliminate these distractions. And
Hey,
we need
Start
to get
Park
focused on
Racing.
the core mission.
Hello,
we
everybody.
also cannot have true constitutional government if the most significant issues are decided by the whims of unelected bureaucrats rather than the people's elected representatives. Reestablishing
Drew.
integrity in our institutions means we must reinvigorate our constitutional system by returning the government to its rightful owners, we the people. No social or economic transformation without representation. Truth needs to be our foundation. Common sense can no longer be an uncommon virtue. And in Florida, we proved it.
If Ron DeSantis was a book, he'd just be like an encyclopedia. He'd be like a dictionary, okay? Like reading him would be insufferable. He has negative charisma. This is what you put on in the car to like put babies to sleep. It's just droning drivel.
Could be done. We chose facts over fear, education over indoctrination, law and order over rioting and disorder. We held the line when freedom hung in the balance. And we're thriving as a result. Florida is the nation's fastest growing state. We're #1 in net in-migration, #1 in new business formations, recently ranked #1 in education. We have a
Also, I'm just going to let this audio continue to play. I might throw up Dark Souls 2, to be honest, while he talks, because there's no visual element to any of this. This is the weirdest presidential run announcement I've ever seen in my life. It's so weird. Like, if you're gonna announce that you're running for president of the United States, you want to project power. You want to project presence. You want to have, as the kids say these days, the riz. You want to have the panache. You gotta have, like, actual presence. And he has none of it. He's got negative across all of his social skills. Yeah, presidential announcement over conference call. Except this is worse than that, Octo Squiddies, because he's doing it over a conference call that doesn't work. He's doing it over Twitter. Twitter's broken. It's worse than doing it over a conference call.
50-year low crime rate and one of the lowest tax and debt per capita in America. But we also understand governing is not entertainment. It's not about building a brand or virtue signal.
Oh my God.
It is about delivering results. And our results
Will you marry
in Florida
me?
have been
Yes.
second to none. We can and we must
Sight
deliver
unseen.
big results for America. I pledge to be an energetic executive that will take on the important issues Biden's pursued inflationary policies that are hurting working people. We will reverse those policies and we'll build an economy where working Americans can achieve a good
And once we are married, I will divorce you and take half your stuff.
standard of living. Biden's opened the southern border and allowed massive amounts of drugs to pour into the country. We'll shut down the border, construct a border wall, and hold the drug cartels accountable. Biden's embraced.
We're never gonna escape this goddamn border wall building, are we? This is gonna be like something that we die with. Our grandchildren are gonna be like hearing about the construction of how we need to construct Border Wall 2, Electric Boogaloo, this time electrified. You know, it's the dumbest idea, and they're just gonna keep suggesting more and more walls. Oh, one wall didn't work? What about 3 walls? What if we doubled the height of the wall? Has anyone considered that?
Medical authoritarianism, such as unconstitutional COVID vax mandates, we will ensure that those violations of liberty can never happen again.
By the way, just as an FYI, I know that this is petty and it's like out of date and all that. There was never a vaccine mandate. That didn't happen. That's like some Mandela effect bullshit, okay? What we had was a testing mandate. You had to get tested, or you had to get the vaccine. You could choose not to get the vaccine, but then you had to get tested like twice a week.
Biden's allowed
to make sure that you weren't infecting your coworkers. Like, that's the fact that we have a like ceded narrative ground to these like absolute conservative ghouls is infuriating to me. We can concede nothing to these people. I'm in Mexico right now. Have talked to a guy that got deported, but not after the U.S. jailed him for like 6 months, then shipped him home with no money. Yeah, I mean, the way we treat undocumented immigrants in this country is horrific. Horrific.
Woke ideology to drive his agenda. We will never surrender
True,
to the
Metal Kitty
woke mob, and we will leave woke ideology in the dustbin of history. Biden's also politicized the military and caused recruiting to plummet. We will eliminate ideological agendas from our military, focus the military on the core mission, and we will reverse the poor recruiting trends. Finally, Biden's weaponized the power of the administrative.
I do have to say, it's interesting to hear him say we will reverse the poor recruiting trends, because when he says it, it really does sound like they're just specifically trying to recruit poor people who have no better economic options. Can you spit on me? Not for free. If you're gonna sit and chat and ask for me to do things for you, spit on you, you gotta pay up, Buster.
State to advance his left-wing agenda. We will reconstitutionalize the executive branch, and we'll bring the administrative state to heel. Now, you can't do any of that if you don't win.
Twitter Spaces is such a terrible, terrible avenue to get your message out to people.
There is no substitute for victory. We must end the culture of losing that has infected the Republican Party in recent years.
Guys, I'm not adding any of those noises. That's just part of the announcement. That's just other people deciding to talk on the call. If I have to pay, then I should get that on private? Nah, you get it in front of everybody to further embarrass you. Because you know what? I get the feeling you're into that.
Dogmas of the past
All
are
right.
inadequate for a vibrant future.
Good
We
afternoon,
must
good
look
evening, or good morning,
forward,
everyone, depending on wherever in the world you're
backwards.
joining us from.
We
I'm
need the courage to
broadcasting
lead,
live from
and
David,
we must.
Oh my god, what is this?
which is a
And
good
so they
sign.
knew it.
Who's
Keep
known
it.
to work with Elon
They knew
for
freedom.
years.
Is this... What the hell, dude? Wait, I need to find, I need to know if this is, like, the actual recording, or if this is the... If this is the, what is happening? I need to see if this was someone who was recording it talking over this, or if it was the actual, like, just clusterfuck of this announcement. I need to know. Wait. Do 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 do. Okay. Is this it? Okay. I think I found it.
Hosting it because
Okay. What the hell? Is this the Meatball Ron announcement? Yeah, I need to compare this. Or is it a deepfake? No. Not a deepfake.
the amazing thing about Twitter and things like space. The amazing thing about Twitter and things like spaces are that, although I happen to be hosting well, I had to switch over to David hosting it because my account was actually
There's too much interest. But
my account was breaking
Yeah.
the system. But it's
Wait, is this... I think this is a different call. What even is this? I'm just trying to wrap my head around this now. All right. Do. How we doing, folks? Let me talk to you while I try and figure this out. Is YouTube having an issue? What the hell?
A quarter century.
His commitment to
freedom and his willingness to put his money where his mouth is upset the narrative control and
it's our
by our
responsibility to
government.
do so.
Or the usual way.
Well, when COVID hit, I had to make decisions about, do you go with the crowd or do you look at the data?
Okay, David Sachs is hosting. Okay, I think we're gonna stick with the new one I found here. Okay.
There's really never been a mechanism before where someone could address the nation, or anyone who wanted to listen to them could, from anywhere in the world, the United States or anywhere. So this is I think this is a really profound change, and it's also like it's not just.
Khalid, if you feel shy, the best way to overcome that is by giving me money.
Whether the media reports something, an article is true or not, even more powerful is deciding what the narrative is. And
Totally.
so, it's just like, if there's only so much you can actually fit in a newspaper or a magazine, and there's only one thing you can really put on the cover of a magazine. So that whoever's deciding that is deciding to not talk about other things. Whereas with a public digital town square like we have here, it's possible for the public to choose the narrative.
Deeply
It empowers the
embarrassing.
people.
This is deeply embarrassing for Ron DeSantis. Like, holy moly, you're just letting Elon talk, and he's talking mostly about Twitter as a platform, rather than, Ron DeSantis announcing his presidency. Like, how cucked do you have to be? Ron is just sitting here, impotent.
Instead of a very tiny elite cabal, which I don't recognize the irony of me using that phrase.
Okay, Elon Musk has just moved on to full-on JQ posting. Okay.
But nonetheless, it's true, and you judge by the results that this is a means for for the people to decide the narrative, and for the people to decide which way a debate will go, not sort of 5 editors in chiefs of a few newspapers, basically.
Yeah, and I think one of the really crazy things that happened during COVID is that social networks really started censoring dissenting viewpoints on COVID, medical viewpoints that ended up being totally correct in lockstep with what the mainstream media was doing. So basically, big tech platforms were undermining their main reason for existing, which is giving people a choice. And actually, there's somebody who I think knows more about that than any of us, which is Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who's a professor of medicine at Stanford. I want to pull him in here. Jay, you go ahead and unmute yourself if you can. It'd be great to hear from you. I know that during COVID, you worked with Governor DeSantis. It'd be great just to hear a little bit about your interactions and if you have a question for the governor.
Why is it doing
Thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute honor to work with.
The hell? What the hell? Streaming software. I was just trying to exit out. Now you guys know that I sometimes VPN myself into Canada.
With Governor DeSantis, and I was really impressed by his decision making in the face of an absolute firestorm of criticism. But he, Governor, you did the right thing when you opened the schools. And my kids in California for a year and a half didn't see the inside of a classroom, whereas Florida kids were in school. And you can see it in the results, and the learning loss numbers are so much better in Florida. I'm really curious, Governor, as you're running for president, what are your thoughts about reforming, the public health authority in the United States and the federal government, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH? How do you see the reforms we need so that the mistakes of the lockdowns that happened during the pandemic don't happen again when there's another pandemic?
Man, like, I know that people hated the lockdowns, but it seems really, really bad and dumb and bad to say we will never have children locked out of classrooms ever again. We might need that, if there's another plague of some kind. Say, an airborne illness that kills over 1 million people. We might want to have the option to not have it transmit in classrooms, actually. That might be good.
Well, first, we need an honest reckoning about what happened during COVID. And the only honest reckoning is that all of those agencies, all of the elites, the public health establishment...
Time to chain them kids to the school.
They failed. They instituted bad policies. Obviously, it's a novel virus, but I think what happened was when the data was becoming more and more apparent that the path they were on was wrong, they doubled down and wanted to do it even more. And I really believe had Florida not just kind of stood in the way, I think this country would have had rolling lockdowns for probably a 2-year period. And so their impulses
that probably would have been
authoritarian. Good. They were not following the data. And I think the U.S. government needs to acknowledge the failures. And I think all of those agencies...
I just have to say, again, it's just absolutely surreal to me that this conversation keeps happening. Over 1 million people died. Over 1 million Americans have died. 250,000 of them died last year. People are still in the process of dying. Like, what? I can't fathom it. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
These need to be cleaned out. What I saw just dealing with them was I saw a interest in the narrative and in politics over evidence-based reasoning and evidence-based medicine.
Fake news,
and so I don't have confidence that those agencies are up to the task. And I think you need major overhaul of the whole enchilada with respect to public health in this country.
What is that?
Can I follow up with that? I mean, I think the other thing that I saw during the pandemic, Governor, and you was subject to it just as much as I was when we were talking about COVID. YouTube censored a video of us speaking about in a roundtable that you hosted on COVID policy. There's so much of the federal government infrastructure went into suppressing.
That's true. YouTube often does censor streams that it doesn't like. Which is why all of you should go like the stream or hit the follow button over on Twitch. Go like the stream and share it far and wide over on YouTube. Maybe even subscribe to the YouTube channel, okay? Look, it's not because my channel is small, it's because we're being censored, okay? Get on over there, fight against big tech censorship, am I right, guys? Yeah. All right.
Honest scientific discussion during the pandemic. So it's not just public health agencies, but other agencies inside the federal government that worked to suppress the speech of Americans. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about it.
No question. So I'm actually in Florida. We recognize the danger there. So I'm actually going to be signing a digital Bill of Rights for Florida pretty soon, which will bar all state and local government officials from colluding or working with a technology company for the purpose of censorship of speech. Because you're exactly right. You had people in the White House, you had people in all these other agencies working with these platforms to try to take it down. And oh, by the way, what did they censor Dr. Bhattacharya for? It was a roundtable discussion that I led and convened. We had Dr. Bhattacharya, MD, PhD from Stanford. We had Martin Kaldorf.
I need to remind you guys, he's announcing that he's running for president of the United States. Okay? In this video, right now, in this conversation that he is having, he is in the process of announcing his candidacy. And this is probably the most boring thing I have ever seen in my life.
Harvard Medical School, and we had Sunetra Gupta from Oxford, who was generally viewed as one of the best epidemiologists across the pond until she became anti-lockdown. So these are all eminent people. And what are we discussing? We're discussing whether there's any scientific basis to force a school child to wear a mask for 8 hours a day. They all agreed there was no basis to do it and that you should not.
Well, there is, if there's an airborne illness that spreads via water droplets in your breathing apparatus. Actually,
not have school mask mandates. YouTube thought that that was, quote, anti-science and that should be taken down. But even at that point, we had already had enough experience in Florida where you had some schools that had done it before the state banned the mandates. You had some schools that had done it, some schools didn't, and the results were no different. And yet his video was taken down by Google YouTube. So it was a huge, huge problem. And yes, I think the federal government, FBI, DHS, any of the health agencies, it's unconstitutional for them to be delegating speech restriction to a private company. You can't do indirectly what the Constitution would clearly forbid you to do directly.
Let me pull in. We have Congressman Thomas Massey. If you're there, go ahead and unmute yourself. I mean, what we're talking about here is, I think, really unconstitutional actions by federal agencies. Congressman Massey, I know that you've been involved in this problem of government agencies being weaponized and used against the American people in an inappropriate way. Do you have a comment on this? And do you have a question for Governor DeSantis?
Well, first of all, let me say a big thank you to Elon Musk for buying Twitter and exposing all of this.
The amount of brown nosing. I'm sure we're going to get just like noses almost completely engulfed by sphincters in this video. I'm sure we're going to get this like just absolutely ridiculous level of kowtowing to Elon Musk. like, oh my god. It's gonna be insufferable. Just 10,000%.
On our weaponization committee, we wouldn't know so much of it if he hadn't done this. Almost as a public
Human
service to the
Centipede
First
was a
Amendment.
radio play. Yeah, 100%.
It's a disturbing
100%.
trend. Government, as the governor said, the government is colluding with big corporations. We found out this week from an FBI whistleblower that Bank of America voluntarily gave names of and information on anybody who bought a hot dog in Washington, D.C. from January 5th to January 7th, and then overlaid that with gun purchases that they had on record anywhere in the country for any period of time. And just, they say they voluntarily gave that to the FBI. So that's disturbing to me.
What?
By the way, I've never met
What
Elon
is he
Musk, but I'm
talking
one
about?
of your biggest fans.
Hot
I'm
dog
the
purchases?
first congressman to have a Tesla. I'm on
Thank you.
I'm on Starlink, and I would have bought a Powerwall, but I'm off the grid.
I gotta know. Does anyone know what he's talking about? Like, chat. Do any of you have any idea what he's talking about? Hot dogs and gun purchases. Hot dogs and gun purchases. Are we... Hot dogs and gun. For some reason, my computer is having a hard time searching for this. I'm gonna exit out of this, see if that helps. Is that the issue? Is this the issue? Yeah, I'm gonna get flagged by the FBI. 10,000%. Oh, hey, why are you doing that? Stop. There we go. This? Do we just need to exit out of some tabs here? I'm just trying to do a Google search. What the hell is happening? Is it a music tab? Is this the issue? Is one of these the issue? Like what? What is happening? That's what the VPN is for? Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Hot dogs and guns. Why is Google not working? Is Google working for you guys? What? Why are my browsers dead? Here, you know what? We're just gonna restart the entire Google Chrome. Google Chrome is having a bit of a time, it seems. Okay. There we go. Let's try this again. It's a skill issue. Yeah, it is. It is a skill issue. I'm sorry. Okay.
The country for any period of time. And just, they say they voluntarily gave that to the FBI. So that's disturbing to me. By the way, I've never met Elon Musk, but I'm one of your biggest fans. I'm the first congressman to have a Tesla. I'm on Starlink, and I would have bought a Powerwall, but I'm off the grid, and you wouldn't sell me one, so I had to make one with a wrecked Model S, and it's been running our house for 5 years. But my
And just for the record, I was with Thomas our first year in Congress. He's got the Tesla, but his license plate is Kentucky Coal. So it's he's probably one of the only people that have that in the country.
Thanks for outing me, Governor DeSantis. But no, so Governor DeSantis, my question to you is, you served here in Congress for 6 years with me. And why is it that Congress is so feckless at reining in these government agencies? And what do you think we need to do?
Okay, good news. I can now Google things. It only took 5 to 7 minutes of figuring that out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Very Knifey Duck. I know I failed.
And if you were president, what would you urge Congress, or what bills would you like to see and sign to rein in this?
Okay, wait. What is this? Zero Hedge. Bank of America gave FBI access to January 6th bank records without customers' knowledge. Okay. Firearm owners targeted those who used Bank of America accounts to purchase firearm were reportedly bumped to the top of the list, handed over to the FBI. Okay. Okay, it's anyone who used a Bank of America either debit or credit card to conduct a transaction who was included on this list. Right, Hill replied. Any transaction to buy a hot dog doesn't matter. Okay. So, they weren't... Okay. So the issue that this guy has is that Bank of America gave up customer data when the federal government asked. But Bank of America owns that data. Like, they can give it up to the federal government. That is a problem, but I don't know that that's a problem that Republicans tend to actually care about at all. Yeah, it was a throwaway quote about hot dogs. It links to U.S. Congressman Dan Bishop talking in one of these things.
And I think Americans need to hear it because there are other glimpses of just how the victimization is going on and how it's victimization at scale. This is one fact that struck me. The Bank of America records, the story that Bank of America turned over the credit card transactions, whether for an aircraft or a lodging or the purchase of a cup of coffee, for everyone who decided to come to Washington, to be in Washington area, the Northern Virginia area. That's one of the things that you asked questions about. There are victims all over the place. All of the people who suffered when the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security got involved in censorship with social media platforms, millions and millions of tweets and narratives being taken down. That is victimization at scale. It must be resolved. And the fact that those who profess to be most concerned about victimization of people by law enforcement in this country join in the victimization of you. I think that's the takeaway, at least for me, from this hearing. And
oh my stars and garters. Companies mishandling customer data? Who would have thought in 2023? Oh my goodness. The horror. Hey, OG Mountain Dragon, thank you for making the leap over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much.
Overreach of government bureaucracy.
Well, first, I think there's a lot that the executive branch can do, and all I will say when it comes to these agencies, we'll go into this a little bit more as the campaign goes on, but buckle up when I get in there because the status quo is not acceptable, and we are going to make sure that we reconstitutionalize this government. And these agencies are totally out of control. There's the reason it's gotten so bad, fourth branch of government, because Congress hasn't used its two main powers that it has under the Constitution. First, the power of the purse. If an agency is
we'll have to do that each time. It should remember you.
conduct that is outside the realm of what is legal.
Once you have your account set up, it should be pretty easy to log in. I appreciate you making the leap, though. Thank you very much.
Or you think it's not good for the public interest, then you can remove the funding for those operations. There's nothing that they're not entitled to get the same level of funding every year, and yet Congress runs the government on autopilot, either continuing resolutions or massive omnibus spending bills. So these agencies
Ashley,
are
thank
all
you for gifting
bulletproof.
OG
They
Mountain
know that
Dragon
they're
a
going to
sub.
end up getting
Ashley J.
something similar or more
gave
every single year,
Mountain
and it creates
Dragon
an
a
incentive
tier
for
1
them to abuse their
subscription.
power. The other thing you can do is actually legislate, so you're not delegating to the bureaucracy key issues regarding how to enforce federal law. You should define what you want. All they should be doing is implementing. Instead, Congress will basically give an invitation for the bureaucracy to make really important substantive decisions. And so Congress may never vote on something, and the bureaucracy will cite a law from 20 years ago and do things that are going to transform our society or our country. That is not the way the founding fathers drew up the Constitution.
So would you sign the REINS Act? We passed it out of Judiciary today.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That would, I think, be a great check for that. I also think that we're going to have a good chance to see some of this Chevron deference really curtailed or maybe even eliminated based on the U.S. Supreme Court's upcoming jurisprudence. And I think that's another reason why the bureaucracy has become so powerful, because courts have basically been told they can pretty much do what they want, and courts are supposed to just defer. I don't think that that's actually correct. I think the courts, they have to make a judgment about what does the law actually say, and you can't just defer to quote-unquote experts in the bureaucracy.
Thank you.
All right, shifting gears, Governor, I want to ask you another topic that's been in the news a lot is Disney. They blamed you for canceling plans for $1 billion investment in Florida, said they were canceling 2,000 jobs. I saw other reports that suggested Disney was going to make the cuts anyway, and due to a larger, budget cutting initiative.
Every time they ask him a new question, remember, he's announcing that he's running for president of the United States. This is incredible. Anyone who watches this knows that he doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell, because he's blowing it right now. Like, yeah, Ron DeSantis is a fascist, but man, he has no riz. Negative riz. Okay? Damn it. As a person suffering in this country, I'm so glad my next president is rehashing old news. Yeah, right? Like he's not talking about what he's going to do to, like, help anybody. He's just straight up like, yeah, remember the pandemic? We got to make sure that pandemics... And he's not even saying, let's make sure pandemics don't happen again. Let's make sure we're prepared for the next pandemic. No, he's just like, well, if we have another pandemic and millions are dying, we need to make sure that your kids aren't wearing masks. Like, oh, God, dude. He did say it would be part of a conversation/interview with Elon Musk. He's barely talking to Elon Musk, though. It's like a bunch of other people are coming in to, like, brown nose Elon Musk and kiss his ring, and then talk to Ron DeSantis, who's then giving the least interesting answers you could conjure for any of these questions. Remember, guys. Remember, okay? He is trying to beat the allegations, all right? He's in the process of trying to beat the allegations, and in case you all forgot, these are the allegations.
Sticking his fingers where they don't belong. And we're not just talking about pudding.
DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements, like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security, even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Dude is just straight up being a real pudding fingers right now. Okay? He's not beating the pudding finger allegations.
Regardless of why they did it, why do you feel your fight with Disney remains important, considering you already beat them on the parental rights bill that they opposed? And what would you say to some of your opponents in this race who...
Oh, yeah, in case any of you don't have, like, the schema to make sense of what we just watched, there are allegations that Ron DeSantis, when he eats pudding cups, doesn't use a spoon and instead uses his hands. And this is, these allegations come courtesy of people on airplanes who have literally seen him eat pudding without a spoon, just with his fingers. It's gross. And that's gonna stick in people's heads for so much longer than anything that he is saying in this conversation, where he's announcing that he's running for president. Like, when people think Ron DeSantis, they should be thinking about his announcement for the presidency. They're not. They're still thinking about pudding fingers Ron.
argue that the fight has dragged on too long?
So first of all, Florida stands for the protection of children. We believe jamming gender ideology in elementary school is wrong. Disney obviously supported injecting gender ideology in elementary school. They did oppose our parents' rights legislation. And the fact is, when they opposed it, that was a big deal because for 50 years, anytime Disney wanted
Vox,
something in Florida politics, they pretty much got it. But not this time. I signed the bill. We did, as you say, win on the issue. But what happened was Disney's posturing, some of the other statements that their executives were making, kind of the corporate culture had really been outed as trying to inject matters of sex into the programming for the youth. And I think a lot of parents, including me, look at that and say, that's not appropriate. I mean, we want our kids to be able...
Matters of sex into the program. Like, guys, when these people talk about, like, oh, these books, they're injecting sex into schools, keep in mind that every single book, every single one that they have talked about, that I've looked at, right? It's literally just, like, a book for, like, middle schoolers that explains how, like, sex works, but for, like, you know, a middle school-aged child. And you know what? They're just upset that, like, gay kids should also be getting sex ed. That's the main problem, right? Like, oh, Ray, I'm sorry. But, like, the main problem is that even if you have a sex ed program in your school in one of these Republican states, they still want to make sure that your kid doesn't know how to have safe sex if they're gay or trans. And it's like, if you're gay or trans, you still need to know how to have safe sex. One of the issues that people have been having, right? Oh, well, this book, it teaches about gay hookup apps. And it's like, yeah, your kid should probably know how to safely navigate a gay hookup app so that they aren't, like trying to, like, get on them and then also hook up in a way that is unsafe. That's the thing. You want your kid to be safe. So maybe they should know how to be safe. It's not that complicated. If your kid knows how to use Grindr and knows that it's not safe for them as, like, a 14-year-old to be on Grindr, then hey, maybe they won't go on Grindr. Like, the reason a lot of kids will go on apps in the first place isn't because like, oh, they know about their existence. It's because they're curious. It's because they're curious, and if they're feeling curious and they're uneducated and they're being denied a sense of community in their day-to-day lives, well, guess what happens? That leaves them open to predation. If you aren't teaching kids how to be safe, then they're not going to be safe because they don't know how.
To just be kids, and that's kind of our mantra. So you had this setup that Disney engineered many decades ago, where they actually had their own government that they controlled with no accountability. They were
Now, I will agree. Florida should have long ago stripped Disney of its like self-governing status. The fact that it had that in the first place was really weird and cringe and gross, and I'm glad that they got rid of it. Now that being said, getting rid of it because Disney was trying to support gay people and like inclusive education seems not good. That still seems bad, actually. That's not a good reason to strip that status away. I mean, I'll take the outcome, I guess, but like, I don't know, it's not particularly doesn't really indicate the purity of Ron DeSantis' intent.
were exempt from the laws that all their competitors had to follow, massive tax breaks, and they even racked up municipal debt. And Florida basically put them on a pedestal many decades ago and joined the state with this one outlived its usefulness, but it persisted because Disney was so politically powerful. I think the company's ethos have changed in a way that's alienated a lot of people.
Did he just say ethos?
And in Florida, and so there was really no justification.
Did this motherfucker just say ethos, chat? That's not how you say that, Ron. That's not how you say that. Wait, it's still playing. This is just how shitty the audio
right
is.
To do what we did.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. The media used to criticize Republicans for being in the pocket of big corporations, and now they're attacking you because you're.
That's the ethos of the company, you see.
He was not accountable to anyone. I mean, when the state.
It's not buffering, chat. This is just how bad the audio was. Again, on Ron DeSantis' announcement for the presidency of the United States.
Central Florida, who were really thankful that there was some
absolute wildness.
entity. Of course, they're going to behave differently than laws. Well, then all of a sudden they're running to Disney's defense. I mean, are you kidding me? And oh, by the way, on this project.
No, it's not awkward silence. He's talking. It's just not being broadcast. This is... I don't think there's ever been a worse announcement. Genuinely
closed in California, and that went on for many months.
This is real.
Where literally, I had all the theme parks in Florida opened in 2020. People are going, it's safe, they're having fun, and the California parks were closed. I think they were closed for.
This is real.
A year out in California, so we were, I think, a much better place to be doing business.
Great googly moogly.
Great. Let me shift gears here to the topic of education. I want to pull Chris Rufo into the conversation.
Good. Chris, I think, invented CRT
that the
to be toxic.
Media has, I think, bashed on
Rufo.
Is
okay.
They've kind of started promoting this narrative that you want to ban books from school libraries. You refuse to teach kids about slavery or other unpleasant realities of American history, or pretend that gay people don't exist. Since many people, I think, in this room, we're now up to, wow, over 271,000 people. So this is, I think, totally unprecedented in terms of the numbers of people we have participating. By the way, I think Twitter's working much better now. I think it crashed because when you multiply 500,000 people in a room by an account with over 100 million followers, which is Elon's account, I think that created just a scalability level that was unprecedented. But with my meager followership, it seems to be working much better.
Yeah, no, it's we have some scaling issues specifically related to my account. At one point in January,
yeah, we have some scaling issues specifically related to my account because, you know, I had the Twitter engineers, I had them do special tweaks to my account, actually. You see. Indeed.
if I tweeted above a certain size, it would crash the servers.
Yeah.
And then anyone else who was tweeting at the same time would lose their tweet as well.
So in any event,
scaling
yeah,
issues.
yeah. Well, we're breaking new ground
it's,
here.
You know, we're scaling issues.
Yes, you know you're breaking new ground when there are bugs and scaling issues. But in any event, back to the question I was asking you, Governor DeSantis, about education.
What? You know you're breaking new ground when there are bugs and scaling issues. No, you're not. You just did a shitty job. That's what you did. That's what happened there.
The media has been, saying you're trying to ban books. You refuse to teach kids about slavery. You want to say that gay people don't exist. What is the truth of the matter for people who maybe have never heard from you before? And then I want to pull Chris Rufo in on this as well.
Yeah, so the whole book ban thing is a hoax. There's not been a single book banned in the state of Florida.
Oh, you lying son of a bitch. What is this thing? I don't like this. The hell? Get out of here, nerd. There we go.
You can go buy or use whatever book you want. Well, we have.
Oh, okay. He's saying that the book bans are a hoax because you can still technically buy the books. That's incredible. I can't believe that's real. I can't. I cannot. I'm sorry. I'm still processing that. What a slimy little liar, dude. The book ban, yeah, no one was thinking that you had the control over the system to deny the sale of all books in the state. They're talking about you blocking children from learning by way of their libraries. Free speech warrior over here.
Done is empowered parents with the ability to review the curriculum, to know what books are being used in school, and then to ensure that those books match state standards and are age and developmentally appropriate. So, for example, parents have flagged books in schools that, for example, teach middle school kids how to use sex apps, that provide graphic depictions of sex acts and sex toys for people as young as 5th grade. And so clearly that is not appropriate to be in a middle school classroom. And so parents object and the schools take...
Clearly it's not appropriate to have this in a middle school classroom. Well, why not? Why is it inappropriate for kids to know how to be safe in sexual situations? You know, like... Yeah, basically Sarah Scorpion what they're complaining about is the fact that there are some books targeting sexually active middle schoolers that teach them how to be safe on dating apps like Grindr and the like. Their problem is that they don't want their children to know this stuff, which I understand. You know, they're your little babbies, you know? The issue, though, is that a lot of kids start being sexually active in middle school, which presents a problem, right? If 10% of children in middle school are starting to be sexually active, then you can't present the information later, because then that means those 10% that are starting to be sexually active aren't going to be able to be safe about it because they were never taught how to be safe about it. They need that information. Otherwise, older people, older kids, maybe adults, unfortunately, are going to take advantage of that naivete and harm those kids. And also, we know that comprehensive sex ed, and by the way, comprehensive in this case means sex ed for straight kids and gay kids and trans kids and cis kids. We know from decades upon decades of research that by providing comprehensive sex ed, we can reduce the rate of child sex abuse. We know that. We know that. That is certifiably like a fact. We have studies on it, we have data on it, and we have for decades. But they don't want kids to have access to comprehensive sex ed information. Which is, by the way, why I talk when I talk about this, why I make sure to mention conservatives who are against comprehensive sex ed, that are against kids having access to this information, are pro children being sexually abused. If you don't want to do the single most effective thing you can do to prevent child sex abuse, you are, in fact, pro-child sex abuse. You are in favor of that. There's no other way to square that circle. There's no other way to make sense of it. It's true. If you want to lower the rate of child sex abuse, there needs to be comprehensive sex ed. But I don't think the Don't Say Gay Florida education system is going to do a really good job educating queer kids on safe sex. I don't think that's actually going to happen. And if they're not going to get that information in the classroom, then they need to get that information from somewhere else. And I can't think of a better secondary location than a school library. But conservatives don't even want that. Conservatives don't even want kids to have the option to get that information. Not only do they not want it in their educational curriculum, they don't even want it available to students in the library. I used to teach high school in Georgia. They don't teach any sex ed in any of the public schools. Lots of pregnant students with kids. Yep. I'm sure lots of pregnant students with kids. I'm sure lots of students with STDs. I'm sure lots of students who've been sexually abused. And that's a huge problem. And yes, Drew in Georgia, you are correct. They don't want sexuality for kids to exist. The unfortunate reality that we live in is that we don't get to just dictate that. We can't just say, no kids, no sexual activity for children, and Thanos snap that into being. You know, we don't get to do that. It's not an ability any of us have. And so we have to live in the reality that we've been dealt, and that reality shows us that the best way to reduce these negative and harmful outcomes for kids is comprehensive sex ed. And that's why we have to fight against every single one of these conservative agendas for educational curriculum in the United States. I need to like cool down actually. Like I feel like I hit like a point where I need to like I'm just gonna yell about this for like another 30 minutes if I keep going. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get some more water, and when I get back, we will finish going through again this announcement to be president that Ron DeSantis had, and it's just so goddamn awful. Yeah, it's been a rough couple of days, Drew, in Georgia. Yesterday we talked about the Catholic Church sex abuse that got covered up by the church in Illinois. The report that just came out. It's been a rough couple of days. Do we need to do? Yeah. You know, stories and issues about kids just hit really hard for me. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Hey, Paladin Lost. Hello, hello, hello. Jack's always taking a break when I'm late. I'm sorry. I know that was a long one. God. Hey, Josephine Lumiere. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Drew in Georgia. Hello, Altruism is Imaginary. Hello, Kyryu. 216. Hope you're doing all right. Just processing from stress, but otherwise all is well. Yeah, I had a rough day. I woke up and just everything was awful in my head, you know? It's hard being a trans woman in an era where, like, literally every day bad news is coming out for trans people in America, you know? It's hard, you know? Today, like, Target caved in and, like, started taking back part of its Pride collection because of outrage from, like, far-right freaks who are, like, going into Targets with cameras and talking about how gay the merch is. And you know, it just sucks. Every day there's more legislation. It's hard. I was eating and started watching Invincible. Invincible is a really good show. You've chosen wisely. And I just would like to have a day where I wake up to good news about trans people, but it's trans women being murdered, or another state makes a law that means I effectively can't go there, and it's rough, you know? And it's hard not to try, like, it's hard for me as a trans person to not, like, internalize a lot of that, because typically a way that a lot of people, including myself, deal with external forces that are influencing and acting upon them that they cannot control, right, is to try and internalize it and turn it into a problem they can control. And part of how my brain does that is by turning these external things that I have no control over into a warped perception of myself, you know, my dysphoria, or self-hatred, as if, like, I can just, like, you know, castigate myself and think horrible things about myself, and that will somehow make things better. And of course it doesn't. It just makes me feel like dog shit. But that's, like, what my brain does, and it's something that I'm working very hard to unlearn. But it makes for hard times, you know? All right, let's get through this, okay? I believe in us. We can do it. Together we shall prevail.
Them out. I did a press conference that we called Exposing the Book Ban Hoax. And before I had the parents come up, before I spoke, I just played the video that had the images of the books that the parents had objected being in their kids' classroom. And the local news had to cut the feed because they said it was too graphic. Well, if it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it okay for a sixth grader or a fifth grader? And so nothing's being banned. They're basically ensuring that we make curation choices that are consistent with state standards. And on the racial history, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. That was the right thing to do. In other words, we're not going to take a kid who comes in at 6 years old and say they're an oppressor or oppressed based on what their race is. That's divisive. That's wrong. We're also not going to be teaching people to hate their country. But what we are going to do is teach the accurate history. So in the same bill that banned critical race theory, we required teaching thoroughly about racial discrimination that occurred in American history. And Florida's history standards require all of those subjects from slavery, Reconstruction, segregation, all of that to be taught, and will continue to do that.
So I think.
Oh, weird. Then what was the critical race theory that you got rid of, Ron? Weird.
What you see is the left and the media colluding on this. They don't want to actually defend what it is that we are actually legislating or regulating. So they create these hoaxes that somehow you don't want kids to learn that slavery existed in America, which is preposterous. No one actually defends the offending material. And the question is why are there people intent on trying to get this stuff into the classroom? And I think it's part of a political agenda. So our mantra in Florida is this: purpose of the schools is education, not indoctrination. Yes, I think it's very inappropriate to have sexually explicit material in a fifth grade library, 100%. But it's also the case that if you're focusing on that type of instruction, there's an opportunity cost involved. Why shouldn't we be doing more on science or reading or math? And so I think we're getting it right. And I think almost invariably, and Chris Rufo's had to deal with this too, when they're trying to craft these narratives, you just peel back the onion, you realize that this is something they're manufacturing.
In the South, when I was in high school in the 90s, if you put slavery as an answer for the cause of the Civil War, they marked you wrong because it was states' rights. Oh my god. That's actually, that's incredible to me. Hey, Gravix.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was actually under the impression that there were some books banned, so this is news to me.
And they actually, there was the one this week was that Miami-Dade County took a book that was about like poems from I think like Biden's inauguration, and they moved it from elementary school library to middle school library. The media tried to.
Really?
Some of those
Man,
books, whereas in Florida,
this is a presidential announcement, am I right, folks? Holy moly. 10 out of 10 here.
you can buy whatever book you want, but that's a different question than what would be a to make those choices about what type of curriculum.
This is incredible to me. By the way, where we are listening to this is a recording from the Washington Examiner, which is a conservative publication. They have every incentive to present this as positively as possible, and this is what we get. Madness.
Reasonable people on Earth, and one of the most reasoned people. That I see quite a lot of is that publishers are unwilling to take risks.
Let me shift gears here for a second because I know we're running out of time. We're supposed to end, I think, around 4 Pacific. But thank you for giving.
They're literally running out of time. They haven't even talked about how he's
shifting gears to a major federal issue,
for president
immigration. We see I've seen these videos on social media and on TV of what looks like just insanity at the border. What is your take on what's going on there, and how would you address that as president?
Well, I'd reverse what Biden's doing. You need to shut the border down You should not be entertaining these asylum claims for people crossing illegally. Asylum is a legitimate thing, but these are people that, when they come, I mean, they're being persecuted. These people coming overwhelmingly are economic migrants that are coming across many other different countries. They should be applying for asylum there if they were, truly qualifying for that, but they're not. They know that if they just show up at the southern border, and these are people all over the world that are coming illegally, they know that they will get a sheet of paper saying, okay, come back for a court date in 3 years, and they get released to the interior of our country. It's an absolutely insane system. So we'll stop that. We will move on day one by declaring a national emergency.
Why is that insane?
A border wall. We will make sure we have remain in Mexico and that we're not entertaining those claims in that way. And we really need
But what if they're criminals? What if anybody's a criminal?
Accountable because they're facilitating.
Should police just be able to stop random people?
They make money off of it. They treat a lot of these people very horribly as they're trafficking them through Mexico and into the United States. And of course,
yeah, this is highly fascist.
Have been responsible for moving massive amounts of fentanyl into this country, and that's killing tens of thousands of Americans every year now. And what they're doing is they lace the other types of drugs with the fentanyl, so you may have like a teenage kid doing something they probably shouldn't do, but in prior generations would not have been fatal. And now if it's laced with fentanyl, these kids can overdose and die. And so mothers are losing kids as a result of this fentanyl epidemic. And I just don't think you could allow these criminal organizations to continue.
I wonder if Ron
poisoning our
DeSantis is in favor of
it'll
full
be a day one
decriminalization
issue.
of pot.
We will bring
Probably not.
Overwhelming amount of resources to deal with it, and we are going to stop this insanity once and for all.
There's a, I think, follow-up question on immigration from Steve Dace, who is a national radio personality and I think
invest in healthcare. What is this? Communist Cuba?
Steve, do you have a comment or question? I think you just need to unmute.
People should die in poverty like God intended.
If Steve can unmute, then we'll go ahead and ask him for a question. If not, we'll keep rolling here. All right, 3, 2, going, gone.
I'm there,
all right,
guys.
sorry, Steve.
I'm there, guys.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah, my bad. First of all, I want to echo what Congressman Massey said to Elon. Elon, if I put down money on January 1st, 2022, that Twitter was going to be the last bastion of free speech on Earth, brother, I'd be about as rich as you are on that bet right now. I mean, it's incredible.
Elon Musk, where did you get such a massive penis?
A lot of accounts.
How can it satisfy so many women's orgasm needs? Just constantly sucking his dick.
When you censor all the scientists who disagree. So I wanted to just say first and foremost on behalf of
this is horrible.
for it, and crowds cheered, and everybody loved it. And
yeah, this is the Twitter space experience. They're cutting around the people throttling Elon's cock. Yeah. Man. Elon Musk is so divorced that this is basically his version of having sex these days. It's the only way he can get laid.
So this is one. There will be follow through.
How is this real? I'm sorry. This is... They streamed this live. This is what they streamed to people. This is unconscionable. I mean, like, I'm fine with it because fuck Ron DeSantis, but like, still. I'm just kind of amazed, to be honest with you.
American citizen. If I wasn't running, this would be.
If I wasn't running, this would be... Sure would be weird if I wasn't running. Ha 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 ha. It wasn't live, Ron DeSantis is dead. Yeah.
Like.
Wow. Really? Okay. One step at a time. Hey, Kazaj, how you doing? Yeah, they had to cut out all of the JQing.
May not have been their intention.
Well, look, at the end of the day, this whole business that we're
Fucking shit! What the hell, guy? Wondering if you're willing to share your opinion about AOC? Yeah, I think AOC is good. I like AOC. Do you want something more specific? You can ask me a more specific question, but yeah, generally positive opinions of JOC, JOC,
in this
AOC.
chair, but they are not going to have anything to do because I'm.
Okay. Come on, dudes.
Back against the left's long march of the institution.
We gonna? Nope. This is unlistenable.
So DC is another animal. It's quite different.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna see if I can find us something better.
The data yourself and cut against the grain.
Is true or not? Even more.
Your interactions, and if you have a question for the governor.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, it was an honor to work with Governor, but other agencies inside the federal government that worked to support.
Is true or not? Even more powerful is deciding what the narrative is, and
Totally.
so the narrative it empowers the people instead of.
From you. I know that during COVID, you worked with Governor DeSantis. It'd be great just to hear a little bit about your interaction.
They failed. They instituted that those agencies are up to the task. Down. And oh, by the way, what did they censor Dr. Bhattacharya for? It was a roundtable.
Feckless at reining in these government agencies and what
you want. All they should be doing is implementing. Instead, Congress will basically give an invitation for the bureaucracy to make really important substantive decisions. And so Congress may never vote on something, and the bureaucracy will cite a law from 20 years ago and do things that are going to transform our society or our country. That is not the way the founding fathers drew up the Constitution.
So would you sign the REINS Act? We passed it out of judiciary today.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That would, I think, be a great check for that. I also think that we're going to have a good chance to see some of this Chevron deference really curtailed or maybe even eliminated based on the U.S. Supreme Court's upcoming jurisprudence. And I think that's another reason why the bureaucracy has become so powerful, because courts have basically been told they can pretty much do what they want, and courts are supposed to just defer. I don't think that that's actually correct. I think the courts, they have to make a judgment about what does the law actually say, and you can't just defer to quote unquote experts in the bureaucracy.
Thank you.
All right, shifting gears, Governor, I want to ask you another topic that's been in the news a lot is Disney. They blamed you for canceling plans for $1 billion investment in Florida, said it would.
And I find it amazing you have your own streaming site with your own chat. That is beyond cool. I think so
Disney was going to
too.
make the cuts anyway, and due to a larger, budget cutting initiative.
Why am I ice? Because I got invaded by another player and decided that instead of fighting them, I'm just gonna waste their time. So I turned into a piece of the environment. I was just gonna sit in the middle of the bridge as a piece of the environment, but I decided I would go and try and blend in. I like just trying to blend in and then watch them get confused.
Regardless of why
I thought
they
maybe
did it,
I actually thought maybe they had seen me. And when I like altered, yeah, see, he left. Get fucked.
why do you feel your fight with Disney remains important?
Excellent.
Considering you already beat them on the parental rights bill that they opposed, and what would you say to some of your opponents in this race who argue that the fight has dragged on too
Hey,
long?
Lady Ringcloud.
So first of all, Florida stands for the protection of children. We believe jamming gender ideology in elementary school is wrong.
Why?
Disney obviously supported injecting gender ideology in elementary school. They did oppose.
See, this is the thing, right? Though they believe in like jamming gender ideology into school. They just believe in jamming like cis gender ideology. They think that they can untrans kids if they just teach them to be cis. The same way like misguided bigots like 30 years ago thought they could just train kids to be like straight if they were gay. And like that didn't work out. that didn't work out at all, actually. Hey, Nindreen.
Our parents' rights legislation, and the fact is, when they opposed it, that was a big deal because for 50 years, anytime Disney wanted something in Florida politics, they pretty much got it.
In fact, today I invited AOC to play Among Us.
We did, as you say, when corporate goodies.
Waiting to hear back.
Like that, this was this or that, but literally, I had all.
Since many people, I think, in this room, we're now up to, wow, over 271,000 people. So. Bugs and scaling issues. But in any event, back.
We required teach poems from I think like Biden's inauguration, and they took a book that was about like poems.
Among Us.
From,
yeah, let's get AOC
from,
to play
like
Among
Biden's
Us with
inauguration, and they moved it from elementary.
That's the only way we'll get socialism.
Library. The media tried to act like somehow this is being banned. And you actually had Miami-Dade County Public Schools spokesperson have to come out and say there's nothing that's been banned or removed. It was basically just determined that this particular book was better suited for middle school. And so they put it in the middle school media center. And the media tried to act like somehow that is offending something with a book ban. So, but I think part of the reason that they're doing that is because, there is actually a movement to ban books from like Amazon and some of these others. California, some municipalities have banned things like To Kill a Mockingbird. What they're trying to do is see if some of these books pass a woke test.
Which municipalities in California are banning To Kill a Mockingbird? That sounds, on its face, that sounds like a lie. That just sounds like an untruth. None of them? Gotcha.
And if they don't, they are going against some of those books. Whereas in Florida, you can buy whatever book you want. But that's a different question.
You can
than
buy
what would be
whatever book
appropriate
you
for
want.
A third grader, or what would be appropriate for a sixth grader. Government, by definition, has to make those choices about what type of curriculum we want to put in front of our students. And the parents obviously have an important voice in that.
Oh, there were some complaints over use of the
Absolutely. Well, in
N-word?
fact, a friend of mine, Tim Urban, who has a blog called Wait But Wine, is really one of the most reasonable people on earth and one of the most reasoned people I've ever met. Had a lot of trouble actually publishing his book, simply because it debated sort of sacred cows of woke ideology. But incredibly reasonable book. So
What?
that is the kind of
Wait.
de facto book banning and de facto book suppression.
That's
that I see
not
quite a
book
lot of.
banning,
It's
Elon.
that publishers are unwilling to take risks.
Someone not being
Let me shift gears here for a second.
someone not being willing to invest in mass manufacturing of your book is not in fact book banning. What the fuck are you talking about, my guy? What the hell, dude? What the hell? Cuban refugee part 2? I don't know why you are globally banned by PosadaBot, but if you put in a really nice unban request, I'll unban you, okay?
Second, because I know we're running out of time. We're supposed to end, I think, around 4, but 4 Pacific. But thank you for giving us a little bit extra time here, Governor. Shifting gears to a major federal issue, immigration. We see I've seen these videos on social media and on TV of what looks like just insanity at the border. What is your take on what's going on there, and how would you address that as president?
Well, I'd reverse what Biden's doing. You need to shut the border down. You should not be entertaining these asylum claims for people crossing illegally. You know, asylum is a legitimate thing, but these are people that, when they come, I mean, they're being persecuted. These people coming overwhelmingly are economic migrants that are coming across many other different countries. They should be applying for asylum there if they were, you know, truly qualifying for that, but they're not. They know that if they just show up at the southern border, and these are people all over the world.
Oh God!
That are coming.
Oh God!
illegally,
They're so
they
strong.
know
What
that
the
they would
hell?
get a sheet of paper saying, "Okay, come back for a court date in 3 years," and they get released to the interior of our country. It's an absolutely insane system. So we'll stop that. We will move on day one by declaring a national emergency. We will construct a border wall. We will make sure we have remain in Mexico and that we're not entertaining those claims in that way. And we really need to hold the Mexican drug cartels accountable because they're facilitating a lot of this migration.
Wait. I actually have no idea. I don't think I've heard Ron DeSantis talk about this. Some Republicans have been pushing this idea that we need to invade Mexico to fight the cartels. I want to know, is Ron DeSantis in favor of invading Mexico? I wonder if that's what he's about to bring up.
They obviously make money off of it. They treat a lot of these people very horribly as they're trafficking them through Mexico and into the United States. And of course, the cartels have been responsible for moving massive amounts of fentanyl into this country. And that's killing tens of thousands of Americans per year now. And what they're doing is they lace the other types of drugs with the fentanyl. So you may have like a teenage kid doing something they probably shouldn't do.
Okay,
but
we're about
in
caught up
prior
to where I wanted
generations
us to
would
be.
not have been fatal. And now if it's laced with fentanyl, you know, these kids can overdose and die. And so mothers are losing kids as a result of this fentanyl epidemic. And
Yeah,
I just don't
Americans
think
are.
you could allow
That's
these
the thing. Most drug trafficking isn't on foot across the border. It's on airplanes or in shipping containers. And it's being done by Americans. And the cartels use undocumented people to essentially bully them into silence and compliance with their activities, because they can't come forward to police, because if they do, they're going to get kicked out of their home, of their life, of their job. Like, yeah, it's Americans abusing the undocumented status of these people to make money.
criminal organizations to continue poisoning our population. So it'll be a day one issue. We will bring overwhelming amount of resources to deal with it, and we are going to stop this insanity once and for all.
There's a, I think, follow-up question on immigration from Steve Dace, who is a national radio personality.
Oh, Catalina Gearbox, thanks for the $5 dono.
I think important commentator in the great state of Iowa. Steve, do you have
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Do you have a comment or question?
Sounds reasonable.
I think you just need to unmute.
Hey, Nexus of Midnight.
If Steve can unmute, then we'll go ahead and ask him for a question. If not, we'll
Thank
keep
you for
here.
the 16 months
All
of
right,
being subscribed over on
is
Twitch.
going.
I'm there,
All right,
guys.
sorry, Steve.
I'm there, guys.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Yeah, my bad. First of all, I want to echo what Congressman
Cannot
Massey
wait
said
for the
Elon.
hog-on-hog violence of
Elon,
DeSantis
if
and
I
Trump.
put down money
True,
on
it's going to be a
January
great
1st,
show.
2022, that Twitter was going to be the last bastion of free speech on Earth, brother, I'd be about as rich as you are on that bet.
Oh,
right
no,
now.
we're not
I mean,
caught
it's
up yet.
incredible what you have done here, and the restoration of a lot of accounts of people that were truth tellers and were ran from here for telling the truth. I saw a meme the other day that said, of course you have scientific consensus when you censor all the scientists who disagree. So I wanted to just say, first and foremost, on behalf of a lot of grateful people around the country and the world, really, thank you very much for that and the investment you made in that cause. Thank you. A question is a follow-up to you, Governor, on this very issue with immigration. We have heard a lot over the years. Lock her up, drain the swamp, going to build a beautiful wall. Mexico's going to pay for it, and crowds cheered, and everybody loved it, and brands got built, and nothing got done. What is the bottom line assurance that you can make to the people that are listening right now, all over the world and all over the country, that you can actually do the agenda that you just articulated when others tweeted about it and talked about it, but then couldn't actually follow through?
It's a great question because I share that frustration. I think even my worst critics in Florida will acknowledge when I tell people I'm going to do something, I don't make promises or say I'm going to do something lightly. I've thought it through, and I know that I am going to follow through on what I tell people I'm going to do. So this is one. There will be follow through. Number two, I understand the different leverage points that you would have under Article 2 of the Constitution. I studied that a lot at becoming governor about Florida's Constitution, doing the same thing for the federal Constitution. And you've got to know how to use your leverage.
Also, chat, we've been streaming for about 3 hours now, if you've been enjoying the content. I know it's a bit low effort and boring, but, like, keep in mind, like, even though this is boring as hell, this is a guy announcing that he's running for president of the United States. Like, it's something we have to pay attention to, whether we want to or not. But consider dropping some subs, making some donos, because that's the only way that I am able to not die. And I would like to continue to not die for as long as possible so I can make you guys delicious, delicious content. Whether it's my pro Dark Souls 2 playing abilities or my incisive political commentary, your donos help me to live, and I appreciate that, and I hope to continue to do it for many, many years to come. The no death runs, yes. The true no death run was not dying in real life. Nope, nope. You're not coming over here. Alright. Don't you look at me. I'm just gonna quietly take them out from afar. There we go. Not worth it. Holy moly. Beware. Oh, there are more of them. There's another one. You know what? We're just gonna Stop. Yeah, true. Also, the only way to not be transphobic is to donate or give subs, and to be over on riverboat.gg. Also, sorry, my content sucks today.
To advance what you're trying to accomplish. So, for example, there's leverage that we can use vis-a-vis Mexico that I think presidents have not been willing to do. I think sometimes for political purposes. But I'll look at, okay, what are all the variety of options we can do? Which buttons can I push? And I will do that to be able to bring this issue to a conclusion once and for all. We had Hurricane Ian come through Southwest Florida.
Hurricane Ian
plus storm, September of 2022.
More like Hurricane Voosh,
and it
am
did
I
a
right?
lot of damage. But one of the things it did, it knocked out a bridge going from the mainland to Pine Island, and it severed the Sanibel Causeway in 3 different locations. And the local been told it's going to take 6 months.
Oh, he
to
throws
get
lightning
that stuff
too.
repaired, and so they came to me,
Hey,
even though these
he
were
just
not
like me for
state-owned bridges,
real.
and they said, "Can you help us?" And I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I got my guys together. I said, "Listen, no bureaucracy, no red tape, and no excuses. Get it done. We need to open these bridges back." Pine Island Bridge reopened 3 days later. Sanibel Causeway opened 2 weeks after that, way ahead of schedule, because we wouldn't take no for an answer, and we wanted to make sure we got it done. So for me, it is not a campaign slogan that you get in and then forget about it. I'm an American citizen. If I wasn't running, this would be an issue that bothers me. I've put a lot of my capital as Florida governor involved in combating illegal immigration. We banned sanctuary cities my first year. We just did a strong anti-illegal immigration bill in Florida that's working. I put marine assets in the Florida Keys to help the Coast Guard repel boats from places like Haiti. I have people at the southern border right now helping Texas, and we've even been able to relocate illegal aliens to places like Martha's Vineyard. So I don't think any governor has probably gone out of his way to do more to try to make an impact on this issue. And I'm not going to take no for an answer. And I think our
There we
voters
go.
are
We
sick
got one.
of the empty promises. They want to see action.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, Governor, I saw the cover of Time Magazine this week, and I think they were trying to do a negative story because they had you were sort of scowling in this portrait they made of you, and in the article they call you they compared you to the Terminator, and I think they meant insult, but I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was a good thing because I think we need a cool-headed.
It's a good thing for a presidential candidate to be compared to a assassin. That's good. It's good, actually. How the fuck? Rude little badgers.
Ruthless assassin.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for a presidential candidate to be compared to a charismaless robot.
To go in and basically take on the woke mob, take on our out of control government, and take on problems like the ones at the border. So, again, I thought it made you sound great, even though that may not have been their intention.
Well, look, at the end of the day, this whole business that we're in is about producing results. I don't care about fanfare. I'm the governor, like that is, I'm known, right? And I go around the state and everything. And people are very nice. And so, I appreciate the well wishes, but I don't need any of the fanfare. I don't need any adulation. I just know I'm in a
I just need blind obedience.
Difference, and I'm either doing it or I'm not. And I remember sitting at the desk in the state capitol my first day as governor 4.5 years ago. I looked around the room and I thought to myself, I don't know what SOB is going to succeed me in this chair, but they are not going to have anything to do because I'm getting all the meat off the bone. I am going to make sure that I'm leaning into issues and making an impact. And we have done that in the state of Florida. And I bring that exact attitude up to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Governor, I'd love to jump in and follow up on that, Chris Rufo. And, I've had the honor of working with you in the past few years on critical race theory, gender ideology, and the DEI bureaucracy. And what I've seen up close and personal.
Paladin, if you want to talk to somebody about Mastodon, you should talk to Salmon Moose. She knows all about it. She runs, like, the kind of riverboat jackish branch of it. Hit her up on the Discord. I don't know anything about Mastodon, and every time I try to use it, I feel like a big dumb baby. So, yeah.
Is that while many conservative politicians going back decades have made headlines and got on television playing culture war, they never actually get anything done. And what you've done over the last few years is really astonishing. You've eliminated CRT from all Florida's public institutions. You've stopped gender ideology dead in its tracks in K through 12. And just last week, you eliminated the DEI bureaucracy in all of Florida's public universities. They'll be shut down completely. And I think what you've done is established a blueprint for fighting back against the left's long march of the institutions and making sure that those institutions reflect the value of Florida voters, not left-wing activists and the partisan press. So my question for you is, D.C. is another animal. It's quite different, the scale of the federal government. And how are you going to deliver results? And what is your culture war strategy facing down the swamp in D.C.?
What the hell?
Well, some of it is
that friend? I thought so.
When we're taking on things like DEI, you get blowback from legacy media and the far left. But that's an example of an issue where they are out of step with the vast majority.
God damn it! I have to go do all that
again.
again.
Not just Republicans. It's independents and a lot of Democrats. Because you think about if you're a parent and you've got kids, you want to know when they apply to college, they're going to be judged based on their merit. And they're not going to be roadkill in some type of woke Olympics where they didn't fit some category. And
the problem is, Ron, that people weren't being judged on merit because they were being cast aside due to their race. That's why they implemented racial quotas, because there were members who had merit. There were people who had merit who weren't getting in because people with whiter sounding names were being given preferential treatment. God, all of this is dumb as shit.
And so they're denied opportunity. They want to make sure that achievement matters. And so we get a lot of quiet support for a lot of those things. And so I think what I do, just because, look, I'm a blue-collar kid. I grew up in the Tampa Bay area, working minimum wage to get through school.
Big Dream and Zeta. Thank you for the welcome, Raiders.
I just know instinctively kind of what normal people think about all this stuff. And I have a good sense of when the legacy media and the left are
I have a good sense of what people think about things, says man just compared to a fucking T-1000 robot.
Outside of where the average American is, because people want you to be using common sense. And things like DEI, I mean, when I was growing up, I think things were better because people were actually told you should try to get along.
Chris
now,
Huggy,
they're told you need to segregate, and it's just crazy that they're trying to do all this stuff.
Thank you for the $5 dono.
So
I really appreciate that.
There's a lot of people that were really
good
happy
night,
about
Ashley.
that,
Get good sleep, okay?
including people that certainly are not traditional Republicans. And I think there's similar issues when you do in the federal level. It's also the case that there are some tools at the federal level that we don't necessarily have at the state level. For example, some of the problems with the university and the ideological capture, that didn't happen by accident, can trace back all the way to the accreditation cartels. Well, guess what? To become an accreditor, how do you do that? You've got to get approved by the U.S. Department of Education. So we're going to be doing alternative accreditation regimes where instead of saying you will only...
Oh my God, the reason we have accreditation is because there were fake universities. That's we had to do that because there were fake universities scamming people out of money. That's the entire reason we have the accreditation system. Alternative accreditation is just a way to bring back scam universities. God, these people are so full of shit.
Only get accredited if you do DEI. You'll have an accreditor that will say, we will not accredit you if you do DEI. We want a colorblind, merit-based accreditation scheme. And so as president, controlling that agency, you can then approve other types of accreditation.
Yeah, look, we'll credit you, for the information, but also, look, we'll give you alternate accreditation as long as you maintain racist, acceptance policies, okay? As long as you maintain, 90% white student body, we'll give you accreditation. Like, Jesus Christ. This kind of stuff is just insane to me. God damn it. We're gonna use this. Fuck whoever invaded me. And I hope they enjoy having to fight all of the guys. I wonder if he's gonna go down on the lift and fight them all for me. I'm gonna guess no. But that would be really fucking funny. Let's see if he will. If I can, No, damn it! Wow! Rude! Rude, sir! Rude, sir! We're gonna play a little game. It's called You Dodge All of the Shit. Do 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 do. Whoop. See you, nerd. Stream sniped? Probably not. Going to aggro all these guys onto that guy's ass, and we're gonna see how much he cries. Something else that rhymes. Oh, oh, gonna run through these gates. Oh, hope he has a nice time with those guys. Left him with my friends who are all mad at me. And I will fly. I sent you a dono on .gg. Oh, he's been vanquished. Came to invade my world. Couldn't hack it. Interesting. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I sent you a dono on GG. Did it tell you? Yeah, it read out your dono on stream. It said, "Love you, girl." And I said, "Thank you very much. I appreciate the $5 dono." Maybe he likes petting the hedgehogs. Maybe he does. I'm gonna maybe take out these guys. These little wheelie boys. These rude little men. Salmon moose! Hard times make strong trans folk. I mean, I hope so. It's exhausting. So I hope I'm at least getting strong. Oh god, he's T-posing to assert dominance. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I just want to heal. I just want to get my souls back. I just want to be somebody, you know? I just want a chance to live, goddammit. All right. Excellent. We did it. Poof. Cool. I didn't hear it. Just glad you got it. I'm glad I got it too. Thank you very much for the dono, because you know that stuff is literally what allows me to live. Okay, now I do have to wonder if this ghostly asshole is still up here, and if so, I'm gonna kill him. LinkedIn suggested me a post from Riley Grace Rochon, but like through someone I know from college and completely unrelated on Twitch. I wonder if RGR is doing okay. Hey, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! You killed me, you asshole! That's right! You better run! You fucker! Goddamn ass clown. Pretending you're all my friend and stuff, and then you backstab me while I flip the switch? Fuck you. Did you try to fake being friendly a second time? No, I just immediately went to murder. Because fuck that guy. Now, I do have to wonder where he went. Did he run over here? Where did you go?
So I think part of it is just knowing where are all the pressure points. How does it get to the point that we then see and that somebody like you will run a report on? Like when you see some of the outrageous stuff that's generated in some sociology department at a university, that didn't just happen out of thin air. There's a reason why we got to that point. And I think that there are some tools with the federal government where you can push back and try to get these institutions moored in a more foundational direction about, hey, we're pursuing truth here, and we're not here to try to impose one niche ideology on the entire student body.
You absolutely are. It's just yours, so you're okay with it.
Great. Shifting gears, Dana Lash, you have a question or comment for the governor?
I do, and thank you both so much for your time.
Dana
for
Lash
joining us in a very new way. I really appreciate that. I think it's really cool. And for your support of free speech too. And Elon, I have to say thank you for taking the arrows and for unthrottling the accounts of all of us who got in trouble for sharing a New York Post story about a laptop. And Governor, I wanted to thank you.
Hey,
for
Metal
your
Kitty
leadership
Mom.
and your unwavering support of Second Amendment rights. And you're on my program tomorrow, and I just got to say, you got my vote in the primary, so I appreciate it very much.
Cringe.
You were talking about DEI just a minute ago, and I want to ask you both about this growing threat against natural rights and free enterprise. It's this threat of debanking. Now, I know that, Elon, I've read so much about you and what you've gone through. You've called ESG criteria evil incarnate. Governor DeSantis, Florida, saw
isn't
financially
debanking
weaponized wokery earlier this year.
Isn't debanking literally just removing your money from a bank? Okay.
When Wells Fargo Bank dumped both the business and personal accounts of a very prominent and well-respected gun dealer in Florida. They'd been together for 25 years working with Wells Fargo, and they cited new ESG guidelines. Now, similar to the DOJ's previous Operation Choke Point, all these activists for various causes are using this regulatory guidance to debank what they consider to be politically incorrect businesses for the sake of risk management. Now, we say that our rights should not be infringed upon by the government, but What can and should be done about activist-guided financial institutions and these payment processors who are essentially cutting off law-abiding citizens and businesses?
Well,
Yo, individual freedom right up until those individuals band together to achieve a common goal, huh? Individual freedom right up until it turns out to be inconvenient for you, huh? Interesting. Holy shit. Freedom for businesses right up until it kind of comes back to bite you, huh?
I think
Interesting.
it's a fundamental issue that I think not enough conservatives have been wise to. I think more and more are, but at the end of the day, we have certain fundamental rights, and so maybe you're somebody that is, really excited about your Second Amendment rights. And obviously, if the government comes in and infringes that, we know you blow the whistle on that. That's a problem. But what if Wall Street banks are colluding so that somebody can't function in that space, whether it's running a store or anything involving that? Your rights are still being infringed
This feels like a
upon in
boss
that
battle.
situation. And so I think this whole ESG movement is really trying to do through the financial sector what they could never
This
achieve
feels
through the ballot
dangerous.
box. And so they're trying to do an end run around the constitutional system, and they're really trying to change policy. They're trying to change society. And they're trying to change the scope of people's rights. And so in Florida,
how do we force them to give us money? How do I force you guys to give me money?
Like
That's
no
my
ESG
question.
criteria in our pension
How do I
fund.
force
We got
more people to
$180
watch
billion
the stream?
State pension fund. No social credit scores for consumers when they're going to bank. In other words, if you apply for a loan, that loan should be judged
Oh, that looks
based
like a
on your
boss.
credit worthiness, not whether you're genuflecting to the appropriate left-wing causes. But one thing we did do is we did provide protection against this debanking with the woke banking. No discrimination based on your religion and other things, which we know is happening. So I think it's a fundamental question, but we will not be a free society if major financial institutions can do through the economy what people could not achieve through the ballot box. Our rights will be restricted, will be the end result, and that's not healthy for a free country.
As a follow-up to that, Governor, Dana mentioned Operation Choke Point, and that is a term that's very familiar to crypto companies in Silicon Valley and fintech companies. Basically, it refers to an effort by the federal government, including the SEC, to basically regulate blockchain and crypto companies out of existence. They really feel like they're being driven out of the country. And I'm not talking about scammy ones or the totally fake ones like FTX, but really high quality, good companies, including companies that are public, like Coinbase. And these guys are basically begging the government for just a framework. They're just like, tell us how to operate.
That was Backstabby McGee. He's an ally of the boss.
I guess where do you come down
son
on this?
Of a bitch.
What is your view, I guess, broadly of Bitcoin and people's right to hold Bitcoin and to transact Bitcoin?
And Dogecoin.
You have every right to do Bitcoin. The only reason these people in Washington don't like it is because they don't control it. And they're central planners, and they want to have control over society. And so Bitcoin represents a threat to them. And so, as you're saying, they're trying to regulate it out of existence. Look, could Congress enact a statute to ban things like Bitcoin under the Constitution?
Let's see if I can kill him.
They may be able to do. I would oppose that. I think people should be able to do Bitcoin. But Congress has never addressed this in this fashion. And for the bureaucracy to just do it on their own and make it so people can't operate in that space, that's what we mean when we say we've got to return the government to the people's elected representatives who are our voice to be able to make these decisions. And so as president, we'll protect the ability to do things like Bitcoin. I think these are people that are sophisticated. They can make decisions. There's risks involved with it.
Damn it.
But let them do that. I just do not have an itch to have to control everything that people may be doing in this space. And I think that the current regime, clearly, they have it out for Bitcoin. And if it continues for another 4 years, they'll probably end up killing it.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think that is the strong feeling of people in Silicon Valley who are in this space, and I think we'll be heartened to hear your answer on that. I mean, the weird thing is that, and there is a huge constituency of crypto Twitter. So for people who are maybe part of political Twitter who are wondering why we're talking
I'm fine.
about this,
It's fine.
it really
it's
is
okay.
has a big audience for this topic.
Dogecoin's the website. It's a big deal.
Yeah, Bitcoin and Dogecoin. So shout out to all the Doge fans out there.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is that this administration,
cringe.
They seem to want to ban Bitcoin, but they want to create a CBDC, which stands for a central bank digital currency. What's your take on that?
So we were the first state just last month. We actually got the Florida legislature to pass a law.
He's announcing that he's running for president. I know I keep coming back to that, but like,
some states were
that's
actually
insane
adding
to me.
Uniform Commercial Code. You know, the federal government's studying this. We did the opposite and say we didn't. Now, the reason why we did that is because what the Federal Reserve has said is, well, you know, we're going to consult with Congress. We'll consult with the executive branch. We don't have a CBDC right now. And ideally, we would get authorization for Congress. Well, wait a minute. It's not ideally. You must get authorization from Congress. I don't think Congress would authorize it. So if they unilaterally try to do this, we're trying to provide protection for people here in Florida. I know Biden did executive order. They're studying it. I can tell you, if I'm president, we are not doing a central bank digital currency. I think that that would be a huge, huge imposition on people's financial freedoms and financial privacy. And oh, by the way, what would the logical result of this be? If the central authority has oversight over this, of course they're going to start imposing ESG criteria. Oh, wait a minute. You filled up your gas tank 3 times this week. You can't do any more. The sky of how they would be able to manipulate this. So I see it as a massive transfer of power from individual consumers to a central authority. And I don't think that that's good for a free society. So I'm a no on central bank digital currency.
Sounds good.
Yeah, great. Well, Governor, I want to thank you for the time. I mean, we could go for hours here, but I know you only had an hour and we've gone over that, so I want to be respectful of your time. I know there's so many people who want to ask questions, and
we should do it again. I mean, I think it was fun. I think this is great, and we'll make sure that that we come back and do it again. This is a great platform. I mean, I would like to see other platforms going in the same direction.
Healing.
But,
now I'm going to kill this thing.
Democratic society needs the robust debate. So I just want to thank everybody for listening in, and I'll just make that pitch again. You know, we want you on the team. We'd love for you to go to rondesantis.com and make a donation so that we can get this done on this nomination and win the election in November of 2024. God bless everybody, and thank you.
Well, thanks, Governor. And yeah, we have over 300,000 people in the room. It's really been pretty incredible. And, you know, we started with some technical issues because of the sheer scale of and unprecedented nature of what we were doing. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think this finished really strong. So,
yeah, I think it's just really great for the people to hear directly from presidential candidates and to have it in a conversational tone, which obviously results in, you know, it's going to be imperfect because it's not scripted. So, but it's genuine, and I think
there we go.
That really gives
Got him.
The people an opportunity to understand who might be their president in a way that's real. So thank you very much for coming on and doing this.
And the invitation's open to any other candidates who might want to do this.
Absolutely. It is important for people to hear directly from candidates. So thank you for working with us on this historic event, and yeah, looking forward to future conversations and just having a great national dialogue.
All righty, everybody. Thank you for just.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. It's me, Ron DeSantis. I'm running for president, everybody. Bye-bye. Did you like it when I used Twitter Spaces to talk to Elon and he talked about Dogecoin? Did you like it? Bye-bye. This is so fucking pathetic, man. Like, oh my god, he was already getting blown out. This was how he thought, like, okay, guys, right? Real talk. If I'm if I'm Ron DeSantis's campaign manager, right? And I'm thinking like, okay, we need to maximize the hype around around Ron DeSantis's campaign. We need to do that. Well, number one thing, my suggestion right off the bat is going to be not to do it on Twitter Space. And if, like, you have a deal with Elon, that makes sense. Okay? That makes sense. You wanna like have Elon Musk hype it up. Like, I get it. But you still do a live event. You do a live announcement at like an impressive looking venue with impressive looking stuff, with impressive music. You know, you have a pre-written speech that is designed to make you look as a candidate as impressive as possible, right? As impressive, like hits all of the key points. It's short, it's sweet, it gets your base riled up. That's what you do. You have the live event, and then you like roll into maybe like a Q&A with people via the Twitter space, or you just have the live event keyed into the Twitter space so that people can directly talk about it with conversation facilitated by like these right-wing, you know, news broadcasters. You don't just do the Twitter space to advertise this. You know, like, what are you doing? Why? Fuck. It's frustrating, and like, I don't even want him to do well or win. I'm just baffled, you know? I'm just baffled at the incompetence, I guess. Holy shit, dude. Really? Really, dude? Okay. It's fine. It's like something Bernie would have done in 2015 when he was still trying to get media and name recognition. It wasn't even... Bernie would have done this better. Bernie would have done this better is the thing. That's what's wild about this. It would have been this, but good, you know? Do I have a homeward bone? I hope I do. I don't think I do. Oh well. Dark Souls 2 gameplay? Yes. Altruism is imaginary. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Also, folks, remember, if you are watching the stream over on YouTube, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the YouTube. We're getting better numbers every day. Last month we hit 10K views on the channel over the course of like 28 days, which is pretty goddamn good considering how tiny my channel is over on YouTube. So we gotta get those rookie numbers up, okay? We need to hit 2K. That's the big goal right now. And every time we get a little bit bigger, we can see conservatives getting a little bit more angry at the fact that, like, a trans woman is talking politics to them and calling them full of shit losers. Hey, Bread into Toast, how you doing? Jack feeds... It's also true, I do feed on your money, and if I don't get money, I don't get to eat or live in my apartment. So if any of you have been enjoying the content so far, please consider throwing some subs and donos my way, because I would very, very much appreciate that. Cons get a little smaller. True. Every time I get a little bigger, cons get a little smaller. It's true. Truth. Very truth. I don't have Titanite chunks. That's my big problem. No, Jack, I'll cook you food so you don't die. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. I like food. I like not living off of ramen. I mean, ramen's delicious, don't get me wrong, but ramen, yum.
Don't waste my time.
Okay.
Until
Level up. Can I make a conditional dono? What's the condition? It depends. You have to use at least part of it the way I ask? I mean, it depends on the ask, I suppose. That was very loud. It'll be innocuous, I promise. You know me. I mean, okay. Ooh, chicken parm? Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, I want to eat your chicken parm. Chicken parm is like one of my all-time favorites. I love me a good chicken parm. Now I'm hungry. Yo!
You have to spend part of this to take Clarice out for a good dinner. Or at least buy some really nice groceries and make a couple of good meals.
Paladin Lost, thank you for that $150 dono. That is incredibly generous. And I guarantee I will at either take Clarice out somewhere fancy or make her something fancy. I don't wanna toot my own horn too much here, but I make like a really, really good like center cut steak. And I know that that's not super hard, but like I will. Thank you very, very much, Paladin. And also on behalf of Clarice, thank you very much. Just That was me channeling Clarice. Thank you so goddamn much. An acceptable condition. I accept. Thank you very much. That was so kind. Paladin Lost is a good bean, guys. These guys, however, are bad beans. God. This area in particular is just terrible. I hate it. Yeah, Metal Kitty Mom is quite an accomplished chef. What did you think it was gonna be? I don't know. Sometimes you guys make me do weird stuff, like drink an entire hot sauce packet. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Chat, I woke up today and things were hard. But you know what? I had a really good day. I was able to go and see Clarice today, and you know, like, I know you guys knew me before I met Clarice, but like, she makes me so happy, chat. Like, you've seen the two of us together, and I know we're cringe, but like, it's like the same cringe. It's like meeting someone with the same weird as you, and it's just, it's the happiest I've ever been in my life, you know? Being able to be weird with her is like the highlight of any given day. It's just really, really delightful. And I know I don't talk about it a ton on stream because we're talking about like horrible political happenings every day, but like, it's, seeing her is genuinely the light of my life, you know? It's just really, really lovely. Oh, I know you'd never be cruel, Paladin. I hope you don't think I thought you would be. Jack, you dork. I'm such a dork. You guys have no idea. When I'm around Clarice, I unlock my full dorky potential. Super duper happy for you two. It's really nice. She makes me feel like I'm one of the most beautiful people on the planet, you know? And it's pretty special, I think. I think a lot of people, I don't know. Let me put it this way. I think I think there are very few people who have been as lucky as me and as lucky as her. You know. I mean, she tells me that she's lucky. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, okay? She tells me that she's lucky. I'm not quite as convinced about that part. Dunno, sounds pretty gay. I mean, yeah. Want to fight about it? Yo, Salmon Moose.
I would also prefer that you didn't die.
Thank you for the 10 gifted 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire, thank you. Deborah Tacos 3000, thank you for the follow as well. Over on Twitch. By the way, over on Twitch, we've been like edging. We've been like you guys have been like fondling my balls and like just like getting me close, okay? For like the last month, we've been at like 8,900 and like 80 something, and it keeps going up and down because I think some people find like VODs of me like going off about the dipshits that we don't need in our community. And frankly, we don't need them, but also you should hit the follow button anyway to help us hit that 9,000 mark, because I like big round numbers, goddammit. Gotta hit the sack. Thank you for sharing your vulnerability. It's great to hear authenticity. I'm so happy to hear you are happy with your person. Good night. Altruism is imaginary. Get good sleep, okay? And I hope I see you again, because you seemed like a really lovely human. Tell me more about this edging. Look, all I'm saying is I would like to hit 9,000 follows on Twitch. That's what I would like. Ideally, I'd like to hit 10K. That's the ultimate round number right now for where we're at, but you know. Also, we are getting closer to 2K over on YouTube, so please continue to hit the subscribe button over there. It helps a lot. Mostly. Also, those of you who watched the Discord last night, did you guys enjoy Schmigadoon? The first couple episodes? Because I've been continuing to watch it, and it is continuing to be very delightful. Normally you have to tie a pretty redhead down and get cursed at. Yeah. I'm gonna be going to a latex event in about a month and a half. I need to start working out more seriously. I feel like. Been watching that and it's interesting. Wait, oh, Schmigadoon? Yeah, it's so fun. I really like it. The concept of a couple who are having relationship problems getting trapped in a musical world. It's fun. Especially if you have any interest in musicals. Wait, I can't use the bonfire. Oh, shit. Shit. Wait. Okay, we're gonna do it again. Wait, I did the wrong thing. There we go. Shit. This is one of my favorite things to do in any Dark Souls game. What? The goddamn leg, guys. Look at this leg. He's still gonna hit me. He's still gonna manage to do it. See? This game is bullshit. Look at how bullshit this game is. Did I see Cody's new video? I have not. Okay, chat. Chat, do I make dessert or no? Depends on what dessert you want to make. What are you gonna make? I feel like if you're gonna make a dessert, you're entitled to be able to eat that dessert, you know? Chat. Question. Okay? Question. Do we watch an insufferable debate? Or do we watch the new Cody Shody, the more some more news? Which would you prefer? I'm going by a show of hands. Let's go. Lay it on me, string beans. You are the masters and mistresses of your own destinies. We watch an insufferable debate. Wow, you guys are at... Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how to actually do a poll. Here. Does it work that way? / poll? Da, 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 da. You know you can't trust us with self-determination. I mean, I know I can't. Huh. Okay, let's see. I can't do the poll. I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's take a look. We got Cody. We got debate. We got not the Vosh debate, which I'm counting as a different Cody. All right. Does the insufferable debate involve Voosh? Yes. Debate. Harm or joy? Yeah. Let's see. Josephine Lumiere. So far, it's 4-4. KB, okay. We got 5. All right, you guys have voted for the debate. I'm gonna get mad. Just letting you know. I have pre-watched this, just as an FYI. Yes. Hurt me, Snake! Hurt me more!
Hi. Just a quick thing before. Someone came into my chat and then said that you were up for talking, which first of all I appreciate. But they also said that you thought I might be good faith. Wait. I just need to know if that's accurate.
Yeah, I said that when I looked at your thing. I mean, I can always reassess that down the line if I feel new evidence comes in.
Sure. I'm saying that because the schizo detective, you asshole that tweeted me. Vosh said he thinks I'm good faith for now. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. Okay, let's go ahead.
What?
Right. So
I told him I'd call him out. So
who's this? I believe this is a Twitter user who goes by DatKatie on Twitter. I think she also streams? ? They also stream? I'm not sure about pronouns. Yep, you chose suffering, LB.
What is the what's the disagreement? You said you wanted to talk about the Soul Bunny stuff.
Yeah. So here's do you mind telling me what tweet you saw of me, by the way? because I've been rage tweeting for like over a week now. So
It was you quote tweeting Ryan Beard's more
With two
recent
E's,
text post.
irked.
okay.
Yeah.
So I obviously don't know what happened between you and Ryan in DMs, and like I don't need to relitigate that unless you want to. So what bothered me in the whole thing was that
Are they 12? Chet, stop it. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. There are plenty of things to critique their argument on. Believe me, but you don't gotta be mean, okay?
the Soul Bunny video dropped, and I assumed you were going to react to it. And what I found, and even though things started circling around like her calling Shark a slur, what I found that in the clip of you reacting through that video, you specifically called her anti-white, and then like talked about how some black people are just racist and stuff like that. Do you remember that?
Of course.
Okay. And that like really bothered me. So I guess I'm asking, what about, I don't know how much of that video you watched, but like, so maybe that would give me some context, but also I want to understand what about that video like gave you the impression that it would be like, wow, that sounds really weird. That like, why did you think it was reasonable to call her anti-white because of the video?
I didn't see the video.
Okay.
So I called her anti-white off of nothing. I did it off of pure vibes.
Are you joking right now? I don't know if you're memeing at me or
I'm not joking.
Okay. Do we think that's responsible?
Sure. That's a higher standard for accusations of racism than people meet when accusing me of being racist. So I feel it's fair in reprisal. No, I'm aware of the group that she operates in. That whole.
I mean, I think ideally he should have watched the video. You know, I watched the video. But like, I also sympathize. Like, there are a lot of dumb fucks in the world, and it's hard to keep up with all of them.
And take your lady out on a nice date.
Yo, Metal Kitty Mom, thank you for the $75 dono. That is incredibly generous of you. Hot diggity damn. Thank you. Take this money and take the lady out on a nice date. I will take my partner out on an incredibly nice date. That is, you all have been very generous. Thank you very, very much. Now I feel like the pressure's on. I need to like look up a place that's nice enough to take Clarice, you know? Oh god. Well, so Lady Raincloud, I think the reason that it's difficult will become apparent as this debate goes on. But as a little bit of a spoiler, this debate starts talking about issues of black separatism, which is very much in favor of creating ethno-states. Like, black separatists generally are, you know, black separatism generally considered like a guiding ethos of like the Nation of Islam, for example. So like it's I get it though. I think it's just what else to call it? Maybe it'd be better to say racial bias. You know? I think there are probably better ways to state this, but I don't think the distinction is going to be meaningful to the people who are already upset. Does that make sense? Maybe? I don't know. Bread into toast. Honestly, Black Hammer should have come up at some point, but it doesn't.
That whole crowd of people. There's a bunch of like self-hating white guilt types, and like 3 or 4 black people who are, again, not even remotely representative of black people, black leftists, even black online leftists. But, you know, they like having their kind of like orbit of apologetics. So they either directly express or do apologetics for a wide...
Oh, yeah, no, I get that, Lady Raincloud. Like, yeah. I think I would be... I think I'm... How do I put this? I am sympathetic to that feeling specifically because, well, I'm sympathetic to that, but I like, want to preface that sympathy by just saying, like, the people who are being talked about at this point are people who, like, defended the statements about, like, essentially being against biracial people. And I feel like that's pretty bad. You know? Like, if you're out there essentially saying, like, biracial people are, like, too white to be considered black, or, you know, a black person of dark skin tone being with a white lady is, like, furthering white supremacy because it's corrupting the bloodline. Like, yeah, there's some cringe there, you know? Yeah, exactly, Lady Raincloud. That's that group of people. They're the same people who are going on about how, like, Eden Knight isn't brown because she's from Saudi Arabia. You know? So, actually, she was a servant of white supremacy. And are continuing to say that, you know, months after she was executed by the Saudi government and detransitioned. You know? Yeah. It's some pretty fucked up shit. She's a brown-skinned... She was a brown-skinned Arab woman, you know? Oh, shit! Fuck! Fuck, that scared me! God damn it! Mimics are so rare in this game! Fuck! That was genuinely scary. For those who need, like, a little bit of additional context here, like, I came across this on Twitter. These are people who all run in a very similar circle, right? So you have, like, here you have some screenshots of Solaria, who is at Cyber Angel Fairy. That's Eden Knight. Wait, literally, what is the connection? I don't get it. Is she trans? Then you have this person saying final girl boss of the pandemic. Yes. To be honest, I don't see why you should bring it up at all. Being trans doesn't make you suddenly a good person. Just call them out for being bad. A reasonable take. And then you... Oh, they're at... is Slime Succubus. Because white trans women can't stop being white supremacists every day. Go police someone else's tone. LMFAO. And then Eden responds, yeah, dog, while the entire world demonizes trans people, specifically me, saying, yeah, maybe they're bad people, and then being trans is absolutely independent of it, is me policing you, lol. Slime Succubus, I don't actually recall asking for your worthless cracker opinion. Eden, I'm not fucking white, I'm literally a brown refugee. Slime Succubus, stop caping for racist white women, then you fucking embarrassment. Then a quote tweet here. This is such a lie. This quote tweet was made after you blocked me. Also, keep crying about my follow number. The more people see how stupid you're being, the funnier it is. And the quote below that. Yes, forced to detransition made me sad. Unfortunately for you, it didn't make me dumber. And then this person responds, but wait, I thought it was funny to harass me 10 minutes ago. Now you're drinking just to forget how you'll never get to transition. A blue couldn't have happened to a better internet harasser. Girl, hop off and go drown them sorrows. Sorry, and then again to Eden. Sorry I typoed. You're the 41%. I'm the first percentile. We are not built the same, you ugly, hateful brick. You know, like... Yeah. These people are terrible. No, not blue on blue. Like... A blue. Like... mocking somebody else's crying, you know? A blue. Yeah. Then you have this. Okay, I'll just post your selfies on the Kiwi site unless one of our 20 mutuals can talk you down from gleefully using your cis reppy guys to harass other trans people through a block. How about that? Literally this person threatening to post Eden's information on Kiwi Farms. Then this is after Eden was murdered by the Saudi government for being trans. With a screen, damn, this you? Screenshot of, sorry, I typoed, you're the 41%, I'm the first percentile, we're not built the same, you ugly, hateful brick. And then, guess I was right, huh? I'm smoking on your dead-ass friend right now. Worry about that. These people are scum. And then, again, on a new account, this time at Machine GodX, talking about Eden's partner. She'll take care of herself like her girlfriend did. This is not the person debating Vosh. The person debating Vosh, though, really thinks we should listen to people in this circle. So, you know. Yeah. These people are fucking horrific. Yeah, no, and TV Fathers, I do want to say, I don't think that this Katie person is a bad person. I want to be very clear about that as this debate continues. I don't think she is in this circle of hateful, horrid people. But I think that she has been duped into listening to them because they use the rhetoric and the words typically associated with other people who mean well. And these people do not mean well. I think I just made that abundantly clear with just a couple of examples from one of them. Okay? These are the the same group of people who've been calling Shark 300 racial slurs and a race traitor. Okay? That's I think that there are some people on the sidelines who view that and think that that group means well, and they don't. Their entire purpose is to destroy those who disagree with them. So that's some vital context. I think Katie doesn't know a ton about what she's talking about and has been duped by these people. And her good intentions have been co-opted. So,
a variety of anti-white politics. For example, people were going after Shark for a debate in which he was talking to a person who, if I remember correctly, was anti-race mixing. In the debate that Shark was having, the person
within the cemetery. He's not, but we can get into it later.
Well, I talk with him directly for hours, so I feel
Same.
The topic's been litigated. But I mean, I saw the convo between him and Shark. I think that regardless of how things have developed since then, that conversation was one in which he was pretty anti-miscegenation. And and Soul Bunny took the other guy's perspective on this, not Shark. So that's all it takes for me. Black people who are anti-race mixing are anti-white, obviously. For anti-race mixing, it's because it's a product of coupling between a black person and a white person. It could be a black person and an Asian person.
I think that's a relatively fair
what
take.
People tend to get angry about.
Okay, so you didn't watch the video, and you know that Endless talked to Shark, and in that conversation, he came off anti-race mixing to you, and then you feel
I mean,
like
he didn't
Soul
come
Bunny
off.
is connected
Wait, he
to
didn't
him,
come off as anti-race mixing. He was explicitly anti-race mixing. There wasn't like a will he, won't he on race mixing. He just didn't think it was good.
took his side.
If
so
I
you can
watched,
call her anti-white.
if I watched Soul Bunny's video, I would probably have like 57 bits of evidence I could use in favor of this argument. I mean, all I have to do is look and see, does she think Professor Flowers is an okay person? That's all it takes for me.
That's okay. I don't want to... How do I do this without getting into the Professor Flowers thing again?
Well, unfortunately, it's turned out to be a very effective litmus test on the issue. I know we've had a conversation on this before. I don't think there's any...
Yeah.
Yes.
It was really interesting because you probably don't know about this, but I told you in that conversation I want to make a Professor Flowers video, right? I ended up not doing that, but I did like a whole series of interviews with people debating black separatism, and I'm actually more confident in my position now. The only thing that I am more comfortable saying is that Professor Flowers...
She was not more comfortable in her position. Spoiler, she was not.
Flowers did a horrible job, like, advocating for what she probably wanted to advocate for, and like you and I could
Josephine
disagree
Lumiere?
on whether I'm giving her too much charitability or if she just was a really bad debate bro. Like, I'm fine with us disagreeing on that. But yeah, in terms of what she came to represent, yeah, that's not really a question for me, at least. But we could talk about that if you wanted to.
Well, we've already talked about the Professor Flowers stuff, and I've talked about it probably dozens of times at this point.
Again, for people who haven't watched the goddamn feature-length film that is the debate between Vosh and Professor Flowers, basically the main point of contention comes down to they're both in favor of black liberation. Vosh is just not in favor of policies that would lead to ethnic cleansing, whereas Professor Flowers was not willing to like completely rule that out as a possibility. And that's really the main contention here between the two of them. And yeah, there you go. That I just saved you 4 hours of your time. You're welcome.
At this point,
I'd like to then talk about something else, if that's okay. Like, try a different route.
Go for it.
Yeah. So I consider you, or I still desperately want to consider you, like, because you are progressive to me, and I see you as an advocate, as a leftist. But I'm starting to think maybe you're more interested in like the economic social leftism element of leftism rather than the progressive social cause, in the sense that you're a sociology major, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about intersectionality a lot. So I feel like it would be very intuitive to you to like easily admit that...
Oh yeah, that's right. Professor Flowers also did say that Dr. Heemdout, who is a brown-skinned Arab man, she did call him white. So that's interesting. Yeah, forgot about that one. Thanks for the reminder. God damn it. Sorry, sometimes I get to a point where it's very difficult for me to pause the game and restart the video. I'm sorry. I'll get to it in a second here. There we go. Had to take care of some business.
White people, but not just white people, all people who live under a
Hey,
white
Black in the
supremacist
Borg,
framework
nice seeing you
uphold
again.
that white supremacist framework to an extent, right? Do you disagree with that?
Who upholds it? I'm sorry, I missed the first bit.
Anyone who lives under a system upholds the system to an extent, right?
In the sense that they
I need to change the
participate,
batteries.
But obviously,
Be right back.
Yeah.
if you live within the system, you can you can do more harm to the bad system than good by opposing
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yes. So, okay. So, generally participating in the system is upholding it, but you can take certain actions to oppose the system, therefore basically offsetting your participation in it while still quote unquote participating.
I feel I do this.
I think, okay. Yeah. So, basically, I think that a lot of the critique that you feel you're hearing from, like, I'm gonna call it my side of the aisle, is like, here's something that really pissed me off, like, about the Ryan thing. Ryan, before his last tweet, when he said he did his final statement, he talked something at the end about like healing and introspecting, and you hopefully giving it some thought and starting like a new journey or whatever. And I get that's very soy for you, but I don't know. Is it just that you don't want to be soy and say, yes, I'd like to introspect and think about these things? Or do you think that there's nothing to introspect about?
There's nothing to introspect about. Everything that I say, everything that I think about, I've already introspected on it. There aren't unexamined values here. When people say...
No, not values. Not values. I
all of my
don't question your values.
They're not unexamined. When they say stuff like that, when people say, I hope you reflect, I hope you do introspection, I hope blah blah, what you really mean is, I hope you change your mind and agree with me. I'll own up to it, because I've said that about other people. I hope you introspect, and then change your mind to agree with me. I mean, there's agreeing with me or being wrong, right? I mean, it's clearly, at least in this respect, a dichotomous choice. And I don't like the presumption that you can say that to a person while maintaining this air of, like, ambivalent, oh, I just want us all to reach the truth together things. Because Ryan wouldn't say that about them, right? Ryan didn't say, I hope that Soul Bunny and all those people reflect in their positions. Because, of course, he can't say that. Okay,
so I don't question your values. Like, I don't think that you have, like, a racist value. I think that a lot of... I'm not going to speak for other people. I guess it's better if I just say what I think. There are ways in which I think that you and other creators, and me as well, participate in like reinforcing like racist ideas or white supremacist ideas or capitalistic ideas or patriarchal ideas. Like, I don't think you disagree with that. That's just like everyone does that, right? Like, we could make the like, you have the whole like misogyny arc thing where people are like, well, maybe he's joking, but also, I mean, come on, this still enforces misogyny, right? And you can disagree whether the harm is worth the gain or whatever. The same with you saying retard. But like, I don't think you disagree with the statement that we all uphold these things to an extent.
Sure, to the point that making that point comes across as a bit redundant. If we all do, then it's not a particular moral point against anyone, right? I think that I am overwhelmingly an advocate for pretty much every progressive value that I can think of.
Also, am I the only person in Twitch chat right now?
If there's anything
there are
on
some
which I
people
have
in
a
Twitch
blind
chat. A lot of people in Twitch
No, so
lurk.
I'm not saying that you have a blind spot. I'm saying that I know that for me, when I say I really hope Vosh does some reflection and like sits down a little bit, what I'm saying is I obviously...
Yeah, we have other people in Twitch chat. There are currently 23 people in Twitch chat. GD Reaper, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Also, yeah, you can come on over to riverboat.gg. You can chat with the cool kids. Wait, there's a shortcut ahead? Oh?
Obviously don't disagree.
What a glorious
with
4
Vosh's
months,
morals
GD Reaper.
and values. The only reason why I'm still like coping here is because
Also, yeah, you know, like, Vosh drops the R slur. He feels he has the right to use it because he has autism, and, you know, I don't know. I wouldn't do it on stream, super casually. But I don't know if it's necessarily super wrong for him to do it, but I understand why it makes people uncomfortable, which is why I avoid using it on my streams.
support most of your moral and values, like on an axiomatic level. So
What am I wrong
very
on?
much like,
What am I wrong on?
It's not about you being wrong on. It's not about being wrong on, because you are against racism, okay? But when you for example, use your platform to call Soul Bunny's video anti-white, basically labeling her as racist towards white people, when you admit you don't even have never watched the video or know much about this person,
Does she
that's
think
you.
that Professor Flowers was right in her debate with me?
Wait, let me finish, please. For me, that's you utilizing your platform to harm like a black creator who did a critique of you. And all I wanted in that interaction was like, you didn't even have to watch the video, but you only addressed the video to call her anti-white without knowing anything about her.
Somebody linked me
And-
a video in which she was calling shark racial slurs.
Yes.
I think that a degree of vitriol is proportional. It's not like I just saw her on the street. Also, I don't
Okay.
really care. So we're doing the language game right now. I criticized reactionary tendencies in a content creator. The fact that she's a black content creator is relevant to you, not to me. I'll criticize people no matter their race. I don't care.
I have
what
Twitch
race
stream
Soul
open
Bunny
because
is.
I use the
Would
sound
I
booster.
withdraw
Hell
from
yeah.
accusing a person of being a white supremacist if a white person had made some video clip I disagreed with? No, and I certainly haven't in the past. If we engage in higher thresholds for identifying reactionary tendencies in non-white people, we're doing the bigotry of low expectations thing. We have to be as vigilant for reactionary behaviors in everyone, regardless of their race, whether or not we consider them on our side or not. The fact that I'm a leftist has never stopped other people from accusing me of being racist, so clearly this is a position they agree with.
So, because you're worried about doing the thing of like low expectations, you're basically proving Souls Bunny's point in the video that you and other creators in
Hell
the
yeah,
space
bread and
don't
toast.
create a safe space for
That's how we do it,
minorities
baby.
to properly express their critiques.
I don't
in
have a
this
safe
space.
space for reactionary politics.
Wait, let me just finish. And the reason why I'm saying that is because you're doing the color blindness. You are a progressive leftist, which means that while I understand you don't want to supply a safe space for people because you think that means you'll have to do whatever they say and that irks you. When I say safe space, all I mean is if there is no place for marginalized people to express their critiques of their white allies, on the left,
There
then
is.
where the fuck is it?
There is. They just have to not be wrong.
That's fair.
That is very weird.
No, what you're doing right now is unironically racist. There's no violation of a safe space here. There's no selective breach of etiquette. She was wrong. I'll say she's wrong.
Her point seems to be here that like content creators, as long as they're of a certain demographic, should be able to freely and without criticism post their public thoughts without getting any kind of criticism, response, I suppose, from people who disagree with them. It's a pretty limp-wristed point, I would say.
There's nothing.
You don't know she was wrong. You didn't watch the video.
I'm right on this. It's why you can't answer whether or not she thinks Professor Flowers was in the right. I know.
Baby
If
gravy,
I'd
thank you very
watched
much for the
video,
raid.
all
Welcome,
it would
raiders.
mean is that I would have more evidence to levy against you. So I'll spare you that indignity and just say, I know I'm right, and you know that by my definitions, I'm also right. So
No, of
I
course.
don't
If
have
you
a
create
problem.
all the definitions and all the standards, you'd be right. Except that that's not really how anything works,
That
right?
by
How you doing,
by the
Ghost by
standards
proxy?
That I said when I said
How we all doing, folks? How you doing? Welcome. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And sometimes I do no death runs of Dark Souls 2. And by no death runs, I mean so far I have not died while playing Dark Souls 2 in real life. Good, we were raging. Why you raging? What were you raging about? Welcome, ragers. Need more water. Everyone in riverboat.gg chat, say hello to the Raiders. Want to see a lot more Poggies. I like the energy Kyrie216 is bringing. We were watching people be transphobic on a college campus. Well, that is certainly rage-inducing, I'll give you that. You nailed it. Is there a punished peepo emote? I feel like we need a punished peepo emote. What? Water? Josephine Lumiere, are you calling water cringe? Are you calling basic hydration cringe right now? You come into my house, call an H2O cringe? Gonna use a dusk herb. Water is not cringe. You take that back. Please like the stream on YouTube. Please subscribe on YouTube. Hit the follow button over on twitch.tv/riverboatjack. This has been your AI-generated statement. Riverboat Jack is also on Facebook. That is true. I'm not currently broadcasting on Facebook just because, I don't know. I didn't know how to feel about it last time I did it. Anyway, we're watching this debate and having thoughts on it.
I think a person is anti-black, anti-white, racist, reactionary, whatever. I am correct here, and you know it. And secondly,
No.
when we're talking about creating a safe space for black creators, she was the one who made the attack video on Shark using racial slurs. Like, if our standard here is maybe
then why
we
did you
should
call her anti-white?
I'm sorry?
Then why did you call
Damn
her
it!
anti-white? You could have been upset that she called him a slur.
I was also
Like
upset about
everyone
that.
else on Twitter did.
Well, do we call about do we care about safe space for Shark? Is he not a black content creator? Was Soul Bunny
we
not
do
the
care
person
about
who
that,
gave
yeah.
first blood?
No, only safe spaces for black people we care about. That's how this goes. For some reason. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean first blood? This is a discussion video about critique, right?
Okay,
Wait, hold on. It
Do
was
you
an
think I
attack
support-
drama piece
Wait,
on Shark,
let me help you.
including calling him slurs.
Let me help. Do you think I support her calling him a slur?
I think that she made it clear she doesn't care about a safe space for black content creators
How do you know you didn't watch the video?
because she called Shark racial slurs.
Okay. Is it possible?
Hey, Ghost
that
by
she
Proxy,
can care
thanks for the
about that
follow.
While calling one black person that she think is anti-black a slur. Is it
No.
possible she can be both?
Man. Man. The amount of, like, goodwill these leftists who are undiscerning will give people is really ridiculous. Black in the Borg, thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg chat. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay. But like, what is happening here? Like, if someone were to use, you know, a racial slur against, like, a black guy, I feel like leftists would usually be pretty vocally against that. But it seems to me a bit weird that, like, oh, well, as long as you're calling him a race traitor, it's fine. We'll cut you slack on that one. Well, that seems extra weird to me. That seems like it actually makes it worse. I don't know. That just throwing that out there.
Both things.
If she can call Shark racial slurs, then I can call her anti-white. If one is a violation of this alleged
seems like a
safe space
slight
for black
slip
creators
up.
on the online left, then both of them violate it.
Okay, so I see. So you're saying I'm right, and I would only like want to. Okay, here's my question. What
This
happens...
isn't complicated. It's really simple. She did
No,
something bad.
it's complicated for me.
I looked at it and I said, these are reactionary tendencies that through the divine thread of truth that I see at all times in my third eye, I know this bitch reactionary, and I am right, and I said it. This isn't destroying a safe space for black creators. This is me incisively
No, because you haven't created it. Yes.
Well, first of all, I don't believe in safe spaces for online political drama hounds, personally. When I think of a safe space, I think of people who don't go out
a
of
lot
their
of
way to
apples. Thank you for
instigate
gifting
conflict.
Black and the Borg a sub.
Go take a look at the video she made, seriously. But even if...
critiques about people being anti-black, which you call drama.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Wait,
Yes.
I'm sorry. You realize that a drama video often involves accusing the other person of moral wrongs, right? That's normally in drama videos.
If you say that you're a leftist progressive and then you are anti-black, that's pretty hypocritical and should warrant critique.
But I'm not.
Like, if you're coming into this discussion to say that, right, then you have to come with like receipts. And not only do you have to come with receipts, you have to come with like the argument to back it up. You have to know the context of those receipts. You have to show your work, you know? And if you're making like a drama video, I feel like that also applies. You know, if you're gonna make a video and it's a political call out, you know, post or whatever, and you want to claim that someone is being a race traitor or, you know, a political traitor of like the online left or whatever, you got to come with receipts and you got to back that up with an argument. And like that just hasn't happened here with Vosh or with Shark for that matter.
Not anti-black. She is anti-white though, and anti-black. That's
hey, Door
usually
Kickers Inc.
So I had a question. Because I hear you that you're right. So I don't know. I'm gonna say this and I might get flack for this. I might be autistic. I'm having my diagnosis next week. So like when I'm asking this, I'm genuinely asking, can you not do the Giga Chat thing with my next question so I'll know if you're 100% serious or not?
I'm not doing any Giga Chat posturing with you. It's just called being confident in your positions. The fact that the online left is full of so many spineless worms that what I'm doing right now is considered strange.
Legend of Sean, thank you for subscribing.
To me. I literally just agree with the things that I believe in.
Okay, so if someone, anyone, not black, no white, anyone, in this space came to you and said, "Hey, I have a critique of you," or "I disagree with you," they are wrong. 100%, because you've already introspected on anything. So if they didn't convince you when you listened to it, they are just wrong, and
they're wrong unless they have a good argument. like you have to argue your position. You can't just say it and make it so. You have to have an argument. I'm genuinely a bit baffled by this, you know?
there's no way that you're wrong.
I've had my mind changed before. I don't have a problem with critique against me.
Okay. So how would So basically, what would be required of some of the voices who feel like you're anti-black to, I guess, make you feel like they're not all just racist against white people?
A single good argument would be a nice start.
How? But you won't watch the video.
Do I have to watch all their... Listen, I'm a big figure. If they care so much about moving me over, you know, they should make their positions known to me so I can see it. I can't watch every drama video. How long was that video anyway? She just wants... what if she just wants clout? What argument did she levy that would change me?
Okay.
Is it an argument I haven't heard before?
Okay, so can I make a few arguments?
Go for it.
Okay. I think that you constantly comparing black separatism to Nazism is absurd.
I like making comparisons.
Yes. And I think that you making that comparison is both anti-black and is harmful to black liberation.
Well, I think that black separatism is harmful to black liberation. So by comparing it to Nazism, I'm trying to draw comparisons to indicate how... Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you at least acknowledge that that's what you're doing.
Of course, I think very little of their quote-unquote ideology.
Okay. And you feel like you know enough about black separatism, black nationalism, and all the difference to be able to compare it to Nazism.
Well, you can compare anything to anything. The point of a comparison is to draw similarities, not to assert that they're both the same.
Yes, of course. So is the utility to comparing black separatism to Nazism purely to demonize black separatism in all of its forms?
Sure. And also, I guess, I do find it sort of funny. People often associate Nazi politics and fascist politics with white people. Of course, that's not true. There are fascist groups in Africa.
It's true.
You know, I think a lot of people, especially in the
political ideology, does not
that
necessarily correlate with skin color.
Some kind of
unfortunately,
monolithic block of
unfortunately,
politics,
I think
which is
that's
actually a very harmful presumption. That is racist. So I think that it's important to...
I'm tired. I take that back from uttering it into the world. But no, just like people of any skin tone, skin color can be like any ideology. There's not really a limit on that.
To point out the things that make people Nazis, the underlying beliefs, the tendencies, the trends.
True.
Those aren't
a lot of groups of white fascists in Africa
is generally
as
white
well.
Specific because
Very
of a couple of add-ons that particularize it to white issues. But the
looks at the emerald mines in South Africa.
Ideology. That's all over the world.
So you're fine calling black people Blittler and stuff like that if you think they're anti-white.
Yeah. Well, they have to be. It can be anti-white or they can be anti-Semitic. They can be pro-ethno-state. These things tend to overlap.
Okay, so it's just about demonization.
I don't like the ideology. I will do that. Yes.
There we go.
I guess my response would be that I don't feel like you have. Well, you said you don't like the ideology, so obviously that means you don't have any respect for it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Black and the Borg? Wait, can I get a citation on that? Some of Elon Musk's emerald mines were run by the Wagner Group, using kidnapped children. I need to see a source on that one before I go around and repeat that.
But I do think that's quite interesting.
Hey, Materialist Squirrel, how you doing?
Like, I guess the total dismissal and demonization of something like black separatism, like even if you disagree with it, it's still one of the ways that black people have developed as a potential
Did I kill this guy?
Or theory to look at black liberation, and like tossing it aside in a way that really demonizes it and compares it to like white supremacy versus black liberation is quite anti-black. And that would be like my take on it.
Yeah, I'm taking their idea and I'm crumpling it and I'm throwing it in the garbage. It's a bad idea. Bad ideas don't get more credence from me because people with higher melanin
A Knight of
content
Elon
made them.
Moise.
that would be
No,
racist.
no, no. You can think it's a bad idea, but you
If
also
that's a fact, it's not fun. True. Not Elon's, no. Just, oh, the other child mines in South Africa. Amazing. Oh, boy. Yeah, Legend of Sean, we're going over this debate. Chat wanted to talk about it, I guess. Go for it, Black and the Borg. Always nice to learn a little bit more about the Wagner Group.
can recognize that black liberal.
Oh, also, again, black separatism is largely associated, again, with anti-Semitism. You see a lot of this in the Nation of Islam, for example, in Hotep groups, or Black Hebrew Israelite groups. And often the ideology is centered around creating either separate conclaves for Black people, or outright creating a new country only for Black people, or doing a secession, declaring a new state for Black people, or emigrating to Africa, like someplace in Africa. Notably, this was pioneered by Marcus Garvey, who basically was like, hey, African Americans should emigrate en masse from America to Liberia, and then, oddly enough, the African Americans who did that wound up being a ruling class in Liberia, and it turns out all was not well with that plan. It's not good. It's not a good ideology. But I think something that I found personally frustrating in this debate is that this caller frequently conflates Black separatism and Black nationalism. And I think that does a disservice to Black nationalism, which often, and I'm not going to say there aren't extremist examples of Black nationalism, but often what ends up happening is, oh god, nope, okay. We're doing a this. All right. Now I can continue talking. But often, Black nationalism is more about empowering Black communities, empowering Black culture, specifically to resist kind of like gentrifying elements, or kind of like the social and homogenous dominance of like the American culture, whatever that might be. So I think largely there should be and needs to be a distinction between those two things, because most of the Black nationalist things that I've seen have been relatively positive, whereas most of the Black separatism that I've seen has been incredibly destructive. Excellent. The invader returned to their world. Nationalism is not liberation. The latter ties into the former, but not the other way around. Well, and that's the thing, right? I think that there are elements of Black nationalism that can be very good for preserving African American culture and building upon it, and all of that. There are also negative elements. And I think overall, the Black liberation needs to be kind of like the main thrust of arguments. Black liberation, Black equality, Black and brown equality. We need that in America. But yeah, the separatist element is not generally great. It's pretty tied up with some incredibly negative elements. and I would argue inseparably so. But that might be a conversation for a different time. Yeah, I think, Brendan Totos, I think there's a big difference between like an African American like group on a college campus versus a versus like, you know, the Black Hebrew Israelite movement going around and demanding like white folks lick their boots. Okay, I think there's a difference between those two things in terms of like what is maybe a positive ideology and what is not. Anyway, we'll move on. I just wanted to make the distinction between nationalism and separatism, and yeah, I think I did that. Moving on.
Liberation is not the same as white supremacy.
It's not black liberation that I'm criticizing. It's black separatism. I'm in favor of black liberation. You're conflating terms in a way, by the way, that Nazis do quite often. They'll compare their Nazi ideology to white liberation, white protectionism, white identitarianism, and white autonomy. But in reality, what they're really talking about is the formation of an ethno-state and the execution or ostracization of large groups of people. I don't appreciate the semantic jumbling. You know, I know what black separatism means. It means ethno-states. So you can say it's liberation, but I don't think people are being liberated when they're forming their own little fucking death camp. I think that liberation means equality.
Yeah, that's why you support Kurdistan, right? Because you don't believe in independence and shit like that.
Wait, hold on. All right, I'll educate you. The problem with Kurdistan and the comparison that you just made is that, first of all, any iteration of Kurdistan which became immediately a militant ethno state
Rakistan
would be
Dragon,
one that I would oppose.
or Rakistan Dragon, how you
if
doing?
Kurdistan,
yeah, if your idea, like, again, Marcus Garvey like worked with the KKK to create, like specifically worked with the KKK to remove black people from America. Like, explicitly to do that. There are a lot of red flags about black separatism. All seeing, dude. Yeah. Vosh is a fucking snake. I mean, citation needed, but you know, you're welcome to your opinion.
And then immediately prevented Turkish or Iranian or Iraqi people from entering, killed them, ostracized them, removed families, burned down houses, neighborhoods, villages. I would oppose that. I think that's ridiculous.
It's true. I do think creating a state via ethnic cleansing to be homogenous is not good. That's my hot take there, actually.
Good. You should oppose that with black separatist projects as well.
Right.
Except not all of them are like that.
Well, ethno-states are ethno-states. And second of all, I think that the material conditions for the Kurds are very different from black Americans. If there are black Americans who want to leave America and go to Africa, good luck to them. I don't think it'll make their lives any better, but good luck to them.
Yeah, Rakistan Dragon.
Of a new state for Kurds.
Rakistan Dragon, like a lot of people can't, a lot of these folks can't even reach like a second order conception of this argument, you know? Like, what are these states gonna start doing blood quantum? You know, like what, like, that's pretty fucked up. It's not good. It's pretty bad, actually.
Kurdistan actually could.
And you know what? She is correct. Not all black separatist projects are creating ethno-states. That is true. There are some black separatist projects that are not focused squarely on creating ethno-states. But the ideology definitely leans that way. The same way like Nazi ideology, like Nazis aren't always trying to eliminate all Jews, but the ideology leans that way quite heavily. You know? Like, you can imagine a situation in which a neo-Nazi group has, like, a reading program for small kids, but, like, whatever marginal benefit that might have, the end result and end goal of that ideology is still incredibly evil and bad. And I would argue that ethno-states are pretty evil and bad. And the process of creating ethno-states is evil and bad.
Materially improve the lives of many people. It's a broader utilitarian concern.
Yeah, I definitely think what you just said is like super anti-black for sure.
What did I just say that was anti-black?
I think the implication that like black people in America can go try out their luck elsewhere, sending them to Africa, or saying if they want to try their luck in Africa, go ahead, is pretty anti-black.
That is what.
That's one of the main thrusts historically of black separatism, actually.
What black separatists often talk about. They talk about going to Africa and forming a pan-African ethno-state.
Pan-Africanism and black separatism are not the same things. Black separatism does not...
This is true. Black separatism and Pan-Africanism are not the same things. They're often pretty linked, though. Again, Pan-Africanism is the idea of a creation of a Pan-African state or organization, much like the European Union, perhaps a single state for Africa. But black separatists who talk about that are generally talking about making that Pan-African state an ethno-state.
Not always mean an ethno-state. There are black nationalist projects. Although black separatism and black nationalism are not the same thing. But the thing that people have been trying to...
And this is what breaks me about this conversation, right? She acknowledges that black nationalism and black separatism are not the same things, but then continues to conflate the terms. Why? Why? Don't do that. They're not the same thing. And like, I think that there are some good arguments for black nationalism in the United States, specifically around preserving and building upon an African American cultural identity, you know? Keeping that around, keeping that strong, keeping that like, you know, a distinct and separate thing, because like historically African Americans had their culture systematically eliminated and genocided throughout the course of slavery. And so, like, having a movement that is built around economically empowering and culturally preserving a group of people who have been on the receiving end of genocide makes sense to me. I think there's a decent argument for that in the American context. The same way I think there's a decent argument for that in the American context for indigenous people, Native Americans. You know? That makes sense. So it irks me somewhat to have that type of movement conflated with black separatism, which is not historically linked with much positive change whatsoever.
To talk to you about for a long time, and God knows I'm not educated enough to do it as well as they did, is that you are speaking very confidently about theories and topics that you are not very well versed in, and you could have just said that, but instead you're just like, no, this is like Nazism.
It's a shame
This
that
is why
nobody's yet been able to point out an issue on which I've been wrong.
I've just pointed out
What did I say
several
that was
issues.
incorrect?
What did you say that was incorrect? Yes. So when you said I'm being like the Nazis by mixing semantics, I was specifically talking about how Nazism relies on the concept of white supremacy and how that's a big Aryan supremacy, and that's obviously the core component of it. And
It's
I
not
will
the core
get
component.
to okay.
You
One
didn't
of the
listen
core
to a word that I
components?
said. Reactionary
Can I finish?
fascist ideology is global. It molds and shifts and changes
damn.
to adopt preferential treatment towards the dominant group and malignant treatment towards the minority groups all over the world.
Okay.
But the underlying disease
When you say
is
Nazism,
universal.
so when you say Nazism, you just mean fascism and you just use them interchangeably because they are not the same thing and you shouldn't do that.
Reactionary fascism, which Nazism is. The only distinguishing characteristics of Nazism, apart from those particular to the time and place that would change even a decade in either direction in the Weimar Republic, I mean, really meaningful stuff, is the white supremacy and the anti-Semitism.
There's a reason why you say Nazism and not reactionary fascism. It's again to charge the word.
Thankfully, for my comparison, black separatists also tend to be anti-Semitic, so that is a nice extra comparison that I get to draw.
I mean, there's another reason why he draws that comparison, and it's because people know and have familiarity with Nazism as a result of America's obsession with World War II. You know, and as a result, it makes it a useful point of comparison because not everyone has a grasp on what fascism means outside of Nazism. And so, when trying to make a comparison to a particularly nebulous ideology like fascism, it helps to have a concrete example that people are already familiar with to be able to compare it to, you know?
That is, again, quite anti-black, but okay.
Have you listened to Luis Farrakhan speak recently?
No, I haven't.
It's
I just
anti-black
don't
to
have the
point out
statistics to
anti-Semitism.
say that black people are the black people who have an affinity to black separatism are anti-Semitic in their majority.
If you want, we
So-
can go over prominent black separatist groups. I think the SPLC lists many of them as hate groups. Would you like to?
They do.
We could. I'd just like to address something first. I actually learned this from you. So when you said that, how we distinguish like the right from the left when the right says we are oppressed, we are we are being like bullied at, we're being infringed upon, because you talk about conservatives versus like liberals or lefties these days. You'd say, hey, you need to look at the material conditions and see what's actually different. So just because someone is using the excuse that they are being oppressed or that they are being infringed upon doesn't mean that you necessarily have to accept that, which is something that you taught me that I've really appreciated with how to handle.
Yeah, look, if you're gonna talk about black separatism and you don't know who Luis Farrakhan is, I want to find a quote for you guys. Let's see. Here are some remarks from Luis Farrakhan from, let's see, 2018. Okay? In the opening remarks of one of his speeches, he insisted that he is not an anti-Semite, but rather a truth-teller, adding that, and this is a quote, "Powerful Jews are my enemy." He remarked that when evangelist Billy Graham met with President Nixon, Graham warned Nixon about Jewish power and told the president he was popular with Jewish voters only because he supported Israel. He also devoted a lot of the time of this speech talking about doing the work of Jesus by denouncing the Jews, saying that Jesus called the Jews children of the devil. He continued, and this is a direct quote, Jesus, 2,000 years ago, never taught black people. He never taught in Egypt. He never taught in Africa. He only taught in Palestine. He was not sent to black people. He was sent to the Jews, the house of Israel, to warn them of the end of their civilization. He told the audience that Satan is going down. Farrakhan has pulled... This is, again, him talking. This is a quote from him talking. Satan is going down. Farrakhan has pulled the cover off the eyes of the satanic Jew, and I'm here to say your time is up. Your world is through. You good Jews better separate because the satanic ones will take you to hell with them, because that's where they're headed. He told the crowd that, and this is again a quote, white people running Mexico are Mexican Jews. He then went on to say that Ukraine, France, Poland, and Germany are controlled by Jews. He also said Jews have control over the agencies of government, and then listed the FBI as a prominent one that they control. Oh, here he is saying it.
Is what has all of our people of knowledge and wisdom and talent afraid. But just look at what these people control. At every door that leads to power, they have a sentinel on watch. Somebody has to take on the synagogue of Satan, and here we are. What good is your vote if the man you voted for has to go to somebody that you never elected behind the door to get instructions? And the Jews...
I really wonder if they're going to play a part of his speech here, where he talked about the pot plot conspiracy. Because Louis Farrakhan was notably in favor, or is, because I believe he's still alive, believes that pot and marijuana are a Jewish plot using the U.S. government to sell marijuana to black men, to feminize them, and turn them gay. This is one of the most prominent black separatists, by the way. Right now. As far as I know. Someone's welcome to... you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. And I could be. But as far as I know, this is one of the most prominent black separatists.
Have become wealthy just by loaning money, charging you interest. And the stranglehold that Jews have on this government, the man in Israel said, don't worry about America. We got them. The synagogue of Satan has destroyed the country. A Jewish man said to me, you know, we say never again. Never again will we be in an oven. Never again. I said, hold it. You can say that to men, but you can't say that to God.
That's fucking insane. And here's an image of an American Nazi watching one of Louis Farrakhan's speeches. Interesting. Curious. I think from on the whole, what I've heard or what I know is that the Black Panther Party was by far a much more diverse coalition of ideologies. There were Black Panthers who advocated for black separatism, but the overall goal of the organization was not black separatism, but black nationalist empowerment of black communities and neighborhoods, etc. So I think that there's an important distinction there, but also I would like to point out that the new Black Panther Party, from what I know, absolutely has a lot of this same anti-Semitic rhetoric. This guy out here literally talking about how, you know, Jews shouldn't be saying never again about the Holocaust because, hey, God might have it in his plans to kill you all. And that's fucking crazy.
Because the Bible says, behold, the day cometh that shall burn as a what? As an oven. And those who do wickedly, he will...
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the new Black Panther Party is a virulently racist and anti-Semitic organization whose leaders have encouraged violence against whites, Jews, and law enforcement officers. And this is according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. In its own words, here are some of the quotes. Our lessons about the bloodsuckers of the poor is that old no-good Jew, that imposter Jew, that old hook-nosed Jew, old hook-nosed bagel-eating, lox-eating, Johnny-come-lately, perpetrating a fraud just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe, so-called damn Jew, and I feel everything I'm saying up here is kosher. And that was from Khalid Abdul Muhammad, one of the party's future leaders in Baltimore, Maryland in 1994. So, yeah. Yeah, like, I think it's also very important to note that there is a colossal distinction between the Black Panther Party and the new Black Panther Party. The new Black Panther Party is horrid. I cannot emphasize that enough. And I think I'm gonna skip out. Well, we'll finish this, I guess.
Slay them and leave them neither root nor branch.
Again, he's talking about Jews. These people are horrible. These groups, this ideology is horrible. And I think that that is absolutely fair to say. Fred Hampton rolling in his grave. Yeah. Huey Newton rolling in his grave as well. And I think that there are a lot of well-meaning leftists who get sucked into listening to folks like this. Because, of course, a lot of people from those groups aren't going to be upfront with the anti-Semitism. You know, they aren't going to be upfront about the most odious parts of their ideology.
The tolerance, like, paradox. But then, when we talk about black separatism and Nazism, and I talk about black liberation as the motivation for black separatism ideas versus white supremacy is the motivation for Nazism, suddenly you're saying, well, the Nazis were talking about liberation too. And then we can look
They did
at
talk
the material
about it.
conditions.
Were they telling the truth?
They weren't telling the truth, which is
Okay.
why you accepting their claim as like valid when black people talk about black liberation and saying that there's
I'm sorry. Did you just imply that I think the Nazis were telling the truth when they said
No,
they
I
were
did not.
promoting white
I
liberation?
think that was the implication,
No, I
actually.
You said that I found those claims valid.
Can I explain what I meant then?
I don't think either group is being sincere when they talk about that sort of thing.
Okay, good. I'm happy you said that. I agree that you don't think either.
I mean, probably the most odious part of my ideology is that, like, yeah, some people would be made, would be made, like, not ideologically, like, materially, less well off, you know? In a socialist world, there would be no billionaires and likely no 100 millionaires, and it'd be very difficult to become a multi-millionaire. But like, people would be better off overall, and I think that is a I think that's a good outcome actually. Power would be more equitably distributed, and like, that's gonna suck for a lot of rich people. But I think that is actually a price worth paying, and something I'm happy to argue in favor of. Hey, Kerosene. I'm just not sure if what Professor Flowers said about black separatism in South Africa is wrong. In the context of the conversation, people in South Africa should absolutely revolutionize and reverse colonial rule. I mean, I agree that black people should revolutionize and participate in their political process. But I'm like what I don't think that was the main contention though. The main contention wasn't that like black people in South Africa should be like politically empowered. The contention was that should black people in South Africa ethnically cleanse the country. And I don't think that's actually I think no, actually. The answer is no. Ethnically cleansing the country is not good. And her response, as I remember, and I could be wrong, it's been like a year or two since I watched that debate, and her response tended to be something along the lines of, well, it could be done peacefully, and no, it can't. Like, even if you offered financial incentives, there would still be people who would refuse to move. And at some point, you have to take action against that if your goal is an ethnically homogenous country. So, I don't know. I'm not particularly interested in relitigating that debate, but that's how I remember it. If I'm wrong, you're free to correct me.
Group is being sincere. However, one group has material conditions to make it so they are that you not thinking they're sincere is pretty anti-black, and one group had nothing and still has nothing. That's the point.
I don't think that a minority group being dispossessed means that they're not capable of adopting the same reactionary tendencies as dominant groups. They are. The idea that they can't is a lie, and it's a destructive one in the left space. The idea that because a person is a minority, they must innately be... I talked about this initially. The idea that there's some kind of innate monolithic tendency by black people or women or whatever that drives them in the correct direction. And, you know, for the most part, overwhelmingly, black people aren't black separatists. A very small portion of them. True. But then you take a look at the black separatists there are, and You know, I just don't like the cut of their jib. And it has nothing to do with black liberation. I'm fully in favor of black liberation. I just don't like their way of doing it, because I don't think they're actually trying to push for black liberation. I think they're trying to push for anti-Semitic, racial, supremacist ethnostatery.
Okay. I have no doubt that you feel that way. I just don't think you've engaged enough with the material to say that. But we can agree to disagree on.
Well, Karazine, I think you're making a dangerous conflation there, which is decolonizing means ethnically cleansing the country, right? Like, if your argument is that in order to properly decolonize, you need to remove all white people from a country and you need to ethnically cleanse that country, I disagree that that is the path forward. You know? I think you can decolonize a country without removing those who are racially and ethnically different from you. I think India, in particular, is an example of having done exactly that. There are still white people in India. They didn't remove all the white people in India. But that was the argument that she was making. Well, if she didn't say that, then I guess there's no point of disagreement, right? If she's not in favor of ethnic cleansing, then I'm not sure exactly why you feel particularly the need to defend that position. It seems strange to me. Nope, don't like this. We're gonna go right back down these stairs. Kill these guys. There we go. Heal up. Let's go. She never mentioned ethnic cleansing. She certainly talked in that debate, by the way, about removing the white people from South Africa. Now, if I'm wrong about that, I certainly retract that and apologize. But I don't think I am. And I don't really want to watch that 4-hour god-awful debate again. Then it should be really easy for Professor Flowers to clarify her position of being anti-ethnic cleansing, right? Because she definitely talked about removing white people from the country. I guess one of my questions here would be, oh god, damn it. One of my questions would be like, my goodness. Why is it not terribly easy to, like, clarify that position, like, over and over again? And, like, again, yeah, no, I think you're wrong on this, Karazine. You might need to go back and watch it. I mean, if Vosh is the first to bring up genocide as a hypothetical, I mean, that's fine. It's a hypothetical. It should be a relatively easy answer, right? Ooh, big yawn. My goodness. I felt that one coming for like a long ass minute. No, we're gonna do this on the stairs, guys. Fuck. Echoplex Media, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. How we all doing? Sylphweed, Corin Chelway, how we all doing? We're playing Dark Souls 2 and reacting to a debate. We broke? You guys broke? Want to talk about it? Talk about what? Hey, Avalon of Babylon. Thank you very much for the raid. That's the last song we listened to? Gotcha. I've literally existed in South Africa my entire life. I might never get a passport. Till the first of the month. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hope you enjoyed your stream. Oh, hey. Black and the Borg watched the debate earlier this week. I watched it earlier this week since I'm a loose cannon. Her argument is colonized people should have the right to forcibly remove colonizers, which she said during the Hume debate is explicitly white people from their native lands, which would make it an ethno-state. Hot take, but ethno-states are bad. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I feel like, hey, if you are actively being colonized, right? Like there's another nation occupying your land, colonizing you. I feel like a violent revolution is like a thing you can do, and I feel like a violent revolution in that circumstance is perhaps justified, right? I don't necessarily know about, like, in some of these cases, right, like, white people have been in South Africa for like 400 years. And it's like, well, at that point, I don't know that, like, if you're doing a violent revolution, that, like, killing all or removing all white people, by whatever means, is necessarily, like, a justifiable thing you can do. And I don't think if you were doing a violent revolution, that killing everyone of an ethnicity different from you, I don't think that that would actually be justifiable either. You know? Yeah. Hey, Wizard Wiz Wizard. Hello. Thank you for the follow. And I don't know. I feel like the conflation between white people and colonizers in the case of South Africa is probably not particularly great. Like, if you're saying it's okay to violently overthrow colonizers, yeah, during an active colonial period. But, saying that that then includes killing all white people in your country, I don't know about that. I think that might actually be bad. Anyway, we've been sufficiently derailed here. I mentioned, like, Professor Flowers, like, once, like, an hour and a half ago. So, I feel like we've covered that enough.
No. But you can't keep saying you're wrong because of this nebulous group of...
Corwin Shelway, nah. Bad take. Bad take. Colonization is bad. None of this, like enlightening the savage type of rhetoric. I don't appreciate it. I don't think it's good, and I won't have it in my chat. Just to be clear about that. Cool. Glad we're on the same page. Let's see here. I'm gonna take out this guy first. Gare, both gay and fair. Yes, I'm the garest of them all. I really hate these statues. I hate them a lot. What game is this? It doesn't look like Metal Gear Solid, which is your current title. Yeah, no, they announced Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake today. And I got really excited, so I put it in the title of the Twitch stream. But we're playing Dark Souls 2. Yeah, we're gonna remove that from chat. There we go. I should have done that in the first place. Never finished 3? I don't think I ever got through all of the... No, I got through all of the DLC in Dark Souls 2. I know I did it once. I was being the white guy. You were being the white guy a little bit too well, okay? I don't... How about I do this again? And also do this. Aw, nerd. Nerd! Nerd! Fucking hell, dude. Fuck! Fuck you! Fuck you, you asshole! God damn it. Don't hold it against me. Look, Corwin Shelway, I made my idea, my thoughts pretty clear. Don't say shit like that again in my chat.
of perceptions and ideologies that we're not going to address. If I'm right, I'm right. So I keep seeing these tendencies online with black separatism. What do you think black separatism means? Defend it to me. Be an advocate for it. Why am I wrong? I don't like it because of the anti-Semitism, the racism, and the ethno-states. Those are the big ones.
Anti-Semitism is not inherent to black separatism, so I'm not going to defend anti-Semitism.
But it's certainly correlative, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Would you mind showing me those statistics?
The Nation of Islam is the largest and most prominent black separatist group, and it is extremely anti-Semitic.
Okay. The black separatists I've talked to have definitely not been anti-Semitic, but they are also not as big as the Nation of Islam. Yes.
You did.
I ask people if they're anti-Semitic. That's what I do.
That's pretty anti-black of you to assume that.
Yes, I'm very scared of black people and how anti-Semitic they are. You know, it's dangerous out there. I'd like to address a different point.
What the hell? That golem isn't even empowered. Fuck you.
I just want to know what does black separatism include that I should think of more favorably?
Well, there's a difference between like black nationalism and black separatism, and I'm actually not educated enough to tell you the real difference between them or if it's substantial to an extent. All I know is that either with black nationalism or black separatism, there's like the ethno-state idea versus like black separatist projects or black nationalist projects, and you don't have to go the ethno-state route. Also,
if you're not educated on that, how can you say I'm wrong?
Because from what I've learned, which is very little, you're already misrepresenting it. Also, while I'm uneducated in the sense that I'm not read on it very well, so I wouldn't be able to distinguish between black nationalism and black separatism, I do know quite heavily, well, compared to you.
Isn't this kind of like you saying...
She came into this discussion not knowing the distinction between black separatism and black nationalism, and then also her sources are literally just... I talked with some guys. Did she just say she can't tell them apart by that they definitely are? What? Like, you came into this discussion, how to like lecture someone on the topic. Like, you came here to like tell someone you knew more about the topic than they did. And you don't know the basic shit. Yeah, I spoke to that one trans Nazi girl on Twitter. She told me that Nazism isn't transphobic or homophobic, and you know what? That's my source. So Nazism isn't transphobic or homophobic. But did you ask them if they were anti-Semitic? Damn, I forgot that one. Guess, probably not. They seemed real nice. Oh yeah, no, Josephine Lumiere. There's like some dumbass like trans girl who's been like swastika posting on Twitter, and people got mad, and she's like, I don't know, in a bad mental health state as a result. But like, I don't know. If you're a Nazi, I wish you all of the bad mental health states.
Like, oh, dude, Nazism isn't about hate. I just talked to a couple of guys online, and like, It's actually about celebrating white history. The Confederate flag doesn't mean hate. It's about Southern heritage. Like, why would you talk about knowing more about this than me? I've done videos on this. I've debated people on this. All you have is
and
the...
people generally say that you're very misguided in your interpretations
and they crumble before me like pillars of
Oh,
ash.
are people
But
saying that?
You
Who?
come here, and you
What are
can't
their
name
claims?
a single part of black separatism that I should agree with, that I'm mischaracterizing? What does it mean then? So, nix the
Can I
ethno-states.
tell you what I think?
No, I want to know what it is, not what you think it is. I want to know what black separatism is.
Oh.
Where am I wrong?
Okay, listen. As I said multiple times, you don't have to agree with black separatism as a concept of an ethno-state, right? I don't agree with it. I don't support ethno-states. However, you have not been criticized for not being a black separatist. Even Professor Flowers is not a black separatist, okay? The people who've been arguing with you about this... Okay. The people who have been arguing with you about this specifically argue with your way that you have admitted that you are trying to demonize and otherize and make it sound as close to Nazism as possible.
Yes, I'm anti-black
Yes, that's the
separatism.
critique.
And that's, okay, that's fine. If their criticism of me, imagine if somebody criticized me, and I'm like, oh, what's the criticism? They're like, well, you demonize Nazism. Okay? Like, why... Is there a follow-up?
When people say that you are uneducated on the topic, and like I'll explain why, and I have explained why, and I guess we haven't really.
Zoop.
So the main difference for why I personally don't think that black separatism is comparable to Nazism in the way that you do, and by Nazism, I'm not sure if you now mean like reactionary fascism or actual Nazism.
The point of comparisons is to draw out similarities, not to say that something is exactly like something else. I make comparisons to Nazis often because it's the most emotionally evocative, authoritarian government that Americans are aware of. If I lived in a different part of the world, if I lived in South Africa, I would probably make comparisons to like the apartheid colonial government. I would do this anywhere. The only reason I choose Nazism as opposed to any other generic authoritarian reactionary fascist ideology is because people have a larger range of pre-existing conceptions of Nazism to call upon. It's more impactful.
Inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. Comparisons aren't about accuracy because comparisons can be between two unalike things. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm using it to draw out comparisons.
Let me fix it.
You can't say a comparison is inaccurate because the things you're comparing aren't exactly the same. Like,
No. I didn't say the comparison is inaccurate. I said that the way you use the word Nazism is very inaccurate. As you admitted, sometimes you just use it interchangeably from like reactionary fascism.
No, when you're making a comparison, you can say black separatism is like Nazism, or black separatism is reactionary fascist. But neither of those statements are untrue, because the point of a comparison is to give you the space to draw out where the differences and similarities lie. It's not an inaccuracy, it's just a choice in comparison. Now, if the points in the comparison that I made were inaccurate, like, for example, I said, well, the thing that's most similar between black separatism and Nazism is that both of them are pro-white. That would be a comparison that's inaccurate, because the point that I'm drawing between...
I mean, one could talk about the Japanese colonization of, like, Korea, for example. Or, the Japanese colonization of, like, China. There are a lot of groups that have done colonization and imperialism before. It's just, in our modern context, it's primarily, like, America or the British, you know? Like, I just think that equating actions done by a state with the actions done by a race or an ethnicity is particularly heinous, especially when talking about the consequences that should befall people living within a certain area, you know? I think if you're advocating for, like, that, and you are advocating for racialized consequences, that's bad, regardless of the context. I think the equation with race was done by white people, apartheid and anti-black laws. The racialization of colonization is not something that Professor Flowers invented. I'm not saying that she did. I'm just saying that, like, I think that ethnic cleansing is bad, whether it's done to black people, brown people, indigenous people, or white people. I think that ethnic cleansing is bad. And, like, saying, well, it's okay because the nation that this ethnicity or racial group was a part of did colonization, I don't think that that's a particularly compelling or good thing. And I think that it's fair to say, hey, that's bad, actually. I think saying the solution to the inequity we see in society is like a racial mass deportation is deeply weird. Revolution is good. That's true. Then we have no disagreement. My main disagreement is with ethnic cleansing, and ethnic cleansing all white people from your country. I think that's bad. The same way I think ethnic cleansing all brown people from a given area is bad. Or all indigenous people from an area is bad. I think maybe there might be extenuating factors that make something more or less bad. Sure. But ethnic cleansing is one that feels pretty categorically bad. Do you not think there's a racial component to colonization? But, like, races don't do colonization. States do. And that's, I think, the problem here. Ethnic cleansing was constant in the old world. I mean, I don't know about that at all, actually, but I would say that it was bad then too, and we should stop doing it and stop viewing it as any kind of viable solution to any kind of real problem. Even if you argue a colorblind colonization take, it's historically clear that the policies that the West implemented were racial. Yeah, obviously, yes. It's not unreasonable to discuss colonization from a racial lens. I don't disagree with you. The main point of disagreement is that I think if you are discussing colonization from a racial lens, and that is leading you to a conclusion that leading you to the conclusion that you should purge white people from your society, I think that is an erroneous conclusion to come to. Do you think Israel is doing ethnic cleansing? I mean, I would argue yes. Though I know I would also settle with Israel is definitely doing an apartheid at the very least. You know? It's like saying someone who criticizes Israel's government is anti-Semitic. There's a line. Most normal people where that is, I hope. Yeah. Like, I don't know, if Palestinians were to gain control of, like, the Gaza Strip, you know, were to have a state for Palestinians, I think it would also be bad for Palestinians to, like, purge all Jewish people from Palestine, you know? Purge, remove, whatever euphemism you want to use for it. I don't know what this line of thinking does to benefit anyone. Ethnic cleansing or the creation of an ethno-state is bad regardless of what race, state or race does it. Nothing justifies these ideas, and nothing can make them better simply by the nature of enacting them against oppressors. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Lewd bird noises. Also, I really like your username. Yeah, no, ethno-states are bad, and the policies enacted to create them are also very bad. Yeah, there are peaceful ways to decolonize, and I'm in favor of decolonialization. And decolonization? Decolonialization? Jesus. I'm not in favor of those policies, including, like, creating an ethno-state. Or doing, like, mass deportations on the basis of race or ethnicity. I don't know. I feel like my position is fairly simple, and I'm pretty okay with that. Some people use the Haitian Revolution as a gotcha for supporting ethnic cleansing, which is stupid. They killed slave owners and their families, not all white people. Yeah. Also, the Haitian Revolution was particularly different because it was conducted by slaves against people who owned them. I think that there's a difference there. The primary motivation there was the people who owned them, not these people had white skin. You know? Certainly correlative, but they didn't kill all white people. Yeah. Israel has 9 million people with no place to go. You think they should decolonize? I think you can decolonize. Let me put it this way. I don't think Israel is going anywhere, realistically. And I think ideally there should be a two-state solution. And the U.S. should probably come to the table to force that two-state solution, because I don't see any other way forward for that to happen. You know? The decolonization of that, I don't know how one would do that. My main concern is that the people in Palestine currently living under apartheid conditions and subject to, in the past and currently, a slow and excruciating ethnic cleansing campaign. I think that needs to stop immediately. I think that they deserve autonomy and freedom and the ability to live as they see fit. I don't think it's the U.S.'s place to force other governments to enact certain policies. I mean, I think it's the U.S.'s place in the case of Israel, specifically because Israel is only empowered to do what it does because of the U.S.'s direct support. So that's why I make that argument. Israel is empowered to maintain and create that apartheid state because of U.S. support. Explicitly, by the way. Also, I think that just domestically, that would do America so much good. Because frankly, the fact that we have a prominent contingent within our political apparatus that is specifically dedicated to, like, apocalypse? Apocalypse? Is that a word? Apocalyptic thought and goals is deeply worrying and should have never been tolerated in the first place. You know, like, the entire premise of the evangelical support of the State of Israel is that by the U.S. supporting the State of Israel, it gets us closer and closer to ushering in the fulfillment of the end times prophecies in the biblical book of Revelations. They literally believe that the U.S.'s support of Israel is what will usher in the end times for the world and lead to the death of all Jews. So, like, the fact that that is a prominent mainstream idea in America should be deeply troubling at all times. It's a perfectly cromulent word. I feel like both a two-state solution or a one-state reconstruction both have ways as still fucking over Palestinians. We need a time machine. Yeah, I mean, like, there's very few clean paths forward for, like, Palestine and Israel. I just think that, like, at this point, looking at the state of Israel's politics, it is fucked beyond belief. Like, Israel's political situation right now is, like, a hair's breadth away from fascism. Like, they've only been able to stave it off through, like, prolonged protests in the streets that are, like, the equivalent of, like, 20% of the Israeli population turning out at, like, every weekend, you know? In order to preserve some semblance of democracy in their country. And, like, that energy is not going to last forever, and as soon as that dies down, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to seize more power, and I don't think in that situation a one-state solution is going to work out particularly well for Palestinians. And that's why I'm trying to advocate for a two-state solution. You know? I don't think we're going to get any one-state solution with it, like, with Israel being, treating Palestinians particularly well. Yeah. There's a problem that Israel have daily or weekly attacks from Palestinians that doesn't get to the global news, so they try to limit it, then it's segregation. I mean, the attacks of the Palestinians, you have to remember, the attacks from Palestinians are basically, like, the equivalent of, like, occasionally a rocket gets fired. Like a handheld, handmade rocket. That does some, like, damage. Maybe 1 or 2 people die. But, like, by and large, the damage is overwhelmingly borne by Palestinians, you know? Anytime one of those things happens, Israel launches a massive retaliatory campaign that kills, like, women and children and the elderly in Palestine. On top of that, like, some of these attacks that you see reported are, like, literally, like balloons, like paper lanterns being floated into Israel. And the reason they're doing it is because they want freedom. They want to be not oppressed. They want to not have, like, this bizarre apartheid system that limits which cities under Palestinian control they can go to. Literally, if you are in, depending on which city you are in, you cannot go to, like, X, Y, or Z city. There are differing levels of Palestinian privilege between where they live. It's insane that any type of movement between the cities, tightly regulated. If you need medical treatment, there's a pretty good chance you're not going to be able to get it. Because the people who control your movement and whether or not you get to go to the good hospitals in Israel are there specifically to prevent you from being able to travel. Like, it is incredibly fucked up. And again, human rights groups within Israel have called it an apartheid state. And I think that is probably a charitable description by this point. And because of all of the endemic, like, murder, because of the illegal settlements, which I haven't even talked about, Palestinians, like, are slowly losing territory. They're having their land, their homes, their businesses stolen from them and appropriated by illegal settlers. And on top of that, like, there's nowhere for them to go. They can't leave. They have no political power. They can't leave. And so that's where you get these people who are willing to, like, kill themselves because their life fucking sucks. When you give some of them freedom of movement, some of them take guns and shoot people in the streets. Yeah, but you know what? In America, that happens literally every day. In America, we have American citizens who pick up guns and go and murder children like every other day. We have people in America who are just driving their cars around, and then they decide they got angry at someone who cut them off in traffic, and then they go and murder that person and their entire family. You know, like, it's not that difficult to make that comparison. And so, like, the argument I'm making is that, yeah, freedom of movement can come with risks, but also we're not talking about enemy combatants, we're talking about people. And the reason that they are doing these attacks is because they don't have the freedom to actually do anything about their situations. They don't have any economic or political freedom. The only political party that really exists within Palestinian territory is essentially a group of thugs. It is essentially gang structures applied to their government. And that's a direct result of, like, all of their political leaders being murdered. like when you destroy all of the systems and structures of government, what springs up to fill in the gaps is going to be like a brutal and horrible like system. It's not going to be good. But, like, we have to understand that's a direct result of the material conditions that are at play in that area. And, like, the solution to that isn't like, oh, well, let's just hope it gets better while we make the conditions worse. The solution to that is give them autonomy, give them their freedom, and, like, broker a peace. But the Israeli government is not interested in peace because they effectively control that land already via the apartheid system they've instituted. All they have to do is wait. All they have to do is wait for the bulldozers to slowly creep the settlements forward until the Palestinians have nowhere left to go. That's all they gotta do. I just, like, if you're gonna say, like, my assessment isn't fair, okay? Then we need to look at the actual situation that's on the ground in Israel and Palestine right now, right? Last year, 30 Israelis were killed by Palestinians, okay? In violence between Palestinians and Israeli forces, okay? How many Palestinians do you think were killed in 2022? Like 300? It's 150. So roughly 5 times more. So, Scheiser, if the comparison is that Palestinians sometimes do violence against Israelis, that's true. But then we have to look at the violence that is then enacted on the Palestinians. And the violence enacted on the Palestinians kills 5 times as many people. And that includes women, children, elderly, etc. So when you have this exchange of violence, yeah, you're going to get people who are targeting civilians, and that is horrible. I think that the solution here is not being like, well, if you give them freedom, they're going to kill more civilians. you can't, the solution certainly isn't making that situation worse, right? The solution to the violence cannot possibly be, well, if you just make the conditions worse for the Palestinians, the violence will end. Okay, I'm not talking about conditions that stretch back to 2022. I'm talking about conditions that led to the movements being locked down. I'm talking about the conditions right now. That's what I'm talking about. I can't change what happened back then, but I think that if America stepped in, like, used its diplomatic cachet to begin negotiations and made it clear to Israel that it needs to come to some kind of an agreement, conditions would drastically improve. I think that is undeniable. And I don't think that killing Palestinians is the answer. Unfortunately, the occupying force that controls the travel, the commerce, and who lives and dies within Palestinian territory does think that that is the solution. They think that killing more Palestinians and taking more of their stuff will end the violence. And my point is that that cycle is genocidal in nature. I don't see it ending. I don't see the end point of that cycle of violence, other than the complete destruction of Palestinians, and I don't think that that is at all acceptable. That's why I said both have to go. But the problem, Scheisser, is that one of them occupies the other. That's the problem. And so I put more fault on the occupier than the occupied. I don't know if America can do a lot there. America is also limited. Zoop, Israel basically only, like, exists because America backs it. It is undeniable that the biggest diplomatic influence over Israel is America. Good night, Material Squirrel. But not just that, objectively, a cat. Like, America provides, like, a lot of the resources and military power that Israel relies on. Like, there's so many diplomatic ties. All I'm saying is, America could put an enormous amount of pressure and use its influence to end this conflict. We just don't, because Republicans feel it serves their interests to have this ongoing violence in Israel. Do we need to talk about the end times nonsense? We've already mentioned it. I don't feel the need to go into it too deeply. Like, I don't know. I feel like prominent Palestinian officials calling for the torching of Palestinian villages and cities is probably not a good sign for how things are shaking out. And I think that maybe the onus is on them. Hezbollah also does not want peace. I get that they are the oppressed, but the ends that they are fighting for are twisted as well. I mean, yeah. Sure, yeah, yes. But also, if you took, like, the Bloods and, like, had them run a country, it also wouldn't be great. You know? Essentially, the reason people join Hezbollah is because their child died in an airstrike from Israel, or their brother was sniped in harvesting figs. Like, a lot of the people who join it do it because their family members got murdered. And it's also the only power structure available to them to, like, try and make things marginally better. There's no other power structure because it's been obliterated. Deliberately, by the way. So yes, not great that Hezbollah is active in that region, but it might be that Hezbollah is particularly active in that region because of the violence and oppression of Israel's policies. Wait, well, hold on now. What are the policy of the Bloods? We have to hear about the policies from the Bloods and the Crips. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was confusing Hezbollah and Hamas. I'm sorry. My bad. The two H's. It's like when people joined the IRA after Bloody Sunday. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not trying to justify I'm not trying to justify terrorism, okay? All I'm saying is that it is a direct result of the oppressive policies of Israel. And we also have to, if we're going to look back in time, we have to understand that the reason terrorism became, like, a tool used by Palestinians under oppression was a direct result because, like, they were the victims of the Nakba. Like, they had all of their stuff and land stolen and confiscated, and they were forced into exile. You know? Like, yeah. That wasn't good. That wasn't great. Actually, that ethnic cleansing directly led to a radicalization towards terrorism for a lot of displaced Palestinians. Yeah. Yeah, it is like 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, sorry, Urk. I was getting the two confused. That's my bad. Avalon of Babylon, I really like your comment. I keep looking at it. It makes me giggle. Also, chat, we've been going for about 6 hours. If you're enjoying the conversation, if you are finding this interesting, entertaining, edutaining, consider dropping some subs, making some donos. And if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, come on over to the riverboat.gg site chat. It's pretty cool. It's the on-screen chat above my head right now. And come chill, come be a homie. Come be cool. I promise they're nice. They're a bunch of nerds, but they're nice. And with that, I feel like I've kind of said my piece on this topic. Are we good? Can we return to this clusterfuck of a debate? Is that something we can do? I'd like that. Is this your first time on Dark Souls 2? How are you liking this run? This is my second time going through the DLC, but the first time I was doing it co-op with like 3 other friends. So this is like the first like real playthrough, you know? And I'm finding a lot of the level design to be very frustrating, but the DLC I think is better than the core game. Also, donos and subs, again, very appreciated because they help me to not die.
Doesn't actually reflect the identity of one of the elements of the comparison. But I haven't done that. I draw comparisons between the anti-Semitism, the draw towards ethno-states, the grievance culture, the racial politics, that sort of thing.
Okay, so I don't know if using the word compare, I believe you also think black separatism can be pretty analogous with Nazism. Am I misguided here?
I think that I make comparisons between lots of things in Nazism. Let's be fair. I think that the comparisons are valid as long as they're valid. I could compare the behavior of a clerk that I didn't like at a store to Nazis if I felt
said
like
analogous, not comparison.
analogous in the sense that the underlying fascistic reactionary tendency is present, yes. I don't think they're that dissimilar.
Okay, cool. So I think that while underlying fascistic elements could be argued as a core part of Nazism, which I guess I agree with, there are other core parts elements. And my disagreement with you is, as I said previously, is that at the core of Black separatism, there's the concept of Black liberation, while as one of the cores of Nazism, there is no Black liberation. There is no white liberation either, because we agreed that we don't have to pay attention to them coping. There is just white supremacy.
But they
and
said
because those
there was white
let me
liberation.
finish, please. Yes, they said it, and we said that just because the right complains about something, we look at material conditions, and it doesn't mean we have to buy into everything that they whine about.
Right,
This is
that's what I
something
say
that you
about
say all the time.
That's what I say about the far right Black supremacists. Yes, of course, I agree.
Not just about the far right Black supremacists. You say that about the right in general. When the right talks about being oppressed by trans people, you say that that's not like an actual thing that we need to be concerned with because we can just look at material conditions. You say that all the time.
Okay, if white people in Weimar Germany actually were being oppressed in some capacity, do you think that would have justified Nazi ideology, or do you think it would have been just as wrong?
I don't think it would have justified it.
Okay.
I don't think it would have been just as wrong. I think it would have been somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. So, two realities that you're looking at. And we have this one. And on the other hand, you look at Auschwitz-Birkenau, the interior of the smokestack still caked with soot. And you're thinking, as you peer between these two realities, okay, well, this one was, you know, maybe a little more justified. Do I have that correct?
No.
You just said that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I don't like that you're doing this.
Well, I don't like that you answered the way that you did. So we're
I
both
realize that, but you realize.
Yeah. Arguing that genociding would be more justified if whites had been oppressed in Germany is not a good look. It's not a good look at all. Oh, God.
That you're comparing Black separatism
Sorry.
now to Auschwitz-Birkenau,
So,
right?
what just happened here? So what you're dealing with right now is called cognitive dissonance. So the reason you are aggrieved by my comparison is because white people in Germany were a dominant majority group, and black people in America today are not. That's true. That is a correct assessment. It is my belief the Nazi ideology would have been just as incorrect, even if white people were, even if every bit of the Nazi conspiracy theory was right. Even if all their crazy shit about Jews, blah, 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 all that, Nazism would have still been just as morally wrong. The correct answer in any reality is that any grievance, any inequality must be solved with radical egalitarianism. That's my belief.
Can I say
So,
something
well, I'm
about
almost-
my cognitive dissonance?
Well, I'm almost done.
Okay.
So I don't think Nazi ideology would be made, as you suggested, any more justified because they are oppressed in this other universe. Now, I think you just don't like the consequences of your beliefs here because you don't like it when it's compared to something as evocative as the Holocaust, which is why I do it, because it does hit a little more than if I just used abstract examples.
Good.
Right, of course.
Can I?
So again, would it or would it not be more justified in the world where white people in Germany were oppressed and they were kept under the boot?
Justified? The Holocaust or the ideology of Nazism?
They're inseparable.
It would be more understandable. but not justified.
Yeah, the
Understand.
Holocaust
What do you
and
mean understand? I can
Nazism are
understand
pretty
the
linked.
Nazis today in the sense that I can analyze their intentions. Understandable in the sense that their grievances were motivated.
Can I say something?
Well, but I'm asking, like, understandable
What
how?
are you asking? I think that when you're asking about Nazi ideology and now you're pinning the consequences of the Holocaust onto what I said.
Look, this debate's been going on for a while, so I want to reiterate something. I don't think that this Katie person is horrible. I think that she is someone who has been misled, who believes that the people she is defending and conversing with are honest actors who are just like good old-fashioned lefties who have really good policies and the like. And she's wrong. She's wrong about that. The people she's talking to are horrible. And they believe horrible things. And I think that she is just incredibly credulous, particularly because they use language that tends to, the language and rhetoric of people that she has, of like actual honest actors. But the issue is they're not. They are not. They are horrible. And I showed some screenshots earlier. Oh, is it gonna fuck? Okay, no. Excellent. Oh, the fire clutch ring. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. I've already seen this debate, but hearing her say this again is wild. Yeah. Yeah. On what are they debating? Right now they're debating about black separatism, I guess.
It's pretty
No,
disingenuous.
no, the Nazis did the Holocaust, but it
I'm
seemed
aware that the Nazis did the Holocaust. Please don't. I know that you're used to explaining the Holocaust to people. Trust me, I have some education on the Holocaust. I'm good. I know that the Nazis did the Holocaust. However, there are not neo-Nazis that live today in many countries of the world that have not, in fact, committed the Holocaust, but they are still neo-Nazis.
They would, though.
I.e., Nazism ideology is not the same as perpetuating the Holocaust.
no, but it's a consequence of it. Likewise, ethnic supremacy and ethnic expulsion are consequences of black separatism. You create an ethno-state, you say, these people deserve to live here and these people don't. And what
those actually aren't the consequences of it, because whenever there were projects that happened, it was America that murdered those people or let them be murdered. No one was lynched under any black separatism attempts in the United States, but America did lynch them, obviously.
Wait.
So while you can say that you think that those will be potential consequences. Another big difference between Nazism and black separatism is that Nazism has a very big high body count. I'm sure you know what it is. And black separatism does not.
Black separatists are actually disproportionately represented in politically motivated killings.
I
could be wrong.
Which is not the same as the Holocaust.
Well, no, but yeah, and there's been no Nazi perpetrated Holocaust in America either. We're taking a look at extremist groups and how they tend to act. And black separatists kill a weirdly high number of people. There are probably way more Nazis in America, far-right people, than there are black separatists, which makes it... They might actually have the most disproportionate rate of politically motivated murder in the country. A lot of it against Jews,
great,
if I remember correctly.
But that doesn't have to do with black separatism projects.
Well, okay,
Just because
it's a little indicative.
Yeah.
No, it's...
What project?
Well,
tell me. No. We keep.
Wait,
I
I
asked
need
you
to agree
earlier,
with
and
you.
you didn't.
I need to agree with you. Just give me a second. It is pretty. I wouldn't say it's not indicative. Yes, it is pretty indicative. Not
Okay.
completely, but yeah.
So what black separatist projects are we talking about here?
Fuck the names. The one where they bombed them.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, that was like a housing group. I mean, like, okay, ideologically, what do black separatists want to do?
Well, that depends on which black separatist.
No problem,
you talk
Karazine.
to.
Hope you have a good night.
Okay, then give me a range of ideas. If you don't know, then you can't possibly criticize me for my unfair or uncharitable comparisons.
Well, just I will say what I think, but I will let everyone know that they should do their own research as well, since I'm not a professor on the topic.
You're not going
at
to
all.
be canceled for this. It's fine. You don't have to live
I'm
with
not
the
trying to be
boot of the...
canceled. I'm trying to be responsible talking about topics I have no business talking about.
Why do you have no
That's
business
what I'm
talking about it?
Because again, people online tend to speak a lot about topics that neither you or I have the proper education or reading on, so it's pretty cringe.
Who's we? You can speak for yourself. I know about this topic enough to criticize it. So what am I wrong on?
So in terms of the range of ideas, it could be anything from like small projects like the move bombing in 1985, or even that small autonomous zone that was in, what was it, Washington D.C. after BLM, or was it Portland? I don't remember.
That was in Seattle.
Seattle.
I was
sorry.
there.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Chaz.
those sucked.
Okay, it's fine that they sucked. They still count as part of Black separatist movement.
Chaz
like
wasn't
projects.
black separatist. There were tons of whiteys there. I looked. It was like...
That's not what black separatism is. Black separatism doesn't mean that whiteys can't be around.
So it doesn't...
Again, this is what I mean with you just having a very interesting idea.
Looks at... I'm just gonna casually look at the word separate, then look back at this debate.
If we expand black separatist ideological victories to include a several-day-long block party held by all the gays in Capitol Hill...
They're an attempt.
Okay, attempt to do what? What are they trying to do?
They're trying to create an autonomous zone for black people.
Okay,
right?
So they failed because it wasn't autonomous and it was majority white people there. Seattle's
yes,
majority
it's going
white
to be basically impossible to create an autonomous zone for like the free existence of black people inside a white supremacist America. That's correct. That's going to always fail.
It doesn't matter whether or not America is white supremacist. Actually, no race of people can legally create an autonomous zone in this country. That's secession.
Sure, but that's also
yeah. I don't know. I don't know to what extent Chaz was a black separatist project. Chaz seemed much more like a just a natural kind of outcrop, a natural outcome of like the wildness and the possibility presented by BLM. You know, like I don't necessarily think that this was like an explicit, like a bunch of black separatists like got together and were like, hey, let's do this. You know, I don't think that's actually what happened there. Yeah, B for brain. I never heard about that either. At all? Like, yeah, a lot of ACAB, but like a lot of people don't like cops because they suck and support the white supremacist power structure. It's bad, no good. Don't like it.
Session because
yeah, it's very strange how they walked into this and keep reiterating over and over and over again that they you know, don't know enough to talk about this and yet continue to talk about it. It's very strange. SPLC stopped using black separatism as a category in order to avoid false equivalence to white supremacy. I think Vosh could do better to distinguish them, call out specific groups like NOI for anti-Semitism, e.g. without always applying accusations too generally. Well, I don't necessarily think that like talking about black separatism as an ideology is bad, right? back. Yeah, I think from what I can see from the SPLC, the reason that they changed the black separatist label on their site was because the FBI had long used black identity extremist as a label. But I don't necessarily have I have a problem with the FBI's label, but black separatism is just the name of the ideology that these people espouse, and I think that that's fine, you know? But yeah, I understand the trepidation. I don't think it's a terribly large like issue. I mean, I understand having issues with the way Vosh frames stuff. Oh yeah, well, and also Vosh is very antagonistic and very like abrasive, and like that's gonna hit people differently. And that's okay. Not every content creator is for everybody. Yeah, exactly, Hollow Rage. Exactly. Jack's back. Was I gone, LB? Oh, when you hurt your back. Oh, yeah, I understand now. Do I need to jump over this bridge? That looks like a place I can go. Try wings or something? Okay, I don't think I can go there. I think actually that is not possible. But it looks like a place I can go. And in fact, I think I do need to go there. I just need to get there a different way. Oh no, there are enemies over there. Okay, I need to figure that out. Why do Collins on Twitch do? Nani? Leap of Faith? The all-seeing dude? I might have listened to, but you're a white name. You can't be trusted. Invisible floor? Oh shit. Oh shit, maybe it's an invisible floor. That's a really good idea. Let's take a gander, huh? Okay, it is not an invisible floor. You don't know if I'm white yet? Do you trust me? No, I don't trust any of you in Twitch chat. I also don't trust that it's invisible floor after trying to put an object down and seeing it fall. Alright, we're gonna go down here and see if maybe... Well, no, actually, we're gonna continue on through this area. Because I know that there's another knight I need to find, and I just don't exactly know where he is. A lot of apples. You eating some chocolate?
No one generally can. Like, that's not just a race thing, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's not anti-black. Yeah. The inability to secede. Listen, the last group of people who tried to secede were actually white people, and we kicked their asses and helped black people in the process. Like right. The fact that you can't secede is a pretty general thing.
With almonds and toffee. Oh, that sounds so delightful.
The biggest issue here is that you don't think Black separatism is valuable for Black liberation, and you want people to pursue other avenues.
What valuable thing? Like, so far, you've talked about a like housing group and a block
I'm not,
party.
Vosh, I have never said that I agree with Black separatism. As I've said multiple times, everyone that has talked to you about this, or the vast majority of have said, we are not Black separatists. We don't like this idea, but we don't like when you demonize and take something that grew out of people talking about Black liberation and comparing it to Nazism.
Okay.
And all you have to do is be like, yeah, I guess I'll be a strong...
Yeah, look, I don't think appealing to, like, the history of, like, the good that Black separatism has done is a particularly effective or compelling argument. Gotta keep it 100 with you guys, okay? I don't think advocating for mass immigration to emigration from the U.S. to Liberia is particularly good. I don't think that's a particularly good solution, and I think it created a lot of problems in Liberia, actually. I think maybe working hand in hand with the KKK to achieve their aims is probably not good overall. Just gonna throw that out there.
Strong advocate against Black separatism, but I won't compare it to Nazism.
Okay.
And you won't.
Well, yeah, because when I don't like things, I compare them to Nazis. I do that to literally everything. Listen,
yeah, that's very immature.
If you don't have... No, there's nothing wrong with making comparisons. What it is exasperating for my audience, not immature. Besides, the average American has the political education of, like, a frog. You know, you have to give them the simple explanations. Look, if you can't give me, like any committal example of what ideologically Black separatism is trying to do, then can I, like, go to the Wikipedia page? Or because, like, it's too white? Like, can I do that?
You can...
Also, you can literally find academic articles talking about Marcus Garvey as, like, a proto-fascist. So, like, it's not a great ideology, in my humble opinion. Let's see, what was I just gonna look for? Oh yeah.
Can do that, but again, I'm not arguing for the benefits of Black separatism, so
Okay.
I don't know what the point of that would be.
Maybe we should find out what it's about, okay? So here's the beginning of paragraph 2. Black separatism in its purest form asserts that blacks and whites ideally should form two independent nations. So that right there is an ethno-state. That is exactly what that is. So according to Wikipedia, the first thing, like, what is Black separatism? They're like, ethno-state, like, right off the bat. Because, like, yeah, that's what they're about, obviously. Like, if you listen to them talk, that's what they talk about. Additionally, Black separatists often seek to return to their original cultural homeland of Africa. That's what I talked about with going over to Africa. Yeah. This sentiment was spearheaded by Marcus Garvey and the Universal N-Word Improvement Association in the 1920s. Black separatists generally think that black people are hindered in a white-dominated society. And then it goes on to talk about some history stuff. So it seems like...
I'm confused. Didn't you say it was the second paragraph from above?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first thing says, Black separatism is a separatist political movement that seeks separate economic and cultural development for those of African descent in societies, particularly in the United States. That's the first thing it says about Black separatism.
Yeah, it's a separatist movement.
Yes, and you can talk about how you're against a separatist movement, but we can say that just because you like comparing things to Nazism doesn't mean that it's appropriate, especially if you're a progressive advocate who doesn't want to fall into fear of retribution arguments around
fear
Black
retribution.
people.
Well, I don't fear retribution. I think that there are some losers online who fantasize about it.
Yeah, I'm just reading up a little bit about the history of Liberia. Pretty interesting. Let's see. In the early 1970s, president was elected, who's an Americo-Liberian, that is a Liberian of African American descent, named William Tolbert, was elected. He sought to introduce some liberal reforms, including addressing imbalances between Americo-Liberians and the indigenous peoples, largely because Americo-Liberians make up about 5% of the population and constitute the ruling class of Liberia. William Tolbert sought to address this power imbalance between Americo-Liberians and the indigenous peoples by bringing more native figures into the government. However, these reforms proved so unpopular among the Americo-Liberian population, including members of his own government, who accused him of, quote, letting the peasants into the kitchen. And then, yeah, in 1980, there was a coup d'etat in which he was assassinated. By native Liberians who felt that the changes were happening too slowly, actually. So, yeah, things have been a bit rough over there.
About it. No, I genuinely don't. Trust me. Right now, black separatism online is represented by a small contingent of the most mentally ill, dysfunctional, couldn't order a pizza on the phone if it was for their own lives, people that I've ever seen in my life. I have never feared any group of people less. I'm more afraid of radical liberalism than I am of black separatism.
lewd bird
Trust
noises,
me, there's
exactly.
no fear of reprisal here. Not even remotely.
Okay, that's not what I mean, though.
So no,
I mean
so
that.
no. That doesn't mean they don't fantasize about it, though. I mean, that doesn't mean that these sweaty fucking losers don't wake up every morning fantasizing. You know, they wake up probably in pretty bad conditions, I'm willing to bet, and fantasize, oh man, wouldn't my life be so much better if I could fuck up a white person? Because racists tend to do that. They have personal problems that they tend to extract and project.
Can you not do that while you're in this conversation with me, though?
Talk about the sweaty racism?
Being like doing your version of like virtue signaling about how these people are bad.
Wait, hold on. I'm not virtue signaling. When I talk like this, I make people hate me. But also, yeah, they're racists. I don't like them. Yeah, that's how racists are. They wake up, they're sweaty, and then they get mad about race. That's what all racists do.
So when I said that you're contributing to fear retribution arguments, I don't mean that you fear that some black people who are black separatists are going to lynch you. I mean, again, that as an intersectional progressive advocate that you claim to be, you seem to be incredibly not cautious and not cognizant of the way.
I just have to point out, right, that like, if you're intersectional, then you should be willing to acknowledge that anybody of any background or race or ideology, not ideology, anyone of any background, sorry, it's very late, I've been streaming for about 7 hours, then you have to acknowledge that someone of any race, any sex, any gender, can have any ideology. If you are truly intersectional, you can recognize that people can be bigots regardless. That's actually a component here. Oh, thank God my weapon didn't break. Okay. Just gonna use some more repair powder. They're really pushing it here.
Way that your speech and the way you talk about black people perpetuates anti-blackness, which
No, it doesn't.
Which is what I mean when I say I would like you to just like think about that, and instead of going reflexively immediately, no it doesn't, be like, oh, there are all these dozens of clips of me saying stuff that are pretty anti-black, but I know that I meant well.
No, there aren't.
But maybe that's still inappropriate of me.
No, they're not. I mean, depending on how cut up those clips are, I mean, we could do a collage of your language and I could have you read out like Mein Kampf. You know, you've given me probably every syllable that I would need, right? No, there are no legions of clips of me being anti-black. There are people desperately trying to interpret my clips as anti-black because they don't like me and they're looking for post-hoc excuses. A lot of these people just don't like my skin tone, gonna be honest with you. They'll look for anything, you know? Clip chimping, that's another thing that racists like to do. No, you failed to explain to me a single reason why I shouldn't hate black separatism. It's a reactionary ideology. You're coming here to defend reactionary ideologies, which is the behavior of a reactionary person. Now, I don't think you're reactionary.
I actually didn't come here for that.
I think you've been misguided. I think that you've listened to some people and who have convinced you, I don't know if you feel guilty, I don't know why, I'm not going to psychoanalyze, but I think that you think that black liberation somehow involves placating these sweaty losers. And I tell you, it doesn't. You ever talk to a black person in real life? It turns out they're not a sweaty loser. I mean,
true.
I hope not. You know, right? Majority aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are normal-ass people. And you go online, and it's this small, tiny segment of the online left who are, by the way, again, to be clear, infinitesimally small in the broader proportion of every political discussion happening right now. Irrelevant, even. Though they do seem to keep trying to make themselves relevant to me and my channel and my friends. Because they hate us. And I don't think I'm contributing to a fear of reprisal when I point out these people are wrong. Maybe if you don't want that fear to spread, you should tell them to cut it out. Because when I talk to my audience about race issues, I am overwhelmingly, uniformly, consistently in favor of black liberation. I've been an advocate for it on basically every imaginable policy and ideological level.
You can be for black liberation in terms of values and virtues and in terms of policies and still reinforce anti-blackness ideas in the way that you speak and engage with other human beings, which is the point that I came here to make.
Which is nebulous, just a ghost argument. It's a ghost argument. No specific problems, nothing I'm wrong on.
No, I have given you a specific argument. I have given you a specific problem. Then we talked about for an hour. No, we talked about.
Yeah, look, B for brain. His ego's already large enough as it is. It doesn't need to be sucked off. Okay. You know what is not intersectional? What? I mean, and that's the thing, right? Surely there's some, like, pretty compelling evidence if there's so much of it, right? What are the most compelling arguments here? Let's hear them. You know, shouldn't be that hard. Ethnostates, true. Ethnostates are not intersectional. Bill Casey, you're one of the good ones.
How you didn't watch Soul Bunny's video.
I shouldn't say that. I have no idea what your race is, and that could have come off as incredibly racist. I apologize.
And called her anti-white. Then you explained why that was okay. Then we talked about how you call black separatism Nazism, and then you explained why that was okay.
I made a comparison.
But that's already two arguments that are not nebulous at all that I made.
So I made. Wait, hold on. There's no argument that you need to make on the whole I didn't watch Soul Bunny's video thing. I admitted that, and I don't care. And for two, I draw comparisons between it and Nazism. I've never said that I don't. If your argument was to come here and accuse me of being white, you would, I guess, technically be correct on that point, but it's not something I was disagreeing with you on. Ideologically, I feel like I'm well within my right to make these comparisons about a reactionary ideology. I mean, why not?
I think it's
Should we
very
not combat
weird
reactionary
of you.
politics?
I think it's very weird of you to say that I'm accusing you of being white.
I didn't say that. I was drawing a comparison. I was saying if you did that, you would be correct, but it wouldn't be an attack on my arguments.
I think that I've tried, and I think I'm done now.
This was nothing. You had nothing. You don't even know what black separatism is.
That's okay that you feel that way.
Can you tell me what it is?
Black separatism is an idea that has to do... Wait, I'll just read off of Wikipedia. You want us to read off Wikipedia, right?
How can you
Black separatism is a separatist political movement that seeks separate economic and cultural development for those of African descent in societies, particularly in the United States. There you go.
Hey, out of curiosity, if I was black and I told you that black separatism is anti-black and a reactionary contingent that masquerades as black liberation, would you listen to me?
I'd listen to anyone.
Hmm.
If you were a big content creator that said they were a leftist and a progressive, I'd probably tell them that I'd want them to talk to more black people that I've talked to.
No, if I was black, and I'd say, oh, I've talked to many black people. I'm actually a well-studied advocate on racial equality, and you've been duped, I'm afraid. The vast majority of black people aren't black separatists. There's just a small group of extremists who are misleading you. Would you listen to me?
Okay, again, none of the people that I've talked to about black separatism are black separatists. They just don't.
I've talked to many such people, okay? They were very, very nice to me.
I don't think you should compare it to Nazism.
Oh,
I
then-
don't know how many times I can keep telling you that.
Then la-dee-da. What are they even doing? Those people that you talked to were black separatists, by the way, okay?
That's insane.
Why?
Because it's very weird how willing you are to just assume shit of people when they are adult, competent humans with speaking sounds.
Have you
and
met
they can just tell you
adults?
what they are.
Have you met?
I
Have you
have,
talked to
actually.
adults? There's everyone. You think?
You mean someone would just do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Anyway.
What? Oh, I talk to black people and black separatists. Everyone. Race. Doesn't matter. White, black. They're all idiots. All of them. You can't base your opinion on an ideology based on cordial conversations you've had with a few people. You didn't even... The Wikipedia for this is like, yeah, the purest form of black separatism is about ethno-states, and you came in here not
I've never watched an FD signifier vid, so I have no opinion.
knowing that.
You think that because black people told me this, then I believe it or something. That's your point.
I think you're kind of like a massive cuck. Yeah, I get the impression like, the problem is you have no arguments against me. And this was the Professor Flowers thing too. I come into these conversations knowing that I'm correct, so I don't usually expect to have my mind changed. Sometimes there's like niche issues or like edge cases, but for the most part, I know what I am coming into this. And usually talks like this are just me like watching and smiling as somebody like tiptoes and dances around a point for 3 hours, failing to commit to even the simplest positions, because the moment you commit to something, then you have to defend it. And this is, I see this time and time again. But
Yo,
you're not doing
Doodleburb,
this for
how
your
you
own
doing?
sake.
Oh,
You're
God.
doing this for the sake of some nebulous idea that a good progressive
Yo, it's your
would do X or a good
birthday!
progressive would do Y.
Everyone shut up. And sing Doodleburb happy birthday, and I will know if you don't personally sing it in front of your computer, okay? Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Doodleburb. Happy birthday to you. And many more. And also, how's one of my favorite gentle thems doing tonight? I hope you're having a really good birthday. Damn, she fancy with the vibrato? Well, you know what? Doodleburb deserves the vibrato, okay? We all love Doodleburb, don't we? Doing great. Tired but feeling great. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. It's been a long evening. I'm going into hour 7. And you know what? Before we go into hour 7, I mean, how about I tell you guys that you can support me by subscribing or making a dono. You can use ! Tip if you're over on Twitch. You can come over to riverboat.gg and subscribe, or make a dono over there, or gift some subs. All of that helps me a lot, immensely. Gifting subs on Twitch does not help me that much, because Jeff Bezos takes half. But consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, where the cool kids are. There's a chat and everything. Come on over here and be rad. You can get yourself a fancy name of many different colors. I couldn't sing, but I twerked on my laptop. That's good enough. You went above and beyond, Scheißer. It's 4 a.m. and you got me to sing happy birthday out loud. Good! Yay! Good night, Distron. But yeah, we've been streaming for 7 hours, and if you have enjoyed the show, please hit that follow button. And also, chat, remember to like the stream over on YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Get on over there, okay? It's free to do, and it helps piss off conservatives. I sang badly, but I sang, that's okay. Everyone starts out bad. At everything, actually. Have you ever seen a baby? Babies suck at doing literally everything. And we all started out as babies. Most of us, anyway. So, it's okay to suck at things. It's true. Conservatives hate when you subscribe to Riverboat Jack. They also hate when you hit the follow button over on Twitch. They hate it. Babies have a massive skill issue. Yeah. I was born a trans woman, just full on Benjamin buttoning it up. Also, chat, again, gifting subs, it's very kind, and it helps me to not die and pay the rent. And it's almost the end of the month, so if any of you want to help out, I would very, very much appreciate it. And with that, let's finish up this debate, huh?
Why a good progressive would
a
fight
good
against
progressive would be
reactionary
against anti-blackness
politics.
in the progressive
I am
movement
against
that you are
your
perpetuating.
anti-blackness. Yes, black separatism
That's
is a
okay. Hey,
doomed
then
ideology for black people.
we're against each other's anti-blackness. I'm anti-black, you're anti-black. I'll be my version of anti-black, and you'll be yours.
Like a dog, like a coward, you find refuge in this. Oh well, who cares actually? Tee-hee. Oh, nothing matters. Ooh, haha. Do you think it's appropriate for you to so dismissively regard an ideology that some black people have considered to be essential to their liberation? Are you their advocate then? You step here and now you're doing a little dance. You're throwing fairy dust around.
I don't know what you're even referring to.
Because you don't have a spine, so you don't know what it feels like to stand up with one.
Yes. Okay.
Go educate yourself
your
on the...
time.
Hey, Marcus Garvey. That's the person typically considered the founder of black separatist ideology. He worked with the Ku Klux Klan. Go read up on him. She left.
Oh my god.
I don't think she's going to look up Marcus Garvey. Yeah. I gotta say, if people don't want me to act the way that I do, then why the fuck do they come on here and reinforce in my mind every reason why I am the way that I am? It's crazy. Like, seriously, it's like you know, I take issue with these perspectives, and then like every time they come on, it's just like it's like they're handing me like signed permission slips to be an arrogant asshole about all the stuff that I believe in.
I've been scrolling through Andrew Tate's Twitter. I think he's either supremely mentally ill now and needs help, or is on harder drugs. I mean, why not both? Also, I mean, I feel like there might be a pretty compelling argument for Andrew Tate to be pretty mentally damaged already, to be honest with you. It ended badly, right? Oh, it ended so badly, lewd bird noises. She got ripped apart for not knowing anything about the topic. Your YouTube banner looks like a grown-up peppermint patty. I think my YouTube banner is pretty cute. It's pretty cute, and there's also like a little oh god, dogs. It's pretty cute, and also it was either that or the fascism is bad banner, and I've already used that on Twitch. I figured I'd mix it up a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Scheißer. He's mentally ill now? Always has been. Man, one day I will figure out where I'm going in this godforsaken game. I really thought by now, like, I would have gotten through this DLC. It's pretty sizable. From Software does a good job on these things. I don't think she's a fan of Vosh. I mean, I don't think Vosh was gonna make a friend here, to be honest.
Even. What a fucking coward. Obviously I rescind the good faith thing. I think that she knew she was lying towards the end there. Maybe from the beginning? I can't really tell. I gotta say, I don't understand defending a value they don't even agree with.
Ooh.
Leaving aside the idea that she's
lightning
grifting,
spear.
which maybe,
Don't mind
maybe
if
not,
I
I don't
do.
care, whatever. Leaving that aside, if we assume sincerity, this is cuckoldry, okay? They do believe it, or they cannot fathom the consequences of.
For the record, I do assume sincerity. Though, again, I am autistic, so maybe my assumption is misplaced.
Not believing it. By the way, I don't, I'm sure some people are going to go, oh, you were too mean, whatever. Fuck all of you, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any, this is like the 50th conversation.
Lewd bird noises. The Ringed City DLC is like some of my favorite video game of all time. Like it's a perfect ending to the Dark Souls series. And frankly, I hope they never like resurrect it. Because there's nothing else to explore in like the thematics of the game. Oh, by the way, if you're over in Twitch chat and you're upset about the ads, consider coming on over to the riverboat.gg chat. There are no ads over there. You can come over here, no ads. You don't have to put up with ads. It's pretty great. No ads. If you're sick of ads, come on over. You don't have to subscribe, you just have to make an account.
Conversation I've had like this. It's like
I forgot to mention that
My
part.
positions are firm. They are.
And then I can guilt the rest of chat into gifting you a sub.
Criticizable because they're very, very solid. All the positions that I have, they're incredibly material. You go into a conversation with me, you know exactly where I stand, right there. And then I have to deal with people that they just little dance around. They
My
don't
mic is
commit
doing
to
the popping
anything.
thing again?
Because in reality, either their positions are incredibly weak, or they're just acting as a kind of vague proxy for some imagined issue. But I'm going to keep. I'm going to keep being
There's
like
a place
this. I'm
I
going
can
to get
finally
worse
be at
over
peace.
time, man. They keep sending people like this to me. God keeps testing me with shit like this.
Maybe
and
not?
The only
Okay.
lesson I'm learning from it is like, holy shit, I should have been more arrogant from the start. Like I'm so
A teensy
clearly
bit?
on this, but,
Man.
yeah.
Man.
They're not sending their best. Yeah. Anti-Hotep arc? Well, we've always been doing
I'm a
that.
bird of the people? Hell yeah.
Their issue with you just boils down to they dislike that you're criticizing black people. It really is as simple as that. Yep, it is literally just like there are some black people and you criticize. Notice, and the idea of opening with this like you're disrupting this safe space for black content creators, but while defending Soul Bunny, who made a hit piece on Shark, which included calling him racial
Get
slurs.
extra
And she's like,
loud.
well, that wasn't a drama video. Those were criticism. Like, yeah, just nothing. No beliefs, no spine. Empty. I don't think you explored the Kurdistan argument as much as you could have, Vosh. Well, there was no point in getting that into the details on anything there, because she never committed to anything. I'm in favor of, like, national secession in rare instances where the treatment is bad enough that it is warranted and that it is possible for there to be good outcomes. You know, obviously, like, I don't think you can just secede, like, off nothing for no reason, because otherwise every little tin pot wannabe dictator all around the world would just form little microscopic, like, acre-wide national plots, which would be, you know, ridiculous. The Kurdistan thing is something that I think there can be a decent momentum for, but not right now. Like, it has to build, you know? The idea that, like, there can be within America, like, a state given to black people is insane. Like, that, it's just completely mentally ill, divorced from the universe, like completely ridiculous, you know. And it wouldn't be desirable.
Oh,
anyway,
that's
because
cool.
I don't think it would
I
be
like
better
that.
for black people, because that
That's
would mean
some
they'd
good-
be
that's some
economically
good magic
ostracized
shit.
from the monstrous economic beast that is the United States. Well, she actually feels bad about that convo. She definitely feels like she fucked up. If she grows a spine, then, you know, maybe she can better appreciate the mistakes that she made. For saying Soul Bunny doesn't make drama videos is such a joke. Yeah, all of the 4 Soul Bunny videos are drama videos. They're literally all... That's all they are. Do you get mad at these people for wasting your time? No, it's fine. Like you said, though, isn't Kurdistan not an ethno-state? Yeah, well, yeah, I don't think Kurdistan would be an ethno-state. If it was, I wouldn't support it. But now let's watch it to prove we're even more wrong. No, I was right. I don't have to. She said, how can you know she's anti-white without watching the video? And I said, well, how does she feel about Professor Flowers? And that's it. That's all I need. I don't care. Professor Flowers is the most objective litmus test imaginable. If you're an honest person and you're not literally brain damaged, you can watch that debate and come away from it going, wow, Professor Flowers would be okay with black South Africans deporting 6 million white South Africans who are currently equal citizens. Obviously, white South Africans are a privileged group, but legally they're equal. And PF would be okay with that. And that's an objective answer, and there's no getting around it. So when people look at that and then the side against me, it's either because they're delusionally not of the opinion that she actually believes that, or because they're in favor of white people getting deported based on their race. That's it. That's all I need. She apologized on her stream for not bringing up any more regrets hanging up when she did. I don't care. Why do you...
Welcome, Beaver Brain.
What is this pity party thing? What? No harm is coming to her. She'll get some attention from talking to me. She's fine. She probably is going to get some sympathy done on us, whatever. If she wants to get better, she can just change herself. Listen,
damn it.
I'm all for reform and rehabilitation, and the reactionary politics that she was spouting were most heinous indeed, okay? But that doesn't mean we have to... I can't keep going through this, guys. This keeps happening, all right? I just don't like ethno-states. That's it. It's so fucking simple. Black separatists are completely politically irrelevant, except for, oh, hey, you know, hey, which group do black separatists have, like, a huge overlap with? The fucking Hebrew Israelites, which Kanye was recently a representative of, sieg-heiling all across the InfoWars studio. I just... it's like such an obvious hell. Why would you want to associate with them? It's crazy.
Avalon of Babylon. Thank you for making it to the riverboat.gg chat.
People who naively defend TERFs as being honest advocates for women's rights. That's what it sounds like to me, you know? Because, well, women are an oppressed group, and they say that, you know, trans people are invading their spaces, and they have legitimate concerns. Okay? It's the same thing every time. It's the same brain rot. Minority group, that must mean their
oh my god. Oh my god, I had memory hold that lewd bird noises. I had shoved that into the darkest recesses of my mind. Oh my god. That's right. Kanye West watched 21 Jump Street and realized being anti-Semitic is wrong. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. How is that real? How is that the world we live in? How? Fuck, man. Huge character development. That's a movie like my partner and I like quote back to each other sometimes. And I love it. Like... What? Oh yeah, my partner and I will talk about covalent bonds. Here, I think it's this one. Oh god. That was terrible. Okay, wait. Is that really the best quality of clip that I can find? That seems incorrect. Okay, whatever. We'll go with it. We'll roll with it. What kind of bullshit do they say about covalent? What kind of bullshit do they say about covalent bonds at this school? we say that to each other when we go into a new place we haven't been. I'm sorry. I didn't want it loud either. I'm sorry.
Better and more honest. No, everyone.
I'm
is
sorry.
capable of
I'm
being
sorry about your
dishonest and
baby ears. I'm
reactionary.
sorry.
Everyone. Absolutely everyone. Look at Israel, which the caller was apparently from. Huh? Were Jews not oppressed in Europe? I would say they were about as oppressed as you can get. My history is, you know, if I'm informed appropriately. Then they go and form Israel. And what do? They form, like, a borderline theocratic ethno-state and then build Palestinians a fucking open-air concentration camp. Oh, well, you know, the minority group. No, it doesn't work like that. I didn't agree a ton with the person you just talked to. Tend to agree with you on a lot of things, but damn, you're a cunt sometimes. Yeah, people think I'm a cunt because I'm confident. There's no real, like, way around it, unfortunately. A lot of people, especially online, are just horribly insecure, and they just hate looking at me because they hate the fact that I'm... It was like when she was like, you want to, you know, what, can you not posture for this question? And the only thing that I've done thus far was, like, flatly answer what she said confidently. You know? People think that confidence is aberrant, and I guess maybe in the modern world it is, but it doesn't have to be. It's not necessary. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance. Everyone says that, but nobody has, like, a definite pin on where it is. Besides, since we're talking about a conversation in which I was in the right the entire time, it seems like it can't really be arrogance because my confidence is warranted. How do we get rid of the cuck tendencies of the left? Oh, God, if I
Oh,
ever
God,
knew.
you made it... Oh, God,
I could
the
find
shark
out one
drama.
day.
I will take a look at it.
I feel like I'm generally pretty patient, too,
after I
when
get
I
out
have
of this sticky
conversations with people I
situation.
disagree with. Like for the first 30 minutes or so of that, I was pretty fucking patient. Like people, but it's the patience and the calm can't be maintained indefinitely if they don't, like, move off of their incorrect positions. I did, Kian, yeah. Pretty painful. Going in saying I know I'm right definitely sets people off because they hear I'm intransigent, not I've deeply considered my convictions and I don't think you're gonna make an argument I haven't heard, but try me. I don't know what else to do when, like, I've had a million arguments on this and then they're wrong in the same way every time, and I keep hearing the line, you know, I just hope he introspects, I hope he reflects, I hope he listens to marginalized people. I mean, you can only deal with that for so much. Like, I'm already thought to be intransigent by these people. Like, me being right, there is never a way I can hold the positions that I hold without them interpreting
The cuck
them.
left?
Going like,
yeah.
You know, like, oh, it's because he's insanely arrogant. There's no way around it. They just want me to agree with them, but I don't want to be wrong.
This particular segment of the left, Black and the Borg.
Bosch, can you acknowledge that one should recognize it can be anti-black to be against black liberation? I'm not against black liberation, though. Don't conflate her terms. I just think she takes that to the extreme, like people do with your incel takes. Again, that's like defending TERFs because they're women. Like, women's liberation.
B for brain, I
TERFs,
agree.
Great, you know. Absolute bullshit. Yes, I have introspected and I have come back worse. I really do think you could have changed your mind if you honed in sooner on why she didn't like the comparison, why she thinks. No. You guys don't understand. You have to understand, okay? These people cannot be changed. You need to... In a debate, directly, they will never change. They're too locked in. It's the cuck mindset. I can switch on a dime if I realize that I'm wrong on something, because I'm better than them. But they get flustered and heated. That's why she apologized. Pathetic. I have less respect now. That's why she apologized after, like, leaving the call or something. Like, oh, you only have the courage to turn a heel or change tone after you no longer have the heat on you? That's not, like, coming around. That's being emotionally weak. I don't respect this. It's always like this, too, because, you know, the moment the heat is on, it's like, oh, well, the idea of backing down becomes inconceivable. It can't, you know, they can't change. It's very difficult to change a person's mind directly in a debate, But when there's like a light disagreement, there's plenty of room for her to do this back and forth. Even from an optics perspective, you could do a better job. You know, oh, I disagree on this, but can you understand this, that, the other? Oh, you know, this. But it can't happen because there's a ghost that exists in their minds that's telling them to be wrong. And the ghost is stronger than my words are. I don't know. Anyway, in my experience online, these
really
people cannot
like
be convinced. If anyone can find a single example of a direct
figure out where I'm
engagement
supposed to
changing the
go
mind of
now.
any woke scold ever, please let me
There's
know.
like one more night I need to find.
It's pretty wild out here. The best thing that can really be done is to draw comparisons and to make them look like asses so other people don't end up going down the same road. Or maybe they reflect on it later.
Okay. Well. Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy just how much this dialogue has evolved from the initial like shark discourse, you know? Like it's just it's insane. Why can't we unite against the common enemy? Is that a Monty Python joke? I genuinely can't tell. I'm sorry. You know what? Try going up. I'll try what I don't remember what's up here. Okay, cool. It's the shortcut. Okay. Yeah, no, there's just so much. Oh, shit. Well, alrighty then. Just gonna heal up here on this ladder. It's just like, man, there are so many things we need to align ourselves on as like lefties. There's so many things that we need to come together on to like fight for a better world, like universal health care, and like we also need to make sure that we're able to continue like, I don't know, fighting for democratic workplaces, fighting for unionization, fighting for all of the things we need in order to survive in a modern world. And like, instead, people will spend so much effort talking about like why it's justifiable to call like a black man racial slurs. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand the priorities. And it's beyond me, I guess. Like, I don't know, like, I'm trans, I'm queer, like, I don't feel like that justifies me using, like, faggot against, like, a trans or queer person I disagree with who's, like, doing a disservice to the movement, you know? Like, that seems counterproductive in a number of different ways, but would you call Blair White the F slur? Nope. I don't think I would. And by don't think I would, I mean I definitely would not. Because I've talked about Blair White before. Catching up on my Majority Report today, watching the clip with the caller admonishing MR for not covering the Anna Kasparian tweets more, and realized we've actually been getting these rotating Twitter dramas since at least Hogwarts, and they're so amplified. Oh yeah, no, like, I think a decent amount of a lot of this discourse is a direct result of Twitter changes. Like, Twitter algorithm changes have legitimately, like, harmed leftist organizing and discourse in a way that is difficult to really wrap your head around, you know? And I think that that's honestly why a lot of these messages are being amplified. Or at the very least, a lot of these weaknesses within the leftist movement are being revealed, you know? And I guess I, for one, am appreciative of the fact that these weaknesses are being revealed as we're going into a 2024 election where it's, again, either a feckless liberal, Joe Biden, or a fascist, Donald Trump. You know, like, so I guess I'm glad and thankful for these weaknesses being revealed, because I don't think productive work can be done with a lot of these people, you know? A lot of these people, when they receive the call to, like, join arm in arm in order to go organize, in order to go door to door, in order to, like, make sure that our online communities are doing everything they can IRL, like, will turn up their noses and be like, ew, I don't want to work with that person. And it's like, we're aligned in a common purpose, and if we don't unite, we will die. Like, and not in like a abstract, oh, we'll die, teehee kind of way. No, we will die. That was the undoing of the Weimar Republic. So, like, we need to do it. We need to learn the lesson of the past, or we will die. I just hope it all gets settled. There were things I disagreed with how it was handled by people involved, but ultimately I hope we can work past it as a community. I like everyone that is involved. I don't want to pick any sides. I mean, that's your prerogative, you know? I'm not gonna... I don't feel like exacerbating it anymore. I just... Man, I've hated everything about it. It's not particularly been good, and, I don't know. Not particularly great. You know? Can I get a TLDR? I just got back. Man, I don't want to give you a TLDR. Literally every time I try and give the TLDR, I get clipped by someone and get shown on, like, Poly People's stream. You know, like, every time I even just try and summarize it, I get like people in my mentions or in my DMs, like, calling me a snow rat. You know, like, I don't particularly care to engage with it anymore. Clipped and shipped, let's go. Yeah, that's how they do it. Oh yeah, no, Black and the Borg. One of the things that happened to me earlier this week. I wonder if I can find it. Probably. It's probably not too far back. Here we go. Yeah, I woke up one morning to find this in my mentions or floating around on the internet. This was odd. The other message seems to be that, like, if I see black people treating each other shittily, I shouldn't have opinions on that.
Correct. Also correct, and you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You are putting a value statement on discourse that's not yours. It's bad. Damn, this was a long, complicated sentence.
Okay, I can't actually play this song because of DMCA reasons, but anyway. It's actually weird because I followed her for a bit after the Little Brock stuff. Thena doing God's work, yeah. I don't know, LB. I feel like I liked her performance in the Loner Box debate relatively okay. But then the whole Finster stuff that she went on was unhinged as hell. Does she go offline? Probably not. Anyway, that was a thing. It was just kind of weird seeing me in like seeing myself in a clip like that. And yeah, no, people have called me a snow rat, you know, or a snow cockroach. That's also another one. What does that mean? It's just a thing to refer to white people. Avalon of Babylon, it happens. You know? Unfortunately, some people who initially seem cool wind up being completely unhinged. I don't know what to say, I'm sorry. Oh, Diddleburb, it's okay. Like, I'm not terribly offended by, like, the like, I guess racial slurs thrown my way, or like the coverage. What hurt me the most in that clip was just seeing in the brief segment of the stream was just seeing some like members of like the community that had been here like from really early on, seeing them like agreeing and like shitting on me in that chat, you know? I was like, oh, you know, I genuinely care about these people because like I develop a little parasocial arena, you know? I'm not immune to it. And I wonder what happens to you guys when you're gone. And so it's just kind of like, oh, okay. I mean, like, if they outgrew me, that's fine. Or if they were just wrong and weak, that's also fine, I guess. But I'd prefer to have people in my community who are capable of doing things, capable of, like, participating in the organizing, and who aren't going to, like, turn out knives out at literally, again, the only thing I tweeted about this was that the left was spending its time talking about whether it was okay to call people within your racial group a slur. And so I was just like, you know, if you're gonna like call me like horrible things or whatever, like be an asshole over that, like, okay, I don't need that energy in my community, I guess. Wasn't there leaked DMs showing that Polly was clout chasing in the Capitals debate? I don't really care. You know, if that's the case, I don't. Okay. You know, like, I think that there are a lot of people within the online left who do it primarily for the clout because they like that it makes them look right, and they like the attention. And they aren't actually terribly interested in doing something productive with that power, you know? Can I? No, damn it. I've been trying to figure out where I go on this map for so goddamn long. Maybe it's over here? Maybe? You're just making us think too hard? I mean, maybe. I know I have a little baby brain, so I understand. What if it makes me look left? I don't know. There was a segment of this level, I remember it, where you go through like a bunch of like a snowy area, and I can't for the life of me find it again. It's driving me nuts. This is the last place I haven't been, so I hope it's up here somewhere. But I doubt it. I don't think so. This is the boss level. We go now live to Jack's brain. The fight is doable without the last one, but it is cool to see all the knights jump down with you. Yeah, I want to get all the knights, you know? I'm gonna go level up real quick while I look up where the fuck this last one is. Okay, wait. I think I know where the last one is. Let's see. Did the snowy area lead to a fight with two cats? I don't remember. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I don't remember. As I progress, I will just slowly become more outwardly autistic because I'm incapable of masking when I get very tired. Let's see here. We want to go to the outer wall bonfire. Okay. Is there a name for the little character? I've seen it elsewhere. Yeah, it's the autism creature. Actually, friend of the channel, Cassifel TV, made my personal autism creature. It's a cute little lady. All I've seen Shark do is play Splatoon. Wait, really? OMG, I love it. Yeah. Yeah, you'll see it without the hair, and that's like the autism creature. It's real cute, you know? Okay. I've gone through this area so many times. Let's see. Oh mein Gott. Wait, yeah, Shark is a professional Splatoon creature. Yo, did you guys just get a 12x combo? Wait, Archangel, did you put your finger on the scale? I was about to be really impressed. That was real? I choose to believe it was real. Yeah, 10 times. Oh, damn it. I cast die move. Oh. My die move was very ineffective. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. I want a combo. Yeah, from what I've seen, Chaos's Mel is basically just a pot stirrer. She stirs the pot. She doesn't really know what the fuck she's talking about. Did you get bottom surgery? Door dropper, if you drop a $100 dono right now, I will tell you. Use exclamation point tip. $100 dono, I will tell you. It's a very exclusive offer, okay? Yo, a lot of apples. Thank you for gifting B for Brain.
Apples
a
gave
sub.
B4 Brain asterisk a tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Well, Door Dropper, if you're 12 years old, I'm sorry, I gotta report your account. Let's see. Report. There we go. Yeah, trans people are the real predators, but you know, grown ass adults pretending to be 12, you know. Those aren't predators at all. Don't worry about it, folks. God damn. Got reach, son. As we all know, trans people start hormones at the tender age of 8. They must bathe in a bathtub full of estrogen every day for the rest of their lives. You know, it's real sad. What was the hoped for outcome? Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of these people are just kind of baffling, right? Okay. Okay. I need to go all the way down here. And hopefully By going down here, I will find the answers that I seek. Ah yes, a trans woman streaming at 4 o'clock in the morning. Surely my dastardly plan will work this time. Yes, you see, I am but an innocent 12-year-old, having been on hormones for 3 years. She'll never see it coming. I mean, he will never see it coming. Yes. No. Man, tenacious little weasels. Okay. Right. Ah, okay. This is new. I haven't been here before. Excellent. Yeah, I think I died in this area before. Excellent. Flintstones chewables. Yeah. Finally, my plan is complete. You gonna fight? Hey bud, you wanna fight? Oh god. He wanted to fight. Damn it. Damn it! Fuck! Damn it! It's fine. It's fine. I know where to go now. It's fine. We made a lot of progress. Yeah, Ben Shapiro accidentally called Laverne Cox she on Joe Rogan. Again, it's because transphobia is not a consistent or coherent ideology. You know? It's just not. Good night, LB. I would have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for your meddling trans medicalists. But it'd be cool if it did. Maybe maybe there'll be some way we can add like those emotes, you know? Maybe we can like make homies with other streamers and they can let us use their emotes. That'd be cute. I don't know why they would do that. I don't know why they'd choose to do that. But it'd be really cute and I'd like it. You know? Because you're also cute? Am I cute enough for someone to gift subs or donations to? Tell Xanderhall you're a MILF, he'll give you a credit card. I'm literally a MILF. Is Xander Hall a MILF liker? I think you mean a man of taste. Hello, nerd. I see you. Get over here, nerd. Ow. Oh, he got over here. Oh, he got over here real good. Nope, he rolling. We got a roller. Okay, get rolling over here, guy. Okay, well, damn it. Okay. Honestly, that should have gone way worse. Come on. No! No, what? Please, no! Okay, that was way better than I was expecting, actually. Thank you, kind giant, for not murdering me with your giant stone hands. I appreciate it. I will now kill you as a sign of respect. Oh, Avalon of Babylon. I didn't know you modded for Xander Hall. Maybe you can help me reach out to him and we can, I don't know, do a guest stream. We can chat together and, I don't know, talk about socialism and stuff. I don't actually know that much about Xander Hall. I've watched a bit of his content, but not like a whole lot. Oh, nope, he rolling. Saved. Huh. Hey, LaMail. Wait, what age is MILF age? I am definitely MILF age. Sure, I'll tell him. Cool. I'm looking to start an outreach arc with, like, you know, people who are cool and, like, not assholes. Okay, got another one of these bad boys. Nope. I'm so scared of them. Also, the invincibility frames in this game are fucked and don't make any sense to me. I rolled through that, and yet I still took a quarter of my life. Is it even Dark Souls if I can't just, like, sidestep through a bunch of damage? Ow. And I'm all 3 stages of MILF, baby. Jack is prime example of the MILF body category, as well as the MILF age and mindset category. One could say I am the quintessential MILF. A Sigma MILF, if you will. Oh, yeah, Snuggle Kitten, that's right. And I have not leveled that stat at all. That's probably why I've had more trouble with this game. Damn. There's a racist in site chat when no mods were around, so he went looking for people to mod and took not me as an invitation. Oh no. Oh, you fuckers. Look at him, sitting there, waiting. Alright. Come roll at me. Come roll at me. Come roll, let's roll away. That was not the right notes to hit for that song at all, but I went for it, and I only half-assed it, so that makes sense. Oh, he's so fast. Thank you for letting me heal, sir. I appreciate it a lot. Now die. Oh, you little asshole. I see your evil plan. More interested in a DILF. Yeah, I mean, I guess in a like weird way, like conservatives would think I'm a DILF. Like a transphobic conservative would think of me as a DILF. That hurts my brain. It's just real weird. Yeah. I can't roll through the gate. All right, buddy. Suit up. We're going to kill God. Excellent. We now have all 3 Knights of Elim Lois. And we can finally start bashing our head against the boss fight. Excellent. Man, it's such a cool spell. It's too bad the damage is god-awful. Just to make it clear, I don't think of you as a DILF. I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you would. Azal's staff. What is Azal's staff? Tell me more. Sage of Ferosa. Rather roughly crafted, but imbued with the magic of Azal. Greatly intensifies spells, but drastically reduces spell usages. Why/how are you awake? I can't do invasions. I'm a PvE player. And I also just feel like an asshole when I do them. Why and how are you awake? Well, I've had a lot of dysphoria about being visible today. And usually that is helped when I express myself in streams, you know? Additionally, like, I just really like playing video games a lot. And we had a lot to talk about with like the drums and the video, and I had a lot of ideas that I wanted to make sure that I got out there. Okay, we're good. But I also just how do I phrase this? Oh yeah, I've had a lot of like economic anxiety and like anxiety in particular about like whether or not making the .gg site was a good idea this early on in my streaming career. Like, hadn't even hit 10K on Twitch, like had like a 1,500 like follower or subscriber base on YouTube. Like, I'm a very, very small channel, and I need to keep growing in order to just like be more financially dependent. My glasses are in the other room. I'll go do it, but meh. Big stretch. Yeah, chat, if you really want to check out my MILF bod, I posted some images on Twitter today that you might appreciate. Dysphoria isn't that logical. It's not. It's not. My dysphoria objectively makes it almost impossible for me to accurately perceive myself to a degree that is frankly ridiculous and very unhelpful for me in my day-to-day life. Like when I look in a mirror, it is impossible for me to perceive myself as I look. It's a problem. Yeah, honestly, if you guys want to see me looking very milfy, again, posted a couple pictures of myself in very little clothing on Twitter today. Might have that same issue, but I don't know. Yeah. Our brains are very cruel sometimes. Yeah, that's why I don't mind overly much when people come into my chat to, like, say mean shit to me, or when people, like, I don't know, are shitty to me on like, Twitter or something. Which is the stat? Because I'm already meaner to myself in my head than anyone else is, so it doesn't affect me that much. Okay, agility is the iframe stat, I guess. Dysphoria is super dumb. I hate it. I hate it so much. Having an inability to, like, accurately perceive myself makes it so much harder to do things. The other day, I literally cried because I had to go to Target, and I was feeling bad about my body. You know? Like, it's stupid. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to go to Target and, like, run an errand, you know? Yeah, adaptability. But then in, like, the stat list over on the right, it's agility. I'll give you smooth. Keep your pants on. I relate so much as someone with an anxiety disorder, so it's annoying when you're worried and upset over shit you know it doesn't make sense to be worried or upset about. Yeah, that's the thing, Starman. I have an anxiety disorder too, on top of the dysphoria. So sometimes, like, if I'm feeling like most of the time, if I'm feeling dysphoric, I can like deal with it and just like go and do the things I need to do, you know? But sometimes my anxiety disorder and my dysphoria just like overlap and like it becomes like crippling. It sucks. It sucks a lot. Do I would really, really, really like... I don't think this Ivory Warrior ring is actually helping me that much. Let's see if we can get a little bit more damage squeezed out here. Actually, we probably want a flame quartz ring for this battle, so we'll swap it out for that. Exactly, Vox and Sucks. Jack, those pictures, mercy me. Thank you. Okay. Burnt Ivory King. Let's go. Oh. Twiggy Shay, let's go. I don't know if this is an NPC or not. Let's find out. Join me. If you're not doing it, if you're not doing it, you're an NPC. Okay. They're not real. Let's go. All right. Here. You know what? I feel like we're gonna get some epic boss music. So we'll turn it up a little bit. Here we go. You and me, Twiggy Shay. Let's go. Woo! Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh god. Ow. Ow. Oh god, why? What? Why? Damn it. Did you summon a helper? Yeah. Do I like horror movies? I love horror movies. Earlier on stream, we watched a trailer for an upcoming horror movie called Glorious. That has J.K. Simmons playing a dark eldritch god that lives in a bathroom glory hole. And it's pretty amazing. Not gonna lie, it looks real good. Summon chatters. Oh, that'd be fun. Twiggy Shay! Gotta go to bed. B for Brain, it was a fun stream. Thanks for being here, and I hope I see you again in chat real soon. I was literally here for that, and it just fell off my brain. Okay, it's okay. I'm a big ol' forget me now. I get it. Realized I've started randomly complimenting more people since I started this thing with a woman who got out of a long abusive relationship. I think it's mostly down to I love seeing her smile, and she's told me how shit her self-esteem is, so it started to bleed into my normal use. So I'm announcing my Bob the Build People Up arc. Aw, this really cute, Archangel. Fucking I should go to bed too? Fucking you should. You should be taking care of yourself, Avalon of Babylon. Or, unless you decided to not. Let's go. We're gonna try this again, and this time I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna choose to not be a dumbass. Here we go. Why, Vox and Socks? Why did you ask? Aw, Archangel. That sounds really lovely and nice. Oh my god. Die. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Why? Ow. No, you leave Twiggy Shay alone. Okay, we are down to 2 knights and 1 very weak NPC. I don't remember how this fight goes, but this is very ominous. Oh shit. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god, why? Damn it. Wanted to know if you'd seen the new Evil Dead picture and if it was good. I have not seen it yet, but I've heard really good things. May also be partially down to no longer being in constant pain. I'm glad you're getting some pain relief. Twiggy Shay is an NPC. It appears so. The new Dungeons and Dragons is excellent. I've not seen that either. Summon a human? No one's here to summon. I would summon a human if I could. But there are none to be had. This is the only one. It's a dead game. Yeah, a dead game where like 5 people invaded me already today. I don't know. If anyone wants to hop on and like to play some Dark Souls 2 with me, go for it. We're gonna try this again. I wish I was not poor, I would play. I wish I was not poor too. Okay, now I'm curious if I have to fight all these assholes again. Let's find out, I guess. Woo! Probably do. I imagine I do. Yeah. Alright. Okay. I see why this fight was a pain in the ass. I get it now. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. At least there's not like a frustrating run up to this. Actually, I wonder if this fight might be easier if I don't summon anybody and just use the knights. Because then my the enemies would be weaker. Because the enemies scale every time you summon one. So I'm gonna give this a shot. Let's see how this goes. You don't have to pay for anything? Oh, look at you with your Australian healthcare system. Oof. Ooh, a Lois soul? What is that? Damn it. Damn it, guys. Do your jobs. All right. Okay, nerds. Here we go. Hey, asshole. Oh, got him, baby! Yeah, did it, baby! You're welcome, sir. Woo! All right, that fight wasn't as big of a pain in the ass, actually. Flame of Chaos. Only one survived? I'm sorry. I did my best in the face of overwhelming death. Okay. We've done it.
You've granted my one wish. Now, I have no regrets. I was born amidst the dark. Long ago, in the depths of the abyss, my father perished. The dark shattered into tiny pieces.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was me. I've been single my entire life, and sometimes it can be agonizing. I mean, I only had like a handful of consistent relationships throughout my life, Kyryu. I'm like 31. I've had maybe like 2 or 3 people I would have called my girlfriend in my life. Or my partner. It's, it can be rough out there.
I saw that the king of this land was strong. I sought him only to sustain myself, to smother my fears.
And that's okay too, Vox and Socks.
Now, I realize that he may have known all along. I was born of fear, and my lord provided comfort.
Oh.
And so, here I remain, heiress to my lord's wishes, watching over chaos. Until the end of time.
Yeah, I've been to the end of time, and gotta say, you weren't there, actually. I've played Dark Souls 3. You weren't there, bitch.
The Knights of Aleum Lois were their souls still. I pray. The Knights of were their.
I mean, I have a soul.
I pray. The Knights.
Okay, whatever. Bye. Okay. I have so many souls, and I'm gonna put them all into iframes, and none of you can stop me. Level up. Level up. There we go. Got a few more iframes in there. And now we will travel to the underworld here. Ba-da-ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba-da. Wait, I don't want to be here. Went to the wrong place, baby. Okay. We want to go to the Undead Crypt. Yeah, you got this, Kairyu. Okay? Get out there, make some friends. And, like, honestly, the way I met my current partner, whom I love and adore with all my heart, was by, being friends. Like, we met on a dating app, but then, she told me that she was just looking for friends, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, you seem really cool, and I'd want to be friends with you anyway. And then we just hung out as friends a couple times and realized that we were suited to be, a little bit more, you know? I thought you were a straightist? You're a... what? You thought I dated men? I mostly date the ladies. I've dated men before, but mostly just date the ladies.
Seeker of fire, I see you've subdued another foul creature. One of the father of the Abyss spawn. That, confounded, the Abyss once had form, but then dissipated. And yet, traces of its existence endured. Each fragment, thirsting for power, spread dark with no relent. My dear Chandra was one such fragment. A feeble, tiny thing that thirsted for power more than any other. Driven by insatiable lust for a worthy vessel. Fire came to be, and with it, disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. Dark was seen as a curse. Shadow is not cast, but born of fire. And the brighter the flame, the deeper the shadow. Inherit fire and harness the dark. Such is the calling of a true leader. Dark was seen as a curse. Shadow and inherit. Such is the dark. Inherit fire. Such is the dark.
Oh, that's right. God damn it. Okay, I have one last thing to get, and then I will have effectively completed the DLC content. With the exception of the blue smelter demon, who can suck my taint. Look for friends, not friendships, because best relationships grow out of friendships. It's true! I'm glad you liked that. A lot of apples. I've tried fighting him. He just is so not fun to fight. He's just aggressively a little turd. Oh god. There are too many of them. You died. But not in real life. That's the real no-death run, okay? Like, the no-death run specifically is about not dying in real life. You die in the game, you die for real, only if you're a chump. Okay, I think off to the left over here. Oh god. You're really quiet for walking through like waist deep water, my guy. That death noise is horrifying. I love it. Okay. Oh, damn it. Damn it. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Go. This should make things a little bit easier. Okay. Okay, for fuck's sake. Guys. I just want to get the king's crown. I know where it is. Just God damn it. God fucking damn it. Just gonna take a little calm down. Gonna take a little calm down, okay? It's fine. It's fine, guys. Just a little calm down is a treat. We're good. We're Gucci. Okay? Okay, we're good. This is a good thing. Everything that happened here, it's good. Okay, yes, I am huffing the copium, but can you blame me? I mean, just look at this bullshit. Shrine of Amana, more like Shrine of I wanna poop on a plate. Nailed it. Nailed it. I did it. We did it. Still fucking locked? Why is it locked? What? Why is it still locked? The fuck? Wow, oh. Oh. Oh, that's why. Okay. There we go. I had to be human. It can tell whether or not I'm human. It's like that device from Blade Runner. Okay, we did it. Barf. Okay, I'm gonna get this crown enchanted. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god, fuck you. Fuck, man. Why aren't you helping the tortoise? What tortoise? There's no tortoise. Actually, isn't it implied that the device from Blade Runner doesn't actually work that well? Like, a lot of the result is based on the feelings of the person doing the test? Yeah, but like, yeah. supposed to be like a Turing test type thing. Hey, 10-letter name. How you doing? Archangel Takab, are you picking on 10-letter name? You be nice. 10-letter name is a homie. Also, I need to watch Blade Runner 2049 again. That movie was good. I liked it a lot. Dinner and relax time? Hell yeah. Navigating bureaucracy is hard work. Treat yourself.
One day fire will fade, and dark will become a curse. Men will be free from death, left to wander eternally. Dark will again be ours, and in our true shape, we can bury the false legends of yore. Only, is this our only choice? Seeker of fire, coveter of the throne. Seek strength.
Aw, yeah, baby.
The rest will follow.
This place is dark. The main thing I didn't like about Blade Runner 2049 was just that the villain seemed very unfleshed out. I wanted a little bit more about him being creepy and evil. The shades creep me out in this one so goddamn much. Okay. Oh, quasi-spec. That's tragic. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Well, we're gonna test out whether this crown works. Ha! It does work. Excellent. You died? Or did I? No death run. Let's go, baby. Hey, my guy. What's up? You're a dragon? That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna fight you, though. Did you make your avatar look like you? Yeah, it's a friendly dragon. I was looking to see if I could trigger an event. I think I fulfilled all the requirements to fight Aldia. King's Gate bonfire. Hey, non-binary superpowers, how you doing? Okay. I'm in pain. You broke your ribs? How did you break your ribs? You literally put yourself in Dark Souls 2? It must be scary to fight all of them monsters. Nah. I already fight real monsters every day. Not... Yeah, it can't be scary, you know? Slipped and twisted my knee. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. IRL, the monsters are called chuds. True. It's true. All right, chat. It's time to fight some bosses. And kick some ass. Let's go with dexterity, strength. We want we would just want the Ring of Blades. Oh.
My journey is already complete. My name is Shanalot. The dragon gave me this name, for I was born with none. I was born of dragons, contrived by men. By ones who would cozen fate herself. They are the ones who created me. But they failed. I did not come out as intended. Fate would not be bested, and men were cursed once again. If you proceed, Nashandra will come after you, knowing that you will take the throne and link the fire. She covets the first flame and the great soul. Put Nashandra to rest.
Dealsies. Yo, 10-letter name. Thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Oh my god, we are 1 minute away from 9 hours stream. Oh, it's 5 a.m. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, you know, I've already come this far. Might as well finish. You know, let's go. Let's finish this game, and then we can finally play something else on a new day. Now, I'm trying to think. Is text-to-speech on? It is indeed. Head of Vengarl. Bernhard of Jugo. Let's go, friendos. You will play Shitter Game next? We're gonna play Hollow Knight next. Excuse me. Wow, they really hated these NPCs. Holy shit. Oh, damn it! Damn it! I thought I was so clever. I thought I was so clever hitting both of them at the same time. I don't know why they were so upset at the two NPCs. Holy moly. Alright, we'll try that again. And you know what? I know. What? Fuck? Excuse you. Sir? Didn't come alive last time I walked down there. Alright. We need...
I can't not reward this decision to finish the game. Let's go. Easy clap.
Easy clap. 10-letter name. Thank you for the $10 dono. You wonderful, wonderful human being, you. And you know what? I think we also got to bring up Okay, here we go. The true soundtrack. Here we go, baby. Oh, the door has to open again? Really? You're fucked, dude. You said we need? True, I did say we need. You got me. How many dollary dues was that? That was 15 dollary dues in total. But you get text-to-speech for any $5 dono and above, huh? How about that? I, for one, am excited to beat Dark Souls to $14.96. Let's go. No matter what is the best boss music. I dislike that song. And it's only 50%. Only 50% of the reason I dislike that song is because I've beaten so many bosses to that godforsaken song. No, damn it! Damn it! Zep Zoso, it's not my birthday! We got this, chat. Send me your energy. Okay, I'll beat these bosses in the next 3 minutes. Let's go. Shit. Fuck! They both hit me! Fuck you guys! Damn! Sonic was not enough. Fine. 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 I'll do it.
How to come to this after all we've been through? Two of a pair, now on opposite sides. From the very start, with honor we drew. Watched each other's back and we battled with pride. We are closer than brothers. Now we have to fight each other. And we trust our fate to the heart of the cause. No matter what, let the thing begin. No matter what, we're in the wrestling way. No matter what, we're in this together. No matter what, we'll be friends forever.
All right.
It's been you and me hanging out playing games. Didn't ever think it would get this hard. Time's running out and there's so much at stake. Everything riding on the turn of a card. We'll show what we're made of as we fight for the ones we love. And we'll be friends till the very end. No matter what, let the game begin. No matter what, we're in the wrestling way. No matter what, we're in this together. No matter what, we'll be friends forever. No matter what, yeah.
There we go. One down.
I don't wanna give up, but I will never give in. Don't wanna do it with my very best friend. Throw a whole match, let him win every I just can't walk away. Though I need a victory. You've always meant
There we
the
go.
world to me. And that's
Victory
one
achieved.
thing I will never change. No matter what, let the game begin. No matter what, we'll be the best man win. No matter what, we're in this together.
It's not done.
We'll be friends forever. Yeah. Let the game begin. No matter what, we're the best man
Real boss fight. Let's go. Oh, that's not game yet, baby. It's not game yet, baby. Sorry, here we go. Oof. Damn it! I was so close! Oh, she was like 2 hits away! Damn it! Yeah, the Frans do not have the programming to know not to be in her death aura. Unfortunately. I don't remember if I have to fight those bosses again. I don't think I do. I think I just get to skip straight to Nishandra. Chat, how we doing? Oh no, I don't want this music. This music hurts my brain. Here, you know what? This is what we need. Ugh. Let's go. No, no, they're okay. With the power of anime and God, I slay thee. Woo! Are we gonna get an Aldia boss fight? I don't know. Excellent. We did it. We beat the goddamn game. We did it. We didn't get the boss fight against Aldia, which is disappointing. But also, like, the boss fight against Aldia, like, depends on him showing up in, like, several different locations throughout the game. And if you, like, miss that or don't talk to him, apparently he just doesn't show up. So, unfortunate. First ever to beat Dark Souls 2. That's right, that's me, Riverboat Jack. First ever to beat Dark Souls 2. And with no deaths, it's true. Not even one time. Never died. If anyone tells you anything different, they're lying. Truly a wonder to have witnessed this no-death run. Indeed, indeed. First it was the Bloodborne no-death run? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I did a Dark Souls remastered no-death run. When did Jack turn into a Jewish grandma? Joke's on you, I've been a Jewish grandma the entire time! I will this no death gameplay forever, or at least till after lunch. Indeed. May you have many happy memories of this no death run. This no death speed run. Because it certainly occurred at a speed. Alright? I'm the best grandma. There is no better grandma. Now eat your soup. Now shut up and eat your soup, okay? And then put on your sweater. You'll catch a cold. I enjoy a lot about this. I feel very content. I've been wanting to finish this game for like 3 weeks now. So I'm glad we're finally done. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Many people are saying that Ron DeSantis feels like he has a small peepee now that he knows I've beaten Dark Souls 2 and he hasn't. Many people are saying this is why his campaign launch today was so disastrous. Big if true, actually small if true. I'm using my powers to sense the stream is probably winding down, so thanks for the comfy stream, Jack. You're welcome! I've been streaming for 9.5 hours! If any of you have enjoyed the stream, consider throwing a dono or a sub my way. Remember to like the stream, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, And hit the follow button over on Twitch if you haven't, you silly billies. Hidetaka Miyazaki, you miraculous son of a bitch. I appreciate you walking us home like this. Well, you know, it's tradition. You finish the game, you gotta watch the credits. Like, even more so than a movie. I mean, you should watch movie credits anyway, but like, at least once. But, I don't know, like, a lot of people came together to make this thing that I've spent like several days of my life enjoying.
Bearer of the...
I just thought to myself, man, it'd be cool to cosplay this outfit sometime. And then I realized that I literally have almost all the pieces I would need to cosplay this, minus like the material for the skirt, which I feel like I could find fairly easily. It continues! No! Okay. Alright, chat. I had a really good time streaming for all y'all, and I'll try. I have the thigh-high boots. I could do the thigh-high boots. I have like a black sweater. I just need like a more slouchy black sweater. And then like a crown. You know? The main thing is the skirt. That's the main thing. Well, it made me real big sad too. It's me, Natalie Marie. It's mutual. And it felt pretty shitty seeing you post all that stuff on Twitter without you trying to talk about it with me first, but you know, I get that's your decision to make, and that's what you decided to do. So, sorry about that. But you're very welcome, LaMail. I hope you had a good one. And, I don't know. I guess if, the takes you saw from me were that racist, then yeah, you should be speaking out against it, and I'd be disappointed if you believed that I was deeply and sincerely racist if you were not. So, continue doing what you believe is right, but I disagree with you quite sincerely and deeply, and I'm very, very disappointed. So, anyway, on that note, folks, love you all, and I'll see you guys on a new day. Probably tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean later today. In like, I don't know, 12 hours. And we will raid into... Let's see. See you in a few. Yeah. You're welcome, folks. Let's see. We'll raid into Real Radhom. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.